Ranking competition. Above the arena. Senior Sister Zhao, you are a peerless beauty. To any man, you are a goddess in their dreams. It is my honor to be able to obtain your favor. After being countered by the soft sword, Chu Zhongtian continued to tease while charging forward. The natal spirit blade in his hand rises upwards from the bottom and uses the basic saber technique's offensive stance, slicing towards Zhao Qing's leg. Junior brother Chu, since you want to win my favor, then why are you so cruel to attack me? Being attacked by his basic saber technique skill, Zhao Qing had no choice but to take a few steps back. No matter what, she was almost injured by the tip of Chu Zhongtian's natal spiritual power. Feeling the coldness on the tip of the blade and Chu Zhongtian's teasing, Zhao Qing suppressed the anger in her heart and pretended to be pitiful as she complained. Senior sister, you misunderstood me. I saw a bug under your feet just now. I thought that girls are usually afraid of bugs, so I wanted to help you secretly dispose of it to avoid making you afraid. The life spiritual power in his hand chased after Zhao Qing, who was continuously retreating. Chu Zhongtian pretended to be wronged and said, Junior brother, since you have dealt with that disgusting bug, shouldn't you stop now? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's continuous attacks, Zhao Qing could only try her best to defend but was unable to prepare to counterattack. So she urgently hoped that Chu Zhongtian could temporarily stop. Senior sister, this won't do. That bug just now has already crawled onto your body. I have to help you get rid of it. Facing Zhao Qing's pitiful begging, Chu Zhongtian ignored it and continued to increase his attack. Moreover, most of his attacks were aimed at the vital points on Zhao Qing's body. I'm angry. Zhao Qing, who had retreated to the edge of the arena, heard Chu Zhongtian's glib tone and was instantly enraged. Not caring about the damage to the soft sword again, Zhao Qing used her snake rebate with all her might. The soft sword was like a poisonous snake that suddenly pounced towards Chu Zhongtian's eyes. Seeing the soft sword that pounced on him like a poisonous snake, Chu Zhongtian did not continue to tease her with words. Instead, he leaned his upper body backwards to dodge the soft sword that was pouncing on him. At the same time, he used the steel knife in his hand to slash towards Zhao Qing's waist. Damn it! Chu Zhongtian's fierce counterattack forced Zhao Qing to withdraw her flexible sword to defend. At the same time, her body continued to retreat. However, Zhao Qing, who was in a state of anger, forgot that she had already retreated to the edge of the arena under Chu Zhongtian's continuous attacks. If she took half a step back, the arena would fall. At this moment, she was being attacked by Chu Zhongtian's total annihilation. Just as she took a step back with her left leg, she felt as if she had stepped on air. After that, she dropped the arena. Fortunately, Zhao Qing was after all a top half-step Qi transforming period warrior. No matter if it was her strength or reaction speed, she was outstanding. Just as she fell to the ground, the soft sword in her hand instantly became hard under the enhancement of the spiritual power. The tip of the sword fell to the ground, and with the help of the counterforce of the tip, she finally stood firmly under the arena. I'll remember you. Standing under the arena, Zhao Qing stared fixedly at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the arena, and said while gnashing her teeth in anger. Chu Zhongtian was able to defeat the 5th-ranked disciple of the outer sect, Zhao Qing, so she should be able to hear the cheers from the crowd. However, even after Zhao Qing turned around and left, the scene was still silent. Raising his head to look at the audience below the arena, Chu Zhongtian found that they were looking at him like idiots. Their eyes revealed a complicated expression, which made Chu Zhongtian quite puzzled. He turned his head and looked at Zhong Fakan, who was hosting the competition. Chu Zhongtian noticed that he was also in a daze, so he couldn't help but remind him. Peak Master Zhong. The competition is over. Under Chu Zhongtian's reminder, Zhong Fakan, who was in a daze, finally understood and couldn't help but sigh. This was enough to show how shocked the competition was. Zhong Fakan looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression and announced loudly, Number 13 contestant, Chu Zhongtian, wins. Following Zhong Fakan's loud announcement, the disciples below the stage seemed to wake up. Then, the entire scene let out a deafening roar. However, Along with the deafening roar, there were some inharmonious discussions mixed within. I didn't think that Chu Zhongtian, who looks like a gentleman, would actually be a sinister villain in his bones. Senior brother, I agree with what you said. Chu Zhongtian is definitely a sinister person. In the future, we must stay far away from him. How can Chu Zhongtian's words be so obscene? It hurts his temperament too much. That's right. Chu Zhongtian will no longer be my idol. My idol is still Lui Cong and He Ying. Chu Zhongtian walked down from the arena and returned to Dongfang Yun'er's side. He realized that the way she looked at him was also a little strange. Even the straightforward Wang Zhongning looked at him with a somewhat strange gaze. This made him couldn't help but ask curiously, Yun, what happened to you guys? Mr. Chu, you have always been a gentleman in my heart, and you have never played any tricks on anyone. But I did not expect you to say such things to a girl. Speaking up to this point, Dongfang Yun'er was really too embarrassed to continue. Recalling the battle with Zhao Qing just now, Chu Zhongtian quickly understood why Dongfang Yun'er had such an opinion about him. Regarding this, he felt very helpless. As the number 5 disciple of the outer sect, Zhao Qing, not only was her strength strong, her flexible sword's attack was mysterious and unpredictable, and her mind was also complicated and unpredictable. If he couldn't gain the upper hand in the verbal exchange, it wouldn't be easy for him to defeat her smoothly. He might even need to reveal more of his trump cards. In the first few rounds of the competition, whether it was Meng Fangqiang who was ranked 9th, Sun Jimin who was ranked 6th, or Zhang Renyuan who was ranked 4th, she had easily won. This was enough to show how powerful she was. In order to defeat her and win the championship, it was normal for him to use words to confront her. In fact, he even used words to tease her. If Dongfang Yun'er had misunderstood him because of this insignificant matter, Chu Zhongtian would feel that he had been wronged. So he quickly explained, Yun, do you feel that my means just now were too insidious and cunning, ruining my image as a gentleman in your heart? Mr. Chu, your opponent is a beautiful girl. How can you tease her with words? Dongfang Yun'er did not want to agree with what Chu Zhongtian just said. But when she thought of the hooligan words that Zhao Qing said when Chu Zhongtian teased her, she felt uncomfortable. So she mustered up her courage and brought it up. Yun, although I am not a gentleman, I have my moral bottom line at the very least. I will never do anything that goes against my conscience. Yun, after this period of contact, I originally thought that you already understand me, but now it seems that your understanding of me is far from enough. Yun, when fighting, my eyes are only filled with the difference between enemies and friends. I only consider the strength and weakness of the enemy. In order to win in a fight, any means is feasible. After explaining to this point, Chu Zhongtian suddenly recalled the Blood Demon Great Method he had obtained in the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon Secret Stage Palace, especially the bloody scene when he used it, as well as the unique secret technique Boundless Sea of Blood. The Boundless Sea of Blood used all the blood of a warrior to create an environment like a sea of blood. The warrior himself had transformed into a blood devil, and with the help of the special environment of the Sea of Blood, he could kill opponents stronger than him. If one day Dongfang Yun'er saw him using the Blood Demon Great Method like a killing blood devil, would she still be able to accept him? When he thought of this, the impulse to explain in his heart gradually dissipated and finally turned into a helpless sigh. Everything would be up to fate. Dongfang Yun'er looked at the depressed Chu Zhongtian and knew that what she said just now hurt him. But when she thought about Chu Zhongtian teasing Zhao Qing in the battle, she was still not very happy, so she also chose to remain silent. The two of them who had fallen into silence did not speak to each other. Dongfang Yun'er lowered her head to think about her thoughts. Chu Zhongtian, on the other hand, used the spiritual power to recover his energy while paying attention to the upcoming competition. Because Chu Zhongtian and Zhao Qing's matches were too shocking. Although there was Ma Qiwei who was good at speed in the next match, he did not receive much attention. This made Ma Qiwei, who easily won, feel depressed. After the 6th match of the 5th round ended, Zhong Fakan continued to announce the first match of the 6th round. The first match of the 6th round was between Guo Zhaoli, who was ranked 10th, and Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked 9th. Meng Fangqiang, who had admitted defeat in 2 matches in a row, did not admit defeat this time. After stepping onto the arena, he stared at his opponent, Guozhaoli, with a serious expression on his face. Guozhaoli was ranked 10th among the disciples of the outer sect, and he was ranked 9th. In order to get a higher ranking, Guozhaoli had challenged him many times in private. He was very familiar with Guozhaoli's strength and means of attack. Therefore, the two of them didn't need to wait for Zhong Fakan to announce the start of the competition. Originally, Meng Fangqiang was slightly stronger than Guozhaoli, so he should have a high chance of defeating his opponent. However, the failure of the first 5 rounds of the competition had caused his spirit, qi and energy to drop to a low level. His opponent, Guozhaoli, was in high spirits and finally defeated Meng Fangqiang. He had become the 9th-ranked disciple of the outer sect. The second match of the 6th round was due to the battle between Lu Yizong, who was ranked 1st, and Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th. The process of the competition was just as everyone had expected. Lu Jiafu, who had ascended the arena, had chosen to admit defeat without even fighting. This allowed Lu Yizong to easily obtain 6 consecutive wins. The third match of the 6th round was between He Ying, who was ranked 2nd, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th. The result of the match was within everyone's expectations. Zhang Renyuan, who had lost his natal spirit sword, still chose to admit defeat, allowing He Ying to easily obtain 6 consecutive wins. The fourth match of the 6th round was the match where the contestants' strength was the closest to each other, and it was also the match with the most unpredictable results. This was because the two contestants were Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd, and Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th. Xia Luoxing and Zhao Qing, who had ascended the arena, had extremely dissatisfied expressions on their faces. Xia Luoxing's reputation had deteriorated due to the people comparing him to Lu Yizong and He Ying for no reason, and his popularity had dropped to the extreme. Zhao Qing, on the other hand, was not a match for Chu Zhongtian in terms of strength and words, and she had suffered a heavy blow in both body and mind. After Zhong Fakan announced the start of the match, the two of them, who were in a bad mood, completely gave up defending and only chose to fight with their lives on the line. In terms of strength, Zhao Qing was not a match for Xia Luoxing. In terms of weapons, her damage software could not compare to Xia Luoxing's natal spirit sword at all. The only thing she could gain the upper hand in was a verbal exchange. After being defeated by Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Qing seemed to have received a heavy blow and did not use the only advantage she had. After a few hundred moves, Zhao Qing, who did not have the upper hand, was forced out of the arena by Xia Luoxing. This match, which everyone had been looking forward to, but the process was very ordinary, had ended. After being forced to jump off the arena, Zhao Qing did not look at Xia Luoxing, who had forced her to jump off the arena. Instead, she looked angrily at Chu Zhongtian, who was not far away. If Chu Zhongtian had not caused her soft sword to be damaged in the last round and caused her to lose in the verbal exchange, she might not have lost the match with Xia Luoxing. For some reason, Zhao Qing was hostile towards Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian felt depressed and aggrieved. He thought of Dongfang Yunur's inability to understand him and felt an unknown anger burning in his heart. He knew that the anger burning in his heart was not good for his current condition, so he had to find a way to vent the anger that was accumulated in his heart. Fortunately, the next match happened to be between him and the 11th-ranked Wang Hanzhong. An opponent like Wang Hanzhong could let him vent the anger in his heart as much as he wanted, but he would not lose the match because of his anger. After boarding the arena, Chu Zhongtian suppressed the burning anger in his heart and waited for Zhong Fakan to announce the start of the match. In order to prevent Wang Hanzhong from admitting defeat, he immediately used the advanced movement technique, which had reached the entry level, right after Zhong Fakan announced the start of the match. Before Wang Hanzhong could say anything, he was interrupted by Chu Zhongtian's attack. Although it was to vent the anger burning in his heart, Chu Zhongtian still maintained his rationality. Therefore, ever since the start of the battle, he had always used the basic saber technique. Unless Wang Hanzhong's attack had a certain degree of danger, he would not use the saber technique that contained the power of his attribute easily. Chu Zhongtian was able to defeat Guozhaoli, who was ranked 10th in terms of strength, Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th. Wang Hanzhong knew that he wasn't a match for Chu Zhongtian, so he decided to admit defeat. However, he never thought that Chu Zhongtian would never give him the chance to admit defeat. He had used the movement technique that he had never used before, so he could only defend himself with all his might. There was no time for him to admit defeat. Originally, Wang Hanzhong had accepted the fact that he had been struck down by Chu Zhongtian. However, after exchanging more than 10 rounds of blows, he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongtian had not used the attribute power he had used to defeat his opponents in the previous rounds. This made him very puzzled. After exchanging more than 10 rounds of attacks, Wang Hanzhong discovered that Chu Zhongtian's basic saber technique had significantly improved his sword technique. Through his fight with Chu Zhongtian, the doubts he had when he practiced the sword technique were solved one by one. This allowed his strength to increase rapidly. After hundreds of exchanges, Wang Hanzhong felt that the power of his sword technique had increased by 2 to 3 levels. At this moment, if he was facing the 10th ranked Guo Zhaoli, he wouldn't have a 100% chance of defeating him, but he wouldn't be defeated so easily. Sun scorching. After hundreds of continuous attacks, Chu Zhongtian felt that the anger burning in his heart had been completely extinguished. Since he had achieved his goal of venting his anger, he didn't want to continue fighting Wang Hanzhong. He used a beginner saber technique that contained the power of the element to break through Wang Hanzhong's defense. A sharp steel knife was placed on his neck. I admit defeat. Wang Hanzhong did not feel any fear when he felt the cold steel knife. His tone was filled with joy as he loudly admitted defeat. Thank you, Senior Brother Chu. After Zhong Fakan announced the end of the competition, Wang Hanzhong respectfully thanked Chu Zhongtian. Senior Brother Wang, your cultivation base is higher than mine. According to the sect's tradition, you should call me Junior Brother. Although the confrontation just now was to vent his anger, he had always maintained his rationality. He knew that Wang Hanzhong had used his basic saber technique to increase his strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could accept Wang Hanzhong's gratitude. Senior Brother Chu, I believe that it won't take long for your cultivation base to surpass mine. It's very likely that you will become a peak warrior in the future. Shaking his head, Wang Hanzhong still insisted on his original intention. All right, if you have anything to say, we will talk about it later. Don't delay the next match. Seeing Chu Zhongtian and Wang Hanzhong chatting as if they were friends, Zhong Fakan couldn't help but berate them. Senior Brother Chu, thank you. Wang Hanzhong thanked him once again before he left the arena. He returned to Dongfang Yuner and the others. Other than Dongfang Yuner, Wang Zhongning, Zhang Qian, and Shi Guangliang all congratulated him for being one step closer to becoming the champion of the competition. After looking at Dongfang Yuner, who had lowered her head in silence, Chu Zhongtian looked up at Zhao Enjuan, who was on the black throne on the high platform. His originally anxious and restless heart gradually became firm. After being able to cultivate again, he had set 2 goals for himself that he would fight for his entire life. His first goal was to do his best to climb to the peak of martial arts and try to feel the feeling of standing at the peak. The second goal was to try his best to reach the strength that could tear apart the void as soon as possible, and then find a way to return to the earth before he transmigrated to take a look at his aged parents. Although emotions were the motivation to motivate him to move forward, once he had no worries, he would be able to bring out his unlimited potential. It seemed like it was not a bad thing that Dongfang Yuner did not understand and distanced herself from him. It might even become a test and training for him to climb to the peak. After figuring everything out, Chu Zhongtian felt his body lighten. Having reached the 8th layer peak of the body refining period, he successfully broke through to the 9th level of body refining. Along with the increase in the mind state's cultivation, an invisible barrier in his mind automatically shattered. The invisible barrier was the bottleneck of the 9th level of body refining. Now that the bottleneck had shattered, this was the best time for him to use this opportunity to break through his cultivation base. He turned to Shi Guangliang and Wang Zhongning and gave them some instructions. Chu Zhongtian walked forward for more than 10 meters. After that, he took out tens of thousands of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone from the storage bag and arranged them according to the simplified version of the spirit gathering formation. Then, he sat cross-legged in the center of the spirit gathering formation. He made use of Dongfang Yuner's incomprehension and firm confidence in climbing the martial peak to let the mind state break through to the 9th level of body refining. At the same time, this led to a breakthrough in his cultivation. At this moment, although the time and environment weren't suitable for him to break through to the stage in peace, this was a good opportunity. If he missed this opportunity, he would need at least 1 to 2 months to break through to the 9th layer of body refining tier. At the same time, he took into account that Zhao Enjuan was in charge of the formation, so his safety wouldn't be a problem. So in the end, he still decided to seize this opportunity to break through his cultivation. Chu Zhongtian suddenly walked out of the crowd and attracted the attention of many people. After all, Chu Zhongtian was not as nameless as he was before the competition. He was a peerless genius who had reached the peak of popularity. Therefore, his every move would attract the attention of many people. When they saw Chu Zhongtian, who had just walked out of the crowd, take out a bunch of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone warriors and place them on the ground, they were all baffled. However, to the 11 experts on the platform, they knew very well the meaning behind Chu Zhongtian's every move just now. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who could use 7th grade middle rank spirit stone to arrange a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation, Elder Chiu from Merit Palace suggested to Tianjun once again. Nephew Tian, as long as he doesn't touch the ultimate bottom line of Merit Palace, he can make any conditions. Looking at Tianjun, whose eyes were glowing red, Elder Chiu directly brought out a condition that no one could reject. Being able to make a breakthrough on the spot represented Chu Zhongtian's amazing perception. And compared to talent and potential, comprehension ability was more important. The higher the cultivation of a martial artist, the more difficult it would be to improve the stage. Especially when he reached the Divine Soul stage, it would take a long time for him to break through to the minor stage. If a warrior wanted to break through to the stage in a short period of time, the effect of his comprehension ability had exceeded his qualifications and potential. Apart from Chu Zhongtian's amazing comprehension ability that made Elder Chiu's heart move, the reason why he couldn't give up on roping in Chu Zhongtian was because of his action of placing a 7th grade middle rank spirit stone in front of him. To be able to use spirit stones to arrange a simplified version of the spirit gathering formation at the scene indicated that not only did Chu Zhongtian have the talent to become a formation master, but he might even be a true formation master now. He had monstrous talent and comprehension ability, and he also had the talent to become a formation master. A genius like this was definitely not someone that any major power could easily give up on. When the other 8 elders who were sitting in the throne heard Elder Chiu's request, their original thoughts immediately dissipated. Compared to the Sex and Merit Palace, the absorption force they had was too weak. It was impossible for them to move a peerless genius like Chu Zhongtian. Elder Chiu, our request is the same as theirs. As long as you don't touch our core secret, you can make any request. Nephew Tian, don't you want to think about it? Facing Tianjun, who refused to give in, Elder Chiu, who had been smiling all this time, suddenly looked gloomy. There was even a strong threat in his tone. Elder Chiu, junior brother Tian's decision just now was the decision of sect leader's faction. Although Tianjun was a peerless genius that was rarely seen in the Floating Cloud sect, his cultivation speed was indeed astonishing. However, he was still very young after all. His cultivation time was too short. His cultivation base was far inferior to Elder Chiu's. Therefore, when Tianjun faced Elder Chiu's threat, he felt a heavy pressure. At this moment, a voice came from behind him, supporting him. Tianjun turned his head and saw that person. He hurriedly stood up and greeted respectfully, "Hello, eldest senior brother." Elder Chiu saw the person who suddenly appeared on the high platform and openly supported Tianjun. His gloomy face instantly became very nervous. He even subconsciously muttered to himself, "Why is he here?" After Tianjun bowed, he bypassed the throne beside him and stood behind eldest senior brother. "I am Long Xingyun. Uncle Zhao, hello?" His eldest senior brother nodded and praised Tianjun. Then his figure gradually disappeared. At the same time, Long Xingyun's figure gradually became clearer in front of Zhao Enjuan. When the figure standing in front of Zhao Enjuan completely appeared, Long Xingyun bowed to Zhao Enjuan. "Long Xingyun, your current strength is only a little bit weaker than mine. Perhaps you will surpass me in the next moment, so you don't have to be so respectful to me. The technique Long Xingyun used just now was called the form displacement transposition. It was the secret technique that belonged to a low-grade earth rank. It was through this secret technique that Zhao Enjuan found out Long Xingyun's true strength. Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but sigh when he saw that the cultivation base of the disciples who were younger than him was about to surpass his. No, other than being my master, you are also the person I respect the most in my life. Regardless of whether my strength will surpass yours in the future, you will always be the person I respect the most. Your teacher took in a good disciple like you. Long Xingyun's promise made Zhao Enjuan sigh. Then he turned his gaze to Chu Zhongtian, who was breaking through to the 9th level of body refining. He couldn't help but feel a trace of anticipation in his heart. He hoped that Chu Zhongtian would be like Long Xingyun in the future. Whether it was in terms of strength or character, he would be able to reach Long Xingyun's level. When Long Xingyun saw Zhao Enjuan looking at Chu Zhongtian, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. A trace of nervousness arose in his heart. Regarding the ownership of Chu Zhongtian, the 8 elders present had no competition at all. Even if the overall strength of Elder Chiu in Merit Palace was on par with the people of sect leader's faction, Long Xingyun didn't fear him at all. If Elder Chiu from Merit Palace continued to make requests, Long Xingyun would immediately send him out of Trial Peak after taking down the arena. The only thing that he was not confident about was Uncle Zhao, who had a temperamental personality and could do whatever he wanted. The advancement of Chu Zhongtian's mind state had directly broken through the barrier of the stage. Combined with the spiritual chi formed by 10,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, in just 10 minutes, he had successfully broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. After his breakthrough, he wasn't in a hurry to get up. On the contrary, he took out a small portion of the pills, and then he combined the pills with enough spiritual chi to quickly consolidate his cultivation. There was a natural flaw in his breakthrough, and that was that after his cultivation base broke through, he was temporarily unable to control his strength after his breakthrough. If he were to fight with others at this time, the strength he could display would not even be as good as before his breakthrough. Therefore, very few people chose to make a breakthrough on the spot. However, to Chu Zhongtian, although this flaw existed, he had reached the limit of his potential. This allowed him to consolidate his cultivation for a very short period of time, and it was enough to ensure that he could smoothly participate in the next round of the competition. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was using medicinal pills and spiritual chi to consolidate the stage, Long Xingyun immediately had an idea. He took out a pill that emitted a strong fragrance from the storage ring finger on his finger, then turned his head and instructed Tianjun. Junior brother Tian, help me give this upper-rank 7th grade spirit condensation pill to junior brother Chu, so that he can consolidate his cultivation base faster, and not delay his upcoming competition. All right. Tianjun's eyes couldn't help but light up when he saw his eldest senior brother take out the upper-rank 7th grade spirit condensation pill. The spirit condensation pill gathered the scattered spiritual power and vital spirit within a martial artist's body. It was a top medicinal pill that was specially used to consolidate the stage. It was the best choice for those geniuses who could make it to the scene. If Chu Zhongtian could consume this level 7 spirit condensation pill, it would only take him 30 seconds at most. After he broke through, his cultivation base would be completely consolidated. No need. I have a way to help him consolidate his cultivation base after breaking through. Zhao Enjuan, who had a calm expression, saw that Long Xingyun was planning to use a level 7 pill. After he knew that Long Xingyun had a good impression of Chu Zhongtian, he immediately became very nervous. Although he wanted to use sect leader to test Chu Zhongtian's loyalty, his ultimate goal was not to let Chu Zhongtian join sect leader's department, but to pass down all the knowledge he had learned in his life to him. Therefore, he could not accept Long Xingyun's evil intention of using a mere level 7 pill to gain Chu Zhongtian's good impression. After stopping Long Xingyun from giving the pill to him, a drop of white water that emitted a strong fragrance suddenly appeared on Zhao Enjuan's finger. 1,000-year spirit milk. Seeing the milky white water drop on Zhao Enjuan's finger, Tianjun's eyes widened, and his voice was filled with shock and envy. This is a diluted 1,000-year spirit milk. Long Xingyun said solemnly after sensing the energy contained within the water droplet. Long, do you want the complete 1,000-year spirit milk? Zhao Enjuan asked with a smile when he saw the desire on Long Xingyun's face. I want it, but I can't. Long Xingyun told the truth. The reason Zhao Enjuan took out the diluted 1,000-year spirit milk was obvious. He wanted to give it to Chu Zhongtian. So Long Xingyun suppressed the desire in his heart and turned his head away from paying attention to the 1,000-year spirit milk on his finger. Zhao Enjuan could not help but nod his head when he saw that Long Xingyun could easily suppress the desire in his heart. At the same time, he felt a trace of envy and jealousy towards his senior brother. He envied his senior brother for having a disciple like Long Xingyun. However, the person he took a fancy to wasn't any worse than Long Xingyun. Thinking of this, Zhao Enjuan stretched out his hand and flicked the milky white water droplet on Chu Zhongtian's forehead. After that, the milky white water droplet went through the skin on his forehead and entered his body. It was not easy for him to use medicinal pills and spiritual qi to suppress the spiritual power that was produced from his breakthrough. Chu Zhongtian was making the best use of his time to categorize the newly added spiritual power into the dantian. But at this moment, a force that made his heart tremble flowed through his sea of consciousness into his body. The energy instantly surged into his body and stirred the spiritual power within his body. This allowed his cultivation base, which had just broken through, to continue increasing rapidly. At this moment, there was no way he could stop the massive power that erupted within his body. He could only circulate the Taishan Heart Sutra's cultivation technique with all his might and absorb the energy within his body with all his might. 2 minutes later, a rumbling sound echoed in his mind. 3 minutes later, a second booming sound rang out in his mind. 5 minutes later, a third explosion rang out in his mind. He had just broken through to the early 9th level of body refining, and had quickly advanced to the mid-stage, the high level, and finally to the peak stage. After breaking through to the peak stage, he had only consumed less than 1/10 of the energy that had entered his body. The remaining energy began to consciously suppress the violent spiritual power in his body and drive it into the dantian. When all the spiritual power that was flowing around his body had entered the dantian, the remaining energy quickly condensed into a drop of water that floated above the dantian. I only have one purpose in using the diluted 1,000-year spirit milk to help you improve and consolidate your cultivation. This time, in the ranking competition of the sex competition, you must win the championship with your complete victory. Otherwise, I will take back the remaining 1,000-year spirit milk. When Chu Zhongtian had fully consolidated his stage, Zhao Enjuan wanted to encourage Chu Zhongtian, but the words he said had changed. Chu Zhongtian didn't care about Zhao Enjuan's threat, but he had a slight desire for the 1,000-year spirit milk that Zhao Enjuan had just mentioned. Although he didn't know what the 1,000-year spirit milk was, it only consumed less than 1/10 of its energy to help him advance 3 small stages of the stage. This was enough to show how precious the 1,000-year spirit milk was. What made Chu Zhongtian even more excited was that there were still 90% of the remaining 1,000-year spirit milk floating on the dantian, which was enough for him to break through to the qi transforming period with ease. After suppressing the excitement in his heart, Chu Zhongtian began to feel the changes in his strength. Number 13. Chu Zhongtian, have you consolidated your stage after breaking through? Just as Chu Zhongtian was feeling the changes in his strength, Zhong Fakin's voice suddenly came into his ears. Peak Master Zhong, I'm really sorry to have delayed everyone's viewing of the competition. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhong Fakin and said, after breaking through to the 9th level of body refining, he had paid attention to the situation on the arena. He found that, because of his temporary breakthrough, the ranking competition had temporarily stopped. It's all right. Hurry up and leave. When Zhong Fakin saw Chu Zhongtian's polite attitude, his dissatisfaction immediately disappeared. The first match of the 7th round will be between number 1, Guo Zhaoli, and number 7, Lu Jiafu. After observing the previous rounds, Chu Zhongtian was already familiar with their strength and fighting style. Therefore, he took this opportunity to continue feeling the changes in his own strength. With the help of the 1,000-year spirit milk given by Zhao Enjuan, his cultivation base rose from 8th layer peak of the body refining period to 9th layer peak of the body refining period. Through the few rounds of competition just now, Chu Zhongtian already knew his previous strength. If he didn't use his final trump card, his strength would be able to reach the Qi transforming period first grade peak. If he used his lowest level, his strength could reach the early second layer of the Qi transforming period. Now that his cultivation base had increased by an entire minor stage, his true strength would definitely surpass the first level Qi transforming period peak and the early second layer of the Qi transforming period. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Through the observation of the first 6 rounds, Chu Zhongtian found that Luizong, who was ranked first, and He Ying, who was ranked second, had already reached the second layer of the Qi transforming period. However, he didn't know which stage they had reached. Initially, he thought that if he couldn't defeat the two of them even if he used his final trump card, he would have to use the purple blood in his body to use the first technique of the Blood Devil art to defeat them. Although the Blood Demon Great method he casted would cause some people to criticize him, as long as Zhao Enjun was here, he wasn't afraid that someone would attack him because of the Blood Demon Great method. Now, his cultivation base had broken through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, and his true strength had reached the second layer of the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian believed that he would be able to defeat Luizong and He Ying with all his strength and trump cards. Guo Zhaoli and Lu Jiafu's strength were very similar. The battle between the two of them was very exciting. However, for some of the people present, the exciting battle couldn't arouse their interest. At this moment, they were thinking more about Chu Zhongtian. As Guo Zhaoli, who was stronger, finally defeated Lu Jiafu with his powerful spiritual power, the first match of the 7th round had ended. The second match of the 7th round was between Luizong, who was ranked first, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th. After a period of healing, Zhang Renyuan's damaged mind had basically recovered. Therefore, when he ascended the arena, he didn't admit defeat when facing Luizong, who was ranked first in terms of strength. Instead, he fought with all his strength. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't as good as his opponent's. The damaged natal spirit sword couldn't use the exquisite sword technique, which caused Zhang Renyuan to lose to Luizong's sword in the end. The 7th and 3rd round of the competition had attracted a lot of attention. This was because the participant was the 2nd-ranked He Ying versus the 5th-ranked Zhao Qing. Whether it was the 2nd-ranked He Ying or the 5th-ranked Zhao Qing, they were both extremely popular competitors. Therefore, the battle between the two of them immediately drew the attention of the audience. Senior brother He, I really admire you from the bottom of my heart. You are the 2nd strongest expert among the disciples of the outer sect. After boarding the arena, Zhao Qing sincerely complimented him. Junior sister Zhao, this is not the first time we met. We have fought several times during this period of time. So if you have anything to say, just say it directly. There is no need to beat around the bush. Seeing Zhao Qing's sincere gaze, He Ying frowned slightly. He said with some hesitation. He Ying was different from Chu Zhongtian. When fighting, there was no difference between men and women in Chu Zhongtian's eyes. In order to win, not only would he tease her verbally, he would even attack her private parts. However, for the strong He Ying, the opponent he didn't want to face the most was a woman, especially a beautiful woman. Besides, he knew this woman. Zhao Qing fit these criteria perfectly. Senior brother He, when I was fighting with Chu Zhongtian just now, not only was my weapon damaged, my mind was also seriously injured. I can only use all my strength at the 6th level. Mr. He, I only beg you to show mercy. Don't let me lose too badly. When Zhao Qing spoke of her tragic encounter, her bright eyes had already turned red, causing the hearts of the male disciples below to ache. Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly, and his face showed an unhappy expression, because when he fought with Zhao Qing, the eruption of his attribute power had indeed damaged her soft sword. But from beginning to end, he had not injured her. At this moment, besides wanting to arouse He Ying's pity for her, she also wanted to provoke He Ying's hatred towards Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian really regretted it. If he had known that Zhao Qing was so narrow-minded and treacherous, he would not have spent so much effort to force her to take off the arena. He should have injured her on the spot and forced her to admit defeat. Junior sister, although I really want to show mercy, this competition is about whether I can enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm or not. No matter what, I have to win the championship. Facing Zhao Qing's pleading, He Ying thought about it again and finally decided to use all his strength. This caused Zhao Qing, who had been pretending to be pitiful, to instantly change her expression. You men don't know how to show compassion to women. He Ying looked at Zhao Qing, who had suddenly changed her expression, and a shocked expression flashed across his face. Because he never would have thought that Zhao Qing, who looked gentle and lovely, would change her face so quickly. It was so fast that he could not accept it at all, so fast that he could not react at all. Taking advantage of He Ying's shock, the soft sword in Zhao Qing's hand instantly turned into a poisonous snake that preyed on its prey. It cooperated with Zhao Qing's intermediate movement technique, which had already entered the peak stage, and directly attacked the vital spot in He Ying's heart. He Ying was ranked second. His true strength was not inferior to Luizong's, and his vigilance was very high. Although He Ying was distracted for a moment because of Zhao Qing's sudden change in personality, when the attack was 1 meter away from the vital area of He Ying's heart, He Ying had already reacted. He Ying's movement technique pushed his body back quickly. When he was a certain distance away from Zhao Qing, he was so angry that he started to exert the true strength of a second layer of the Qi transforming period. At this moment, Zhao Qing, who was attacking with all her strength, suddenly retreated and shouted, I admit defeat. He Ying had already used all his strength. He was about to teach Zhao Qing a lesson, but he was fooled by her again. He had accumulated all of the spiritual power's martial techniques, but he was unable to release them. He was almost counterattacked by the power of the spiritual power when it was withdrawn. Damn it! He Ying looked at Zhao Qing, who was smiling. He had always been polite, but this was the first time he showed a ferocious expression. For the first time in his heart, he wanted to kill her. At this moment, he was very impressed by Chu Zhongtian. He admired his ruthlessness, admired him for not being fooled by a beautiful girl, and admired him for being able to deal with a beautiful girl that he knew. Chu Zhongtian looked at He Ying, who had nowhere to vent his power and had a ferocious expression on his face. A trace of a smile appeared on his unhappy face. After Zhong Fakin announced the result of the competition, He Ying forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and walked down from the arena hatefully. The fourth match in the 7th round was the real highlight of this round. Because the contestants were the 3rd-ranked Xia Luoxing and the 7th-ranked speed-type contestant, Ma Qiwei. Junior brother Ma, just admit defeat. After Xia Luoxing climbed onto the arena, he looked at Ma Qiwei coldly and said, Xia Luoxing's condescending tone ignited the fury in Ma Qiwei's heart. In Ma Qiwei's heart, only Luizong and He Ying were the opponents he thought he couldn't defeat in this batch of outer sect disciples. Apart from these two, he didn't put any other disciples in his eyes, including the 3rd-ranked Xia Luoxing. Originally, he had already planned to defeat Xia Luoxing with the speed of the number 1 disciple of outer sect. He wanted to let Su Hua and the higher-ups of law enforcement peak see who was worthy of their nurturing. However, before the match began, Su Hua specifically told him to admit defeat so that Xia Luoxing could have a round of rest and time to adjust his condition. In this way, he would be able to better deal with the battle between him and the 1st-ranked Luizong. Why? Why did he have to admit defeat in order to ensure that Xia Luoxing could defeat Luizong? He couldn't accept it. This was Ma Qiwei's straightforward response. But no matter how he refused to accept it, he didn't dare to go against Su Hua's wishes. After all, he had too much to do with law enforcement peak. He didn't dare to offend law enforcement peak either. Ma Qiwei didn't dare offend Su Hua, but that didn't mean he was willing to admit defeat. Therefore, before he admitted defeat, Ma Qiwei provoked him with a disdainful expression. Xia Luoxing, I admit defeat not because I'm inferior to you, but because of Hall Master Su's orders. So I will follow Hall Master Su's arrangements and admit defeat, but after the great sect competition ends, I will officially challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? I will be waiting. Xia Luoxing already knew that Ma Qiwei looked down on him and had always wanted to challenge him. If it wasn't for law enforcement peak persuading him many times before the great sect competition, they would have already fought in advance to see who was ranked 3rd among the true outer sect disciples and who was the strongest amongst the new disciples of law enforcement peak. The reason why Xia Luoxing readily agreed to Ma Qiwei's challenge was because after the Great Sect competition ended, they would go into secluded cultivation to break through to the Qi transformation stage and advance to the inner sect disciples. Therefore, he wanted to establish his position as the #1 disciple of law enforcement peak before advancing to the inner sect. This was a competition that decided the ranking of the third place. Initially, everyone was looking forward to seeing whether Xia Luoxing, who was ranked third in terms of strength, would win or Ma Qiwei, who was good at speed, win. However, Ma Qiwei admitting defeat on his own accord made the audience very dissatisfied. Some of the audience even started to curse. Ma Qiwei, you are a coward. Ma Qiwei, you are not a man at all. Ma Qiwei, where is your courage when facing senior brother He? How did you become a coward when facing senior brother Xia? Ma Qiwei, if you are a man, then take back your words of admitting defeat and fight seriously. Ma Qiwei admitted defeat on his own accord, causing the popularity he had accumulated with great difficulty to drop to a freezing point. This made him, who was already in a bad mood, feel even more depressed. At this moment, Ma Qiwei's eyes were filled with resentment as he looked at Su Hua. Su Hua was also very depressed. Su Hua actually liked Ma Qiwei more. He believed that Ma Qiwei would definitely surpass Xia Luoxing in the future and become an important figure in law enforcement peak. However, Xia Luoxing wasn't an ordinary person. He had the support of a high-ranking person in law enforcement peak behind him. Before the competition, that expert had personally looked for Su Hua and told him to ensure that Xia Luoxing would enter the top 3 in the sex competition no matter what. Because only the top 3 contestants were qualified to enter Heaven Baron's secret realm half a year later. The Heaven Baron's secret realm was very important to the body refining stage, Qi transforming period, and essence gathering stage disciples. Su Hua didn't feel any pressure from that expert's request. This was because Xia Luoxing was ranked third among the disciples of the outer sect. There wasn't much difference between him and Luizong, who was ranked first, and He Ying, who was ranked second. As long as Su Hua secretly helped Xia Luoxing during the elimination round, allowing him to enter the ranking competition in a perfect condition, perhaps he would be able to challenge Luizong and He Ying and become the champion of this year's sex competition. However, after the true beginning of the ranking competition, and when all the contestants started to show their true strength, Su Hua gradually realized that something wasn't right. This was because he discovered that Luizong, who was ranked first, and He Ying, who was ranked second, were far stronger than Xia Luoxing. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian's strength was also very strong. Chu Zhongtian had suddenly broken through to the 9th level of body refinement, and with Zhao Enjun's help, he had broken through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period in one fell swoop. This made Su Hua very worried about whether Xia Luoxing would be able to stay in the top 3. It was also because of this reason that he made Ma Qiwei admit defeat on his own accord, to ensure that Xia Luoxing would be able to fight Luizong, who was ranked first, in a perfect condition. Even if Xia Luoxing lost to Luizong, he would still be able to explain to the experts behind Xia Luoxing. Chu Zhongtian could roughly guess the reason why Ma Qiwei admitted defeat on his own accord. Any schemes and tricks were useless in front of absolute strength. Besides, it was his turn to fight in the next round of the competition, and his opponent was Sun Jimin, who was good at defending and counterattacking. He had yet to familiarize himself with his current strength. At this moment, he could use his full strength against Sun Jimin, who was good at defending and counterattacking. "Hello, senior brother Sun." Chu Zhongtian was the first to speak. "Hello." Sun Jimin had a simple and honest personality, and was not good at socializing. Chu Zhongtian had defeated Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th. This made Sun Jimin know that he was definitely not a match for Chu Zhongtian. Furthermore, Chu Zhongtian's current strength would definitely be stronger. He hoped that Chu Zhongtian would show mercy, but he didn't know how to say it. The competition begins. Zhong Fakan, who was in charge of the competition, didn't care about that. He wanted to see how strong Chu Zhongtian was after breaking through on the spot, so he directly announced the start of the competition. As long as Chu Zhongtian paid attention to his defense when attacking, when he faced Sun Jimin, who was good at defending and counterattacking, he didn't have to worry about his own safety. Furthermore, he wanted to test his strength after breaking through. Therefore, he didn't use the sword method martial technique at the beginning. Instead, he used the basic saber technique and movement technique to attack. Chu Zhongtian had fully understood his current strength by repeatedly using the basic saber technique. Without the enhancement of his attribute, his strength had already reached the early second layer of the Qi transforming period. If he used the enhancement of his attribute, his combat strength would reach the second layer of the Qi transforming period mid-stage. If he used the purple blood in his body, his combat strength could reach the late second layer of the Qi transforming period. If he could cooperate with the situation that affected his environment, his combat strength could reach the second layer of the Qi transforming period peak. At this moment, he had full confidence in winning the championship. Sun Jimin's strength was ranked 6th among the disciples of the outer sect. His own defense was really strong. It was very difficult for an ordinary first-level Qi transforming period opponent to break through his defense, but when he faced the combat strength of a first-level Qi transforming period peak, his defense didn't last long. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian was only testing his strength after breaking through. He didn't use any powerful attacks, nor did he use any attribute power. This allowed Sun Jimin to choose to admit defeat without suffering any injuries. Junior brother Chu, thank you for showing mercy to me. After admitting defeat, Sun Jimin expressed his gratitude to Chu Zhongtian. As the 6th-ranked expert, Sun Jimin knew very well that Chu Zhongtian had only used the basic saber technique when he attacked him. He didn't use any of his attributes. Otherwise, with Chu Zhongtian's powerful attack, he only needed to use the saber technique, which contained the power of his attribute, to severely injure Sun Jimin. Senior brother Sun, I admire your defense as well. After Chu Zhongtian praised Sun Jimin, he turned around and walked down from the arena. In the 6th match of the 7th round, the contestants were Wang Hanzhong, who was ranked 10th, and Ma Baohua, who was ranked 13th. Wang Hanzhong and Ma Baohua had lost several matches in a row. They both wanted to win 1 to 2 matches. Therefore, an unimaginable battle broke out between the two of them as soon as they started fighting. They used all their strength in every attack and defense. Fortunately, when Chu Zhongtian vented his anger, Wang Hanzhong's sword technique and strength had improved a step further. In the end, he defeated Ma Baohua and won the first match since the start of the ranking competition. After 7 continuous rounds of competition, the competition for the points ranking was unusually intense. At this time, the people who had maintained the all-win record and scored 7 points were Luizong, He Ying, who was ranked 1st, and Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd. Although Chu Zhongtian had also maintained a complete victory record, because he had been emptied in the 2nd round, his current points were only 6 points, and he was temporarily ranked 4th. Zhao Qing lost to Chu Zhongtian, Xia Luoxing, and He Ying. In her 7 matches, she had 4 wins and 3 losses. Her score was 4 points, and she was temporarily ranked 5th. Guo Zhaoli had gained the upper hand in the first 7 rounds because of his ranking. He only lost to Chu Zhongtian, Sun Jimin, and Xia Luoxing. He had won 4 battles and lost 3 battles, accumulating 4 points. He and Zhao Qing were tied in 5th place. Ma Qiwei lost to Luizong and He Ying. Furthermore, Xia Luoxing admitted defeat in a battle with him. He had won 3 out of 6 battles and had accumulated 3 points. He was temporarily ranked 7th. Zhang Renyuan lost to Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Qing, Xia Luoxing, He Ying, and Lui Kong. He won 2 battles and lost 5 battles. He had accumulated 2 points and was temporarily ranked 8th. Sun Jimin lost to Zhang Renyuan, Zhao Qing, Xia Luoxing, He Ying, and Lui Kong. He had won 6 out of 7. He had accumulated 1 point and was temporarily ranked 9th. Wang Hanzhong lost to Xia Luoxing, He Ying, Luizong, Guo Zhaoli, and Chu Zhongtian. He had won 1 of the 6 battles and had accumulated 1 point. He was temporarily ranked 9th with Sun Jimin. Lu Jiafu and Ma Baohua had lost 7 times and accumulated 0 points. They were ranked in the last 2 places. Basically, they did not have the chance to be ranked in the top 10. After the 49th round of the competition, the ranking competition's competition schedule was already more than half. However, Zhong Faken still did not plan to rest and continue to announce the start of the competition. In the 8th round of the first match, contestant number 1, Guizhaoli versus contestant number 5, Zhao Qing. Although the flexible sword in Zhao Qing's hand was injured by Chu Zhongtian's attributes, it was not her vital spirit tool, so it did not have much influence on her own strength. After dozens of moves, Zhao Qing forced Guizhaoli to admit defeat and win the 5th match of ranking competition. The second match of the 8th round was the real highlight of this round. It was also the match that everyone had been looking forward to since the start of the match, because the two of them were fighting Luizong, who was ranked 1st, against Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd. With Su was secret help, Xia Luoxing was given a round of rest and time to adjust his condition. However, Luizong's opponent in the previous round was Lu Jiafu, so he didn't waste too much time and spiritual power. After Zhong Fakan announced the start of the competition, the two of them didn't choose to attack immediately. Instead, they looked at each other, constantly looking for flaws in each other's bodies so that they could seize the initiative. After looking at each other for a while, the fiery Xia Luoxing attacked first. Because he discovered that Luizong's entire body was like a rock, without a single flaw. Since he could not find his breakpoint while they were still, he would use his attacks to find his flaws. Seeing Xia Luoxing who attacked first, Luizong smiled and revealed a trace of disdain on his face. Although Xia Luoxing's cultivation base was not bad, his mind-state cultivation base was too weak. It wasn't difficult to defeat him. Therefore, after Xia Luoxing attacked first, Luizong did not advance, but retreated instead, and began to accumulate strength as he retreated. When he was about to retreat to the edge of the arena, it was also when he had accumulated strength to the peak. He finally discovered a tiny flaw in Xia Luoxing's attack. Luizong, who was good at seizing opportunities, could not let go of this opportunity. His combat strength, which was beyond the first-grade Qi transforming period peak, and his natal sword spirit struck Xia Luoxing's flaw with lightning speed, causing Xia Luoxing, who was charging at him, to fly back to his original position. As he flew backwards, he spat out a mouthful of blood. After the first attack was effective, Luizong didn't give his opponent any chance to catch his breath. His movement technique combined with his basic leg technique directly kicked Xia Luoxing, who was spitting out blood, out of the arena. With just one attack, Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd, was easily defeated by Lui Kong. This caused the audience to be in disbelief. They all stared blankly at Xia Luoxing, who had fallen under the arena, and forgot to shout and cheer. In fact, Chu Zhongtian did not find it strange that Luizong was able to defeat Xia Luoxing with one move, although Xia Luoxing's cultivation base was not bad. After a few rounds of competition, Chu Zhongtian had already seen through his fatal weakness. His mind-state's cultivation base was too low, and he was very impatient, so he was unable to display his true strength. If Xia Luoxing was facing an opponent whose strength was inferior to his, he could easily defeat his opponent with his formidable strength. However, if he was facing an opponent whose strength was greater than his, the flaw of his mind-state's cultivation base would be exposed. This not only made it impossible for him to display his true strength, but also the strength of his 8th level. This was also the reason why Chu Zhongtian tried his best to suppress his cultivation and improve his mind-state cultivation. Ma Qiwei looked at Xia Luoxing, who was defeated with just a single strike. The smile on his face couldn't be hidden at all. If not for the fact that the current situation did not allow him to do so, he would even want to use clapping to vent his frustration after being forced to admit defeat. Su Hua looked at Xia Luoxing, who was defeated with just one strike. His face was unusually gloomy. Apart from complaining that Xia Luoxing's performance was disappointing, he was also worried that Xia Luoxing wouldn't be able to accept the cruel reality of being defeated in one move. If he could not accept the cruel reality of being defeated with just one strike, it would cause his mind state to be in chaos, and he would not be able to display his strength as the 3rd place in the competition. Then, how should he explain the ranking competition's result to law enforcement peak and the experts behind Xia Luoxing? When Su Hua thought of this, he couldn't care less about the shocked gazes of the crowd. He immediately appeared beside Xia Luoxing. When he saw Xia Luoxing's dull expression, he couldn't help but feel nervous. Luizong's all-out attack just now had not only caused Xia Luoxing's body to suffer heavy injuries, it had also caused his mind state to suffer irreparable injuries. Xia Luoxing's injuries could be healed with top-grade pills, but the injuries on his mind state couldn't be healed with pills. Suwa took out a level 7 healing pill from his storage bag and forcefully fed it into Xia Luoxing's mouth, temporarily suppressing the injuries in his body. After that, Suwa carried Xia Luoxing up and begged Zhong Fakin and the elders on the platform. Peak Master Zhong, elders, junior brother Xia is seriously injured. I have to make the best use of my time to bring him to treat his injuries, so as not to leave behind any side effects. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to the people behind him. Suwa didn't wait for Zhong Fakin's permission. He casted the movement technique and left the peak of the mountain while shouting, "Peak Master Zhong, elders, I guarantee that junior brother Xia will be able to participate in the next round of the competition on time." Zhong Fakin looked at Suwa, who didn't care about whether he agreed or not, and left with Xia Luoxing without permission. His face darkened. However, when he recalled that Suwa's father was the deputy mountain lord of Law Enforcement Peak, he looked at Long Xingyun and Zhao Injuan, who were sitting on the black throne with a gloomy expression. This was because these two people were the only ones who weren't afraid of Law Enforcement Peak, and they even dared to challenge the dignity of Law Enforcement Peak. Unfortunately, both Long Xingyun and Zhao Injuan didn't seem to notice his pleading expression. They looked into the distance with empty eyes. Zhong Fakin couldn't help but sigh when he saw Long Xingyun and Zhao Injuan avoiding their gazes. Since Long Xingyun and Zhao Injuan didn't want to stand out, he could only suppress his depression in his heart and continue to announce the start of the competition. The contestants for the third match in the 8th round were He Ying, who was ranked 2nd, and Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th. The process of the competition and the result were not out of everyone's expectations. Before Zhong Fakin could announce the start of the competition, Lu Jiafu, who had ascended the arena, admitted defeat on his own accord. After He Ying and Lu Jiafu walked down the arena, Chu Zhongtian took a look at Dongfang Yuner before going up to the arena. He found that she still chose to remain silent at this moment. She was still unwilling to accept what he did to Zhao Qing. He had already made a decision in his heart. After that, he casted the movement technique and jumped onto the arena, waiting for his opponent to ascend the arena. When the 9th-ranked Meng Fangqiang stepped onto the arena, Chu Zhongtian politely greeted, "Senior brother Meng." "Hello. I am Chu Zhongtian." "Junior brother Chu." "Hello. I am Meng Fangqiang." Meng Fangqiang saw that Chu Zhongtian was very friendly to him and did not look down on him like the previous contestants, so he felt touched in his heart. However, he knew very well that no matter how friendly and polite Chu Zhongtian was, when the competition really began, he would become a strong man who only cared about fighting. In order to avoid being hit hard by Chu Zhongtian, Meng Fangqiang said that he would admit defeat after greeting him. "I admit defeat." Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian wasn't the least bit surprised. Before Chu Zhongtian's stage broke through, his strength wasn't any weaker than Xia Luoxing's. After his stage broke through, his strength had already reached the level of Luizong and He Ying. If Meng Fangqiang didn't admit defeat, then he could only wait for Chu Zhongtian to strike down his arena. In the 8th round, the contestants in the 5th match were Sun Jimin, who was ranked 6th, and Ma Baohua, who was ranked 13th. Although Sun Jimin was ranked 6th, most of his strength was reflected in his defense. His attack power wasn't very outstanding. Therefore, after the match began, Ma Baohua didn't take the initiative to admit defeat. Instead, he used his speed to attack Sun Jimin. Ma Baohua's idea was right. Sun Jimin, who was good at defending and counterattacking, did not have a strong attack power. His movement speed was slow, but this was only relative. For an expert like Chu Zhongtian, who had both attack and defense, Sun Jimin's attack power was not very effective. However, for Ma Baohua, his attack power was a huge threat. Furthermore, Sun Jimin was good at defending and counterattacking. Therefore, Sun Jimin used the flaw that Ma Baohua had revealed due to carelessness to use an irresistible fist technique to strike him down from the arena, winning the match. The 6th match of the 8th round was between Guo Zhaoli, who was ranked 10th, and Ma Qiwei, who was ranked 7th. The result of the match was obvious. Guo Zhaoli would definitely admit defeat on his own accord. Because Ma Qiwei had absolute speed, his true combat strength had probably reached the level of Xia Luoxing. Furthermore, both of them belonged to the law enforcement peak. No matter what, Guo Zhaoli couldn't consume too much of Ma Qiwei's spiritual power. After a few rounds of competition in the ranking competition, Chu Zhongtian finally found out that the fact that Su Hua had asked Lin Dong to tell him that the top 10 in the law enforcement peak had already been decided was a lie. Through observing the 7 rounds of competition in the ranking competition, Chu Zhongtian found out that out of the 13 contestants who could participate in the competition, there were only 5 participants who were disciples of the law enforcement peak. These 5 contestants were most likely Xia Luoxing, Ma Qiwei, Zhang Renyuan, Guo Zhaoli, and Lu Jiafu. The remaining contestants were from different sects. The result of Guo Zhaoli and Ma Qiwei's match was just as Chu Zhongtian had expected. Guo Zhaoli thought about it again and again. In the end, he decided to admit defeat on his own accord to prevent Su Hua and Ma Qiwei from being unhappy and affecting his status in law enforcement peak in the future. After the 8th round of the match ended, there was also no time to rest. Zhong Fakin directly announced the start of the 9th round of the competition. In the first round of the 9th round, the contestants were the 10th ranked Guo Zhaoli and the 3rd ranked Xia Luoxing. Guo Zhaoli, who had just walked down from the arena, climbed onto the arena once again. Without waiting for Zhong Fakin to speak, he said loudly, "No need to trouble senior brother Xia to climb the arena himself. I admit defeat." After saying this, Guo Zhaoli looked directly at Zhong Fakin, waiting for him to announce the result of the competition. Zhong Fakin saw that Guo Zhaoli had taken the initiative to admit defeat. He finally realized why Su Hua was so confident that Xia Luoxing could definitely come back before the next match. It turned out that he had planned everything beforehand. According to the rules of the ranking competition, the one who had no opponent in the 10th round was Xia Luoxing. This gave him more time to heal Xia Luoxing. Although Guo Zhaoli had admitted defeat, his opponent had yet to ascend the arena. This was a violation of the sex competition's rules. However, Zhong Fakin thought of the overbearing law enforcement peak, and the indifference of Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjuan on the platform. In the end, he decided not to act as the bad guy and directly announced Xia Luoxing's victory. This was probably the only time since the Floating Cloud sect organized the sex competition that a contestant won without going on the stage. This kind of aggrieved feeling made Zhong Fakin feel very uncomfortable. Zhong Fakin looked at Guo Zhaoli, who was walking down the arena complacently, and made a decision in his heart. That was, after the sex competition ended this time, he would take the initiative to resign from the position of Trial Peak's Peak Master. After that, he planned to take up an idle position, so as to avoid being looked down upon and humiliated like this. The second match in the 9th round was not only the highlight of this round, it was also the most exciting and anticipated match since the beginning of the ranking competition. It might even be a match that could decide the final champion. This was because the contestants were Luizong, who was ranked 1st, and He Ying, who was ranked 2nd. They were the contestants who had been able to maintain their complete victory since the start of the ranking competition. Luizong had won 8 battles and had accumulated 8 points. He was ranked 1st. He Ying had won 8 out of 8 battles. He had accumulated 8 points and was tied for 1st place. If Chu Zhongtian did not break through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period on the spot, become the biggest dark horse in the ranking competition, and become a key figure that might affect the final winner, then, in this round of competition, it was basically certain who would be the 1st in the sex competition. He Ying, who was ranked 2nd, was the 1st to enter the arena. After that, he stared at Luizong, who was walking up the arena step by step. He Ying, who had always been very confident, had a serious expression on his face for the first time. As the 2nd strongest disciple of the outer sect, He Ying had been coveting the 1st position for a long time. However, he had never been completely confident that he could defeat Luizong, who had occupied the 1st position for a long time. Therefore, he had never challenged Luizong. At this moment, it was his first time facing Louis Kong. Apart from feeling a trace of nervousness, He Ying's heart was also filled with anticipation. If he could defeat Luizong in this match, The moment the sex competition ended would be the moment he broke through to the Qi transforming period and became a disciple of the inner sect. If he lost to Luizong in this match, his confidence would suffer a huge blow. The time he needed to break through to the Qi transforming period would be delayed for a period of time. Luizong, who was walking up the arena step by step, had the same solemn expression on his face. Just like He Ying, who was full of vigilance towards him, he was also full of vigilance towards He Ying, because he wasn't 100% confident that he could defeat He Ying. I am He Ying. Hello, senior brother Louis. He Ying greeted the swordsman very seriously. Hello, junior brother He. Luizong returned the greeting with the same courtesy. Seeing Luizong and He Ying boarding the arena, Chu Zhongtian focused all his attention on the arena. He temporarily forgot everything and only paid attention to the two experts who were about to fight. After all, Luizong and He Ying were his greatest opponents in the end. If he could predict their true strength and means of attack in advance, he would be able to deal with them better. The match begins. Could the first-ranked Luizong defeat the second-ranked He Ying and continue to occupy the first position? Or could the second-ranked He Ying defeat the first-ranked Luizong and replace him as the new first-ranked master of Trial Peak? Zhong Fakin was also looking forward to it. Great snow flies. Wind rises, cloud scuds. Luizong and He Ying, who had never fought each other before, did not take the risk to display too many trump cards. At first, they only used beginner sword technique, hoping to test each other's strength through beginner sword technique. After exchanging more than 100 blows, no one could gain the upper hand. An extremely powerful beginner sword technique collided with each other. They used the rebounding force produced by the collision of weapons to retreat at the same time, then looked at each other with a serious expression. Through the exchange just now, both Luizong, who was ranked first, and He Ying, who was ranked second, knew that it was impossible to defeat their opponent with just a beginner sword technique. At the same time, after the exchange of blows just now, they had already understood each other's true strength. Therefore, the next moment, both of them began to take out their trump cards. Wind and rain impermeable. This was an intermediate sword technique that Luizong had used that had reached the small completion stage, and its power was comparable to an advanced sword technique. One leaf for autumn. This was the intermediate sword technique that He Ying had used that had reached the small completion stage. This power was also comparable to an advanced sword technique. The two top-tier natal spirit sword collided with each other. The spiritual power and martial skill on the vital spirit tool instantly exploded, producing a deafening roar. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the arena with a diameter of 50 meters trembled slightly. The fact that they could shake the arena that the artificers had specially refined was enough to show that their attack just now had already surpassed the second layer of the Qi transforming period, and had barely reached the third layer of the Qi transforming period. The two sword technique, which were comparable to advanced martial skills, collided, exploded, and offset each other. Finally, everything returned to normal. Luizong and He Ying, who were standing on both sides of the arena, were breathing heavily. They looked at each other with complicated expressions. Heavy rain. Luizong jumped up from where he stood and used another intermediate sword technique, which had reached the small completion stage, to attack He Ying. Split autumn. He Ying also used the intermediate sword technique, which had reached the small completion stage, to respond to Luizong's attack. The first time they used an intermediate sword technique that had reached the small completion stage indicated that they didn't want to continue probing and trying to determine the victor in a short period of time. Therefore, in the following attacks, they would use their strongest techniques to their heart's content. When the two of them unleashed their strongest attacks for the first time, the collision of their weapons would produce a deafening explosion. Every time a rumbling sound was heard, the arena would shake slightly. After exchanging a dozen or so blows, Luizong and He Ying chose to stop at the same time, choosing to maintain a certain distance from each other. After that, the two of them panted heavily. The power of a small completion stage intermediate sword technique was comparable to an advanced sword technique. However, for a body refining stage like them to use an advanced sword technique, not only did they need a very strong comprehension ability, they also needed to consume a lot of spiritual power and physical strength. Although Luizong and He Ying's strength had reached the second layer of the Qi transforming period, in terms of essence, they were still body-refining stage warriors. Therefore, using more than a dozen combat techniques that were comparable to advanced sword technique had consumed a lot of their physical strength and spiritual power. After the most powerful exchange just now, whether it was Luizong or He Ying, they all knew that the difference in strength between them was not big. If they wanted to win this match, they would have to depend on perseverance, stamina, and the storage of dantian and spiritual power. Bitterly cold winds and rain. After taking a few deep breaths, Luizong temporarily calmed down the surging spiritual power and blood energy in his body, then launched his third attack. He Ying's expression changed when he saw Luizong recover his combat strength a few seconds faster than him. Ignoring the spiritual power that had yet to completely calm down in his body, He Ying forcefully used a defensive sword technique. He was looking forward to temporarily blocking Luizong's attack. He Ying will definitely lose. After the third confrontation, Chu Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief and said with a voice full of pity, "Senior brother Chu, the two of them are still evenly matched." He Ying didn't show any signs of losing. Why do you think he will lose? Chu Zhongtian's judgment was full of pity, which made Shi Guangliang, who was standing beside him, want to ask for confirmation. At the same time as Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, Shi Guangliang changed his way of addressing him as senior brother. As the strongest and second strongest disciple of the outer sect, Luizong and He Ying are both experts with powerful attacks. Their strength is very close to each other. If they want to defeat their opponent, they can only choose to keep attacking, so that their opponent won't be able to handle them. They absolutely can't choose to defend and counterattack. Otherwise, they won't be able to block their opponent's fierce attacks at all. Junior brother Shi, take a closer look and see if He Ying has been defending since the third exchange. That's right. He Ying is indeed defending. After observing carefully for a while, Shi Guangliang also discovered this problem. Junior brother Shi, with Luizong's understanding of sword technique, with He Ying's current stamina and spiritual power consumption, it would at most be 10 moves. He Ying will definitely lose, Chu Zhongtian said with absolute certainty. The reason why he was sure that He Ying would definitely lose in 10 moves was because after the fight between the two of them just now, Chu Zhongtian had already figured out their true strength. Luizong's true strength had reached the peak of the second layer of the Qi transforming period. He Ying's true strength had reached the high second layer of the Qi transforming period. In terms of strength, He Ying was only slightly weaker than Luizong. However, it was this slight gap that caused the battle to take longer. The longer the battle, the more obvious the gap would be. The more obvious the gap, the more He Ying would be at a disadvantage. It would also affect the final result. The result of the battle was within Chu Zhongtian's expectations. Just as Luizong was trying his best to attack the 9th attack, which had broken through to the small completion stage, He Ying, who had his defense at its limit, was finally unable to defend against this attack. After He Ying used the movement technique to avoid this attack, he admitted his defeat. "I admit defeat." On the arena of Trial Peak, He Ying took the initiative to admit defeat. Luizong held his leg with one hand and panted heavily. Luizong's spiritual power and physical strength had been consumed too much. He had already reached his limit. "Senior brother Louis, I have lost this match. You are worthy of being the first," He Ying said sincerely. At this time, there was not a trace of sadness on his face after losing. There was only sincerity and admiration. "Junior brother you are also very strong. Actually, as long as you can withstand my 9th attack, the one who will admit defeat will be me," Luizong said. "Senior brother Louis, after the sex competition ends, we will all choose to break through to the Qi transforming period and become disciples of the inner sect. After we become disciples of the inner sect, I want to have another fight with you." He Ying kept his sword and said, "1 month later, I will wait for you in the arena of the disciples of the inner sect," Luizong said. "Under the arena." "Senior brother Chu, if you fight Luizong or He Ying, how confident are you in winning?" Shi Guangliang asked with anticipation. The competition between Luizong and He Ying was the most exciting competition since the beginning of the competition. It was through this evenly matched match that Shi Guangliang finally saw the strength of the first and second-ranked disciples of the outer sect. At this moment, what he wanted to know the most was whether Chu Zhongtian could reach their current heights. If I don't use my final 2 trump cards, I can fight them to a draw. If I use one of my trump cards, I have a 70% chance of winning. If I use all my trump cards, I have a 100% chance of defeating them. Chu Zhongtian thought for a while and gave a conservative estimate. As long as he used force, combined with the enhancement of his attribute, and the primary rank blade method that had broken through to the great completion stage, Luizong and He Ying would not be able to last long. Shi Guangliang was delighted, but the competition hadn't started yet, so he temporarily suppressed the joy in his heart. He wanted to wait until Chu Zhongtian really defeated Luizong and He Ying, then make a decision that would decide his fate. Perhaps it was because the match between Luizong and He Ying was too exciting, which caused the following match to basically not have many people paying attention to it. This made Zhang Renyuan, who had won, very depressed. Could it be that the gap in strength between him and Luizong and He Ying was so huge? Chu Zhongtian gently jumped onto the arena. With his hands behind his back, his expression was unusually relaxed. Because his opponent in this round was the 12th-ranked Lu Jiafu. Lu Jiafu didn't immediately admit defeat. He wanted to challenge Chu Zhongtian, which surprised the audience. Chu Zhongtian's true strength had already reached the stage of Luizong and He Ying. It was Lu Jiafu's best choice to admit defeat. Otherwise, Chu Zhongtian would treat his challenge as a provocation. Looking at Lu Jiafu, who had a helpless and gloomy expression, and greeted him, Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at Ma Qiwei, who was under the arena. In the blink of an eye, he understood why Lu Jiafu didn't admit defeat. Lu Jiafu probably got Ma Qiwei's order to use up his spiritual power and physical strength in this round of competition, so that he could have a certain advantage in the next round. Looking at the pitiful and begging Lu Jiafu, although Chu Zhongtian felt pity for him, since he listened to Ma Qiwei and law enforcement peak, he would not show any mercy. When Zhong Fakan announced the start of the competition, Chu Zhongtian was too lazy to take out the vital spirit tool and use the saber technique. He used the incomplete fist technique that Chu Zhongba gave him, the first Qi extermination fist of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists. After conversing with Wang Fu Qi, who was proficient in the fist technique, Chu Zhongtian's understanding of the fist technique had increased by several levels. At this moment, he could barely use the first skill of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists, the Qi extermination fist. The spiritual power in the Dantian slowly gathered on his fist with a special circulation path. Along with the spiritual power gathering in a special way, Chu Zhongtian's body gradually raised an imposing manner that affected the surrounding environment. This imposing manner was very similar to the momentum he had grasped. At the same time, this fist that had condensed an endless amount of spiritual power faintly revealed an aura that could destroy the void in front of him. Just as Chu Zhongtian was casting the first skill of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists, the expressions of Zhao Enjuan and Long Xinglong, who were sitting on the platform, changed at the same time. Both of them looked at each other and found the seriousness in each other's eyes. Chu Zhongtian was also surprised when he felt the force of the fist that could destroy the void in front of him. After obtaining the incomplete 8 trigrams 6-joint fist skill, he had only practiced it in the Chu family for a period of time. He had never used it in real life. This was the first time he had truly used the first skill of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists, the Qi extermination fist. The power of the fist technique had far exceeded his expectations. Lu Jiafu couldn't help but tremble when he felt the heavenly might coming from Chu Zhongtian's body and the power hidden in his left fist that could destroy the void. At this moment, he regretted listening to Ma Qiwei's orders and exhausting Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power and physical strength. He really wanted to shout the word, "Admit defeat," out loud. However, under the influence of Chu Zhongtian's qi, he couldn't admit defeat at all. He could only close his eyes and wait for death. When the qi accumulated on his fist reached its peak, Chu Zhongtian could no longer take back the spiritual power on his fist. He casted the Qi extermination fist and unleashed the power of his fist. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian knew about the fist technique that he had just used. The power of the ____ had probably exceeded his expectations. With Lu Jiafu's strength, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand the power of this attack. Therefore, his target was the arena that was 1 meter away from him. Under the bombardment of Chu Zhongtian's Qi extermination fist, a deep pit with a diameter of 2 meters and a depth of more than 3 meters suddenly appeared in the arena that had been specially refined by a refiner. Lu Jiafu, who had been brushed by the might of the Qi extermination fist, was completely stunned on the spot. Whether it was Chu Zhongtian or the audience below, they were all stunned when they saw the deep pit with a diameter of 2 meters that was blasted out by the Qi extermination fist. Chu Zhongtian was stunned because, besides being surprised by the power of the Qi extermination fist, he was also surprised by the consumption of the spiritual power when casting the Qi extermination fist. Just now, he had used up 9 layers of spiritual power in his dantian with just 1 Qi extermination fist. It seemed like the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists could only be used as his trump card, and he couldn't use it so easily. Peak Master Zhong. The competition is over. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhong Fakan, who was still in a daze, and couldn't help but remind him once again. His opponent Lu Jiafu was like a fool, standing there in a daze. Chu Zhongtian also hoped that Zhong Fakan could check his condition and see if the Qi extermination fist had hurt him. Zhong Fakan, who had regained his senses, looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. Then he appeared beside Lu Jiafu and called out softly, "Contestant number 7, Lu Jiafu, wake up!" However, Lu Jiafu did not respond to Zhong Fakan's call at all. Zhong Fakan had no choice but to use the power of the divine sense to check the condition of Lu Jiafu's body. As Zhong Fakan's divine sense's power entered Lu Jiafu's body, he found that all the spiritual power in his body had disappeared without a trace, as if he had never cultivated the spiritual power before. Because Lu Jiafu's spiritual power had vanished into thin air in an instant, his body was not used to it, so he temporarily entered a state of dormancy. Zhong Fakan circulated a trace of the vital spirit in his body and condensed it into a droplet. Then, he stretched out his hand and merged the droplet-shaped vital spirit into Lu Jiafu's body. After the vital spirit transformed into a spiritual power, it surged into Lu Jiafu's dantian. So I didn't die. Lu Jiafu, who had been nourished by the spiritual power once again, woke up from his hibernation state. The first reaction he had after waking up was to be shocked that he was able to keep his life under the fist technique that could destroy the void. However, when he saw the 2 meters in diameter and 3 meters deep pit that was blasted out beside him, his face instantly turned pale. Since Chu Zhongtian was able to blast the specially refined arena out of the crater, if that force had struck his body just now, then he'll be blown to pieces. That was simply too terrifying. When Lu Jiafu thought of this, he gratefully thanked Chu Zhongtian and said, "Junior brother Chu, thank you for showing mercy to me. I will remember your kindness today. If you need me in the future, I will do my best to help you." After Lu Jiafu expressed his gratitude for Chu Zhongtian's mercy, he looked past Chu Zhongtian and looked at Ma Qiwei, who was standing under the arena. He didn't hide the anger and determination in his eyes. When he saw the anger and determination in Lu Jiafu's eyes, Ma Qiwei felt depressed. Although he knew that Chu Zhongtian was very strong, Lu Jiafu was definitely not his match. However, he felt that Lu Jiafu could fight Chu Zhongtian for a period of time and consume part of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power and physical strength. He never thought that Chu Zhongtian would have such a powerful fist technique. This made Lu Jiafu bear a grudge against him. Chu Zhongtian wins. Zhong Fakan saw that there was nothing unusual about Lu Jiafu, so he quickly announced the result of the competition. Chu Zhongtian looked calm, but his heart was full of doubt. When he walked down from the arena, he still couldn't believe that the fist technique he used just now could have such terrifying power. Chu Zhongtian turned his head and looked at the 2-meter and 3-meter deep hole created by the fist technique in the center of the arena. A trace of shock flashed across his eyes. Fortunately, he felt the terror of the Qi extermination fist and changed the direction of his attack ahead of time. Otherwise, Lu Jiafu, who was a half-step Qi transforming period stage, might have been turned into powder. Chu Zhongtian took out the qi replenishing pill and dozens of level 7 spirit stones from his storage bag. After instructing Shi Guangliang, who was still in a daze, he sat down in his original spot and began to restore the 9 layers of spiritual power he had just consumed. Martial uncle, could the fist technique that junior brother Chu just used be the legendary desolate 6-joint divine fist? Using the power of the divine soul to feel the deep hole created by the qi extermination fist, Long Xingyun asked with a serious expression. Yes and no. Just like Long Xingyun, Zhao Enjuan also used the power of the divine soul to sense the remaining aura in the deep hole. His tightly locked forehead gradually relaxed. At the same time, his answer to Long Xingyun was also uncertain. Please speak clearly. Long Xingyun's doubts could not be solved. He felt uncomfortable all over, so he continued to ask. Yes, it's because the fist technique that Chu Zhongtian used just now really coincides with the description of the legendary desolate 6-joint divine fist. No, it's because the qi extermination fist he used doesn't have the unique charm of the desolate 6-joint divine fist. I think he might have obtained a pirated version of the desolate 6-joint divine fist, or a damaged, incomplete version. So that's what happened. After hearing Zhao Enjuan's explanation, Long Xingyun suddenly realized something and said. After that, he changed the topic and said with a tone full of envy and expectation. When junior brother Chu enters the Sect Lord Peak and becomes an inheritance disciple of the Sect Lord Peak, I will definitely find a way to compete with him and see if his desolate 6-joint divine fist is useful to me. Zhao Enjuan didn't say anything about Long Xingyun's expectation. He just looked at him with disdain. Due to the arena being damaged by Chu Zhongtian's fist technique, the competition was suspended. After that, Zhong Fakan discussed with the 8 elders Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjuan for a while, and one of the elders left Trial Peak. Just 3 minutes later, 5 experts wearing the uniform of blacksmiths arrived at the Trial Peak. They took a look at the 2-meter deep pit that had been blasted out and took out some materials from the storage bag to repair the damaged arena. 10 minutes later, the damaged arena was completely repaired. Aside from bowing and bidding farewell to Long Xingyun, the 5 refiners didn't pay any attention to the others. After the 5 refiners left Trial Peak, Zhong Fakan boarded the arena and started hosting the competition once again. Perhaps it was because the second round of the competition between Lu Yizong and He Ying was too exciting, or perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian's fist technique was too shocking, so no one paid any attention to the next 2 matches. The first match of the 10th round, contestant number 1, Guozhaoli versus contestant number 3, He Ying. Although He Ying had consumed too much of his spiritual power and physical strength in the last round of the competition with Lu Yizong, Chu Zhongtian had destroyed the arena, which gave him nearly 20 minutes more time to recover. At this time, he had recovered nearly 70% of his spiritual power and physical strength. Therefore, he wasn't nervous at all when facing Guozhaoli, who was in a good condition. Hello, senior brother He. Guozhaoli greeted He Ying with a smile on his face as he ascended the arena. He Ying replied with a cold expression as a response to Guozhaoli. Guozhaoli's smug look made He Ying quite dissatisfied. When He Ying thought about how Guozhaoli and Xia Luoxing had broken the rules of ranking competition, he really hated Guozhaoli in his heart. When Guozhaoli saw He Ying's cold attitude, the smile on his face disappeared, and only coldness was left on his face. The competition begins. He Ying's cold attitude satisfied Zhong Fakan. After all, the law enforcement peak disciples led by Su Hua had broken the rules of the sex competition. It was actually a form of contempt towards Zhong Fakan. Great wind rises. In order to defeat Guozhaoli as soon as possible and buy some time to recover his spiritual power and physical strength, He Ying used the intermediate sword technique that had reached the small completion stage from the very beginning. The power of this sword technique had exceeded that of a first-level qi transforming period peak. Facing He Ying's attack, Guozhaoli's expression changed dramatically. The reason he dared to provoke He Ying was because he thought that after He Ying and Lu Yizong fought, the spiritual power and his physical strength would be greatly exhausted, and He Ying would not be able to exert the strength of a first-level qi transforming period peak. However, after sensing the power of He Ying's sword technique, he regretted being overly confident. Initially, He wanted to use the fact that he had defeated He Ying to increase his popularity and satisfy his vanity. However, it was already too late for regrets. He could only try his best to resist He Ying's attack. Guo Zhaoli used all his strength to charge forward. Guo Zhaoli was ranked 10th, and his true strength had barely reached the early first layer of the Qi transforming period. When faced with a first-grade Qi transforming period peak sword technique, even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to defend against it. He was sent flying. At the same time, the remaining spiritual power of the sword technique struck his defensive spirit tool, causing him to let out a miserable cry. He Ying wins. Looking at the unconscious Guo Zhaoli, Zhong Faken did not have the slightest bit of pity. Regarding the match between He Ying and Guo Zhaoli, Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to recover his spiritual power, didn't pay any attention to it, because the result of the match was obvious. However, when Guo Zhaoli let out a miserable cry, he temporarily stopped recovering the spiritual power and opened his eyes to take a look. Shi Guangliang, who had been guarding beside Chu Zhongtian, hurriedly began to explain. After hearing Shi Guangliang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian continued to close his eyes to restore the spiritual power. The second match of the 10th round was between Lu Yizong, who was ranked 1st, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 6th. Originally, Zhang Renyuan had the same thought as Guo Zhaoli. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lu Yizong had consumed a lot of energy and had yet to recover his strength to defeat him. However, when he saw Guo Zhaoli who had fainted, he chose to admit defeat. The third match of the 10th round was between Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, and Wang Hanzhong, who was ranked 10th. According to their strength and ranking, Wang Hanzhong should have admitted defeat when facing Zhao Qing, but he didn't do so, because, with the help of Chu Zhongtian's saber technique, his strength had increased by a whole new level. He wanted to test his true strength by fighting Zhao Qing. Unfortunately, although Wang Hanzhong's strength had increased by a level, due to his low starting point, he had only reached the first-level Qi transforming period mid-stage. Facing Zhao Qing, whose strength had reached the high level of the first-level Qi transforming period and her strange and varied attacks, he was still defeated by her soft sword in the end. The fourth match of the 10th round was between Meng Fangqiang, who was ranked 8th, and Ma Baohua, who was ranked 13th. In the 9th round, Meng Fangqiang had only won one match. In order to get into the top 10, he had used his strongest technique right from the beginning of the match. This technique of his made Ma Baohua unable to retaliate. In the end, Ma Baohua took the initiative to admit defeat. The fifth match of the 10th round was between Sun Jimin, who was ranked 6th, and Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th. After experiencing the threat of Chu Zhongtian's fist technique, Lu Jiafu chose to admit defeat after taking the arena. The sixth match of the 10th round was the most eye-catching match in this round. This was because the contestants were Ma Qiwei, who was ranked 7th in terms of speed and strength, and Chu Zhongtian, who had received the most attention since the start of the competition. Although the upper-rank 8th-grade Qi replenishing pill could quickly replenish the spiritual power, which was the best pill to restore the spiritual power, the amount of time he could use it to recover the spiritual power was too short. Therefore, before the arena arrived, his spiritual power had barely recovered to the 8th level. However, the 8th level of the spiritual power was enough for him to unleash the strength of a first-grade Qi transforming period peak to deal with Ma Qiwei. The only thing that troubled Chu Zhongtian was how to limit Ma Qiwei's speed. "Hello, senior brother Ma." Chu Zhongtian greeted him calmly. Because of Shi Guangliang and law enforcement peak, he wanted to beat Ma Qiwei and let him taste the taste of being seriously injured. However, he would still follow the most basic etiquette. Facing Chu Zhongtian's greeting, Ma Qiwei only responded coldly as a reply to Chu Zhongtian's greeting. He did not have the intention of introducing himself. Chu Zhongtian didn't have any objections to this, but he could still accept it. However, Zhao Enjuan, Long Xingyun, Zhong Faken, who was sitting on the high platform, and the audience below the arena were very dissatisfied with this. If the opponent Ma Qiwei was facing right now was a disciple with a low ranking like Ma Baohua, no matter how arrogant he was, everyone would be able to accept it. After all, geniuses were arrogant. However, the opponent he was facing right now, Chu Zhongtian, was the new disciple who received the most attention after the start of the ranking competition. He was an expert whose strength was not weaker than Luizong and He Ying, and he was the most popular disciple on the scene. That was why his arrogance made everyone dissatisfied. Isn't he just good at speed? What's so great about him? That's right. If he doesn't have the advantage of speed, I think he might not be as good as Ma Baohua, who is ranked last. I deeply agree with this. I really hope that Senior Brother Chu can defeat him with one move and let him know what politeness is. How can defeating him with one move show how powerful Senior Brother Chu is? Senior Brother Chu should be able to defeat Ma Chiwei with one strike, just like how Senior Brother Louis treated Guo Zhaoli. Ma Chiwei could clearly hear the dissatisfaction and comments of the audience, but he didn't get angry because of it, because he had his own scheme. After Chu Zhongtian defeated Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th, Ma Chiwei found Chu Zhongtian's advantages and disadvantages based on his own judgment and observation. Chu Zhongtian's advantage was that he had mastered the enhancement of his attribute. His attack power was abnormally strong, and at the same time it also allowed his strength to reach the first grade Qi transforming period peak. Chu Zhongtian's disadvantage was his 9th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base, and it was because of the scarcity of his Dantian and spiritual power. If the opponent Chu Zhongtian faced was someone else, even if it was the number 1 Luizong, his own strength was enough to compare with Luizong's. However, when faced with Chu Zhongtian, who specialized in speed, he had no advantage at all. At the same time, his disadvantage would be infinitely magnified. As long as he didn't engage him in close combat, he could use his speed to fight him and use up his spiritual power. With the spiritual power stored in his half-step Qi transforming period cultivation base, he could easily use up all of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power. Once all of Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power was used up, he would basically have no threat. In other words, if he wanted to defeat Chu Zhongtian, he would be able to defeat him, and if he wanted to humiliate Chu Zhongtian, he would be able to humiliate him. His point of view was approved and supported by Su Hua. This was also the reason why Lu Jiafu obeyed his orders. The competition begins. Seeing that both of them were ready, Zhong Fakin announced the start of the competition. When Zhong Fakin announced the start of the competition, Ma Chiwei immediately used the advanced movement technique, which had broken through to the small completion stage. He used the advantage of his speed to fight Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian didn't take the risk to launch an attack. Instead, he tried his best to defend Ma Chiwei's every attack. He also quickly operated his brain to consider how to limit the opponent's speed. If he wanted to defeat Ma Chiwei, he had to limit his speed. If he wanted to limit his speed, using force that could affect the surrounding environment was the best choice. However, Chu Zhongtian didn't want to expose his trump card so early on, so he chose to defend and counterattack for the time being. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was at a disadvantage, the audience wasn't in a hurry, because they believed that Chu Zhongtian would be like Luizong and He Ying, using defense and counterattack to defeat Ma Chiwei, who was good at speed. However, Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun's tanks, who were sitting on the high platform, had a worried look in their eyes. As a mighty expert whose cultivation base was higher than the Divine Soul stage, he only needed a glance to see Chu Zhongtian's advantages and disadvantages. As well as Ma Chiwei's disadvantages and advantages, they were worried that Chu Zhongtian would choose to defend and counterattack. They couldn't be like Luizong and He Ying, who could guarantee their own spiritual power. They had used up enough of Ma Chiwei's spiritual power. 5 minutes later, Ma Chiwei used his superior speed to attack more than 100 times. He had the absolute advantage in the situation. At the same time, he made use of the fact that Chu Zhongtian cherished his spiritual power and did not dare to take the initiative to attack. After every dozen or so attacks, he would temporarily leave a certain distance and brazenly take out medicinal pills to recover his spiritual power. Seeing Ma Chiwei's provocative actions, Chu Zhongtian knew that he couldn't continue to delay like this. If he continued delaying like this, when his spiritual power was completely consumed, Ma Chiwei would still be able to maintain his peak state. At that time, it would be impossible for him to fight back even if he wanted to. Faced with his own disadvantage and Ma Chiwei's helplessness, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to use his final trump card. He activated the spiritual power in his dantian and placed it on the natal spirit blade. He was ready to use the beginner saber technique that had reached the great completion stage at any time, then he would find a chance to fight back. When Ma Qiwei used the advantage of his speed to start the fight, Chu Zhongtian's shoulders slightly moved back and forth, causing the sky and earth to change color. An aura that completely solidified the surroundings of the arena quickly rose from his body. Snatch millet in the fire. Ma Qiwei immediately became like a prey that had fallen into a swamp. His movements became abnormally slow, and even his thoughts started to slow down. On the high platform, Long Xingyun, Zhao Enjuan, and the 8 elders all stood up at the same time. When they felt the qi that could affect the surrounding environment, Long Xingyun subconsciously looked at Zhao Enjuan with a worried expression. Zhao Enjuan, on the other hand, had a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. At the same time, he couldn't help but shout in his heart, "The disciple who can truly inherit my life's knowledge has finally appeared." At this moment, Zhao Enjuan had completely given up on testing Chu Zhongtian. He secretly made up his mind that after the sex competition ended, he would immediately accept Chu Zhongtian as his disciple. He would also impart all the martial arts he had learned in his life to Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the excited Zhao Enjuan, Long Xingyun bit his lips. After thinking for a while, he finally made a decision. He closed his eyes. The power of the divine sense turned into a beam of light and shot into the void inside the sect. Under the arena, Chu Zhongtian and Ma Qiwei's match made Luizong and He Ying temporarily stop recovering the spiritual power. They were fully focused on watching the match. They wanted to see how Chu Zhongtian, whose strength was about the same as theirs, could break Ma Qiwei's speed. At the same time, they also wanted to determine in advance how much Chu Zhongtian's strength had increased. When Chu Zhongtian unleashed this aura, the two people revealed an unusually solemn expression. They saw Ma Qiwei slowly moving forward like a snail, and their expressions were somewhat gloomy. If the person who was caught in this battle was themselves, then what would the result be? There was only one answer. They would definitely lose. At this moment, they truly regarded Chu Zhongtian as an opponent on the same level as them. The other spectators had begun to worship Chu Zhongtian, because Chu Zhongtian was like a spatial spirit tool-type storage bag. They had no idea how many techniques and trump cards he had. When they thought he was only an 8th layer peak of the body refining period, the energy he unleashed had raised his strength to the 1st grade Qi transforming period peak. Trial peak, above the arena. Chu Zhongtian's cultivation base was not only at the 8th layer peak of the body refining period. His strength was definitely not only at the 1st level Qi transforming period mid-stage. This was because he would unleash his attribute energy, allowing his strength to rise to the 1st level Qi transforming period peak. However, the enhancement of Chu Zhongtian's attribute power would definitely not only allow him to reach the 1st level Qi transforming period peak. This was because he was going to unleash the fist technique that could even destroy the void. Apart from that, the fist technique that could destroy the void that Chu Zhongtian possessed was not his final trump card. This was because he was able to unleash a terrifying technique that could shake the heavens and earth and freeze the surrounding environment. What was even more terrifying was that Chu Zhongtian's ability to affect the power of the heaven and earth wasn't his final trump card. Therefore, everyone present firmly believed that Chu Zhongtian still had more trump cards. Furthermore, his opponent was Ma Qiwei. Ma Qiwei was an ordinary expert who had the advantage in speed. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to reveal all his trump cards to deal with such an opponent. It could be said that the process of Chu Zhongtian fighting was the process of breaking through the limits of everyone's imagination. Time returned to the beginning of the competition. Ma Qiwei used his speed advantage to gain the absolute upper hand. He looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was being suppressed by him, and his heart was filled with pride and arrogance. Chu Zhongtian was known as the strongest dark horse in the ranking competition since the start of the competition, and his strength was comparable to Luizong and He Ying. Now that he was being suppressed by Ma Qiwei, the depression that had accumulated in Ma Qiwei's heart had vanished without a trace. As long as he continued to maintain this kind of attack, once Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power was used up, Chu Zhongtian would be humiliated and toyed with by him. However, he never expected that Chu Zhongtian, who originally had no way to deal with his speed, would suddenly emit a mysterious force that could shake the heaven and earth and freeze the surrounding environment. Ma Qiwei saw that his speed was as fast as lightning, and in the midst of the completely frozen force, he was as slow as a snail. Ma Qiwei knew that he would lose this match. At the same time, he also knew that he had to find a way to escape the arena that was frozen by the mysterious force. Otherwise, because he had arranged for Lu Jiafu to specially consume Chu Zhongtian's spiritual power and physical strength, Chu Zhongtian would definitely not let him go easily. However, just as he wanted to use all of his spiritual power to retreat temporarily, Chu Zhongtian's saber technique, which contained the power of his attribute, was like a fierce tiger that had descended from the mountain, lunging at him. Under the confinement of Chu Zhongtian's power, Ma Qiwei could neither use his speed to dodge, nor could he use his spiritual power to form an effective defense. He could only watch helplessly as the saber technique, which contained the power of the element, ruthlessly smashed into his body. Whether it was the explosive sound produced when Chu Zhongtian's attribute power erupted or the sound of his natal spirit blade hitting the defensive spirit tool, they were all completely blocked. No one outside of the arena could hear anything. A defensive spirit weapon was equivalent to a Qi transforming period stage's defense. Chu Zhongtian's saber technique that contained the power of his attribute couldn't break through the defense of the spirit weapon for the time being, so he couldn't really hurt Ma Qiwei. However, Chu Zhongtian wasn't in a hurry. Because Chu Zhongtian's strength was far stronger than Ma Qiwei's, there was no way Ma Qiwei could fight back. He could only keep getting attacked by Chu Zhongtian. Since the saber technique that contained the power of the element couldn't break through the defense of the spirit weapon, Chu Zhongtian would continue to use the second saber technique. If his second saber technique still couldn't break the defense of the spirit weapon, then he would use 3, 5, or even 10 moves until his attack could break the defense of the spirit weapon. Pain kept attacking Ma Qiwei. Although the saber technique, which contained the power of the element, could not completely break through the defensive spirit tool on Ma Qiwei's body, the power of the saber technique could penetrate through the spirit weapon and affect his body. This made him feel extremely painful. He could endure the pain once, the second time, and the third time. However, he could face the pain of the fourth, fifth, sixth time, and even the endless pain. At this moment, Ma Qiwei wanted to admit defeat and get rid of this endless torture. But under the solidification of his strength, he was unable to open his mouth and admit defeat. The spirit weapon contained the power of a Qi transforming period. However, if a martial artist wanted to completely unleash the power of the spirit weapon, they needed to have the spiritual power or the vital spirit activate and maintain it. Ma Qiwei, who was completely frozen by the force, could not control the spiritual power in the Dantian to enter the spirit weapon. Therefore, under Chu Zhongtian's continuous attacks, the defensive spirit tool that could not unleash its power finally cracked. Using the force itself was extremely taxing on Chu Zhongtian's own spiritual power. Adding the fact that he was constantly using the sword method martial technique, the Dantian that had just restored 8 layers of spiritual power was now left with less than a third layer spiritual power. Therefore, after sensing the crack in the defensive spirit tool caused by his saber technique, Chu Zhongtian transferred all of his spiritual power into the natal spirit blade and used the snatch millet in the fire to attack the crack in the spirit weapon. The energy that contained the attributes went through the crack in the spirit weapon and landed on Ma Qiwei's body, causing his face, which had turned pale due to the pain, to spit out a mouthful of blood. After feeling the injuries on Ma Qiwei's body, Chu Zhongtian found that the injuries on his body were not as serious as the ones he had inflicted on Shi Guangliang. Therefore, after swallowing a level 8 Qi replenishing pill, he continued to activate the remaining spiritual power in his Dantian, and once again used the primary rank blade method to attack the spatial crack. Junior brother Chu, hello? I am Long Xingyun from the sect Lord Peak. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to use the saber technique to attack the crack in the defensive spirit tool, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Long Xingyun. When he heard this strange and somewhat familiar voice, a trace of vigilance rose in Chu Zhongtian's heart. Before the start of the ranking competition, he had heard Long Xingyun's name from Shi Guangliang when Tianjun represented sect leader. He knew Long Xingyun was the eldest senior brother of sect leader's faction. Not only was his status very high, he could represent sect leader to handle some sect matters, but his strength was also abnormally terrifying. Junior brother Chu, you don't have to be nervous. I have no ill intentions towards you. I just want to tell you that you can hurt Ma Chiwei, but you must not take his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the furious law enforcement peak will harm you in secret. So he was purposely reminding him to pay attention to this matter. After hearing Long Xingyun's explanation, Chu Zhongtian immediately put down his guard. At the same time, the fact that Long Xingyun could remind him at this time indicated that he had a good impression of him. As the eldest senior brother of the sect, he could take in disciples for his master. And the good impression he had of Long Xingyun also meant that sect leader had a good impression of him. This made Chu Zhongtian very happy. The reason why he didn't hesitate to reveal many of his trump cards to the sect's competition was not only because he wanted to obtain generous rewards, but also because he wanted to attract the attention of the higher-ups of the sect. Now, he had achieved his goal. Chu Zhongtian had already planned to let Ma Chiwei go when he saw that Ma Chiwei had been seriously injured and couldn't recover in a short period of time. At this moment, he had received a secret reminder from Long Xingyun, and he wanted to use this opportunity to express his goodwill to him. With the help of the upper-rank 8th grade Qi replenishing pill that he had swallowed just now, he used a portion of the spiritual power that had barely recovered to recover his strength to withdraw his force. Then, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique and kicked Ma Chiwei, who had fallen from the sky, causing him to fall down from the sky. After Ma Chiwei fell heavily onto the ground, a loud explosive sound was heard. Along with the sound of his body touching the ground, the heavily injured Ma Chiwei was knocked out by the force of the impact. Chu Zhongtian wins. As the peak master of Trial Peak and a peerless divine soul period stage warrior, Zhong Fakan knew how powerful Chu Zhongtian was just now. He was also envious and jealous of the technique that could affect the power of the heavens and earth. He really admired the person who had mastered this kind of power from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, when he announced Chu Zhongtian's victory, his tone couldn't help but get a little excited. Chu Zhongtian walked down from the arena and returned to the side of the crowd. He saw the determination in Shi Guangliang's eyes, the infatuation in Zhang Qian's eyes, the admiration in Wang Zhongning's eyes, but he did not see the meaning in Dongfang Yun'er's eyes, because at this time, she was still lowering her head and not saying anything. She was still in a self-contradictory state of mind. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not care about it at all. He would not have the impulse to explain because Dongfang Yun'er did not understand, nor would he have the slightest ripple in his heart because she deliberately distanced herself from him. After nodding to Shi Guangliang and the others, Chu Zhongtian took out the medicinal pills and spirit stones and continued to restore the spiritual power that he had consumed a great deal of energy just now. After Chu Zhongtian walked out of the arena and the staff took away the unconscious Ma Chiwei, Zhong Fakan didn't immediately announce the next round of the competition. Instead, he waited for a few minutes. Firstly, he wanted to let the audience digest the shock brought by Chu Zhongtian's mysterious power. Secondly, he hoped that this method would give Chu Zhongtian, Luizong, and He Ying enough time to rest and recover the spiritual power. The 11th round, first match. Number 1, Guo Li versus number 2, Luizong. After experiencing He Ying's painful blow, Guo Li had an unforgettable painful memory in his heart. Therefore, when he faced Luizong, who was ranked higher than him, he chose to admit defeat. What a pity! Seeing Guo Li admit defeat, Luizong deliberately showed a regretful expression. It was as if he wanted to teach Guo Li a lesson and let him know what kind of respect he should have when facing an expert. Luizong deliberately showed a look of pity, which made Guo Li feel lucky. He felt lucky that he had the foresight to admit defeat before the match began. Otherwise, he might have suffered a serious injury after being seriously injured, which would affect his foundation of breaking through to the Qi transforming period in the future. Under the arena, Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to recover the spiritual power, opened his eyes and couldn't help but sigh. Even with the help of a high-grade Tier 8 Qi replenishing pill and a 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone, He only managed to recover his third-layer spiritual power in a short 5 minutes. But at this moment, he had no choice but to end his cultivation. Because according to the ranking competition's competition rules, it was his turn to participate in the next match. Furthermore, his opponent in this round was Xia Luoxing, who was ranked third in terms of strength. Although Xia Luoxing hadn't shown himself even after he was taken away by Su Hua, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't appear in the next second. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian could only end his cultivation and walk towards the arena. At this moment, he heard Zhong Fakin call out the number that didn't belong to him. The 11th round's second match, contestant number 5, Zhao Qing versus contestant number 12, Ma Baohua. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhong Fakin on the arena, puzzled. He wondered why Zhong Fakin would say the wrong number. Chu Zhongtian, hurry up and recover the spiritual power. Try to face Xia Luoxing in perfect condition. What I can help you with is to arrange your match to the last match of this round. Just as Chu Zhongtian thought that Zhong Fakin had said the wrong number, Zhong Fakin's voice rang in his ears. It was not that Zhong Fakin had said the wrong number, but that he was secretly helping him. Chu Zhongtian looked at Zhong Fakin gratefully. Chu Zhongtian had deeply remembered the help he had given him today. He had already made a promise in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely repay Zhong Fakin for secretly helping him today. Chu Zhongtian once again sat down with his legs crossed. He used the medicinal pills and spirit stones to continue recovering the spiritual power. Just as Zhao Qing and Ma Baohua climbed onto the arena, a whistling sound that resounded through the clouds suddenly came from afar. Accompanied by the whistling sound, a black shadow rushed towards the arena like a gust of wind. When the black shadow was dozens of meters away from the arena, the black shadow instantly stopped, showing his precise control of his own strength. So it's Xia Luoxing. Could it be that his injuries have fully recovered? When the black shadow completely stopped moving, the audience instantly recognized that it was Xia Luoxing, who had been severely injured by Lu Yizong's attack. At this moment, there was not a single aura on Xia Luoxing's body that had been seriously injured. There was even a faint, dangerous aura that was faintly leaking out from his body. Senior brother, do you feel that the current Xia Luoxing is completely different from the past? That's right. I can feel that there is an unusually strong force hidden within Xia Luoxing's body that could erupt at any time. On the high platform, Uncle Zhao, some people are going too far. As a mighty warrior whose cultivation base had surpassed the divine soul stage, Long Xingyun could see the changes in Xia Luoxing with just a glance, as well as the things hidden in his body. However, these people had used such a method in the competition between the disciples of the outer sect, which made Long Xingyun somewhat unhappy. If Chu Zhongtian can win, I will tell him the truth in secret. Ask him to take away the spiritual treasure from Xia Luoxing's body, and make him use the spiritual treasure for himself. If Chu Zhongtian is defeated by the power of the spiritual treasure in Xia Luoxing's body, I will personally remove the spiritual treasure from Xia Luoxing's body. Furthermore, I will personally make a trip to Law Enforcement Peak, and let them remember how that person called Butcher swept across Law Enforcement Peak 100 years ago. Although Zhao Enjuan's expression was very calm when he said those words, his tone was filled with dominance and killing intent, which made Long Xingyun and Tianjun admire him. Xia Luoxing's appearance at the scene of the competition had caused quite a commotion. Naturally, Chu Zhongtian, who was recovering the spiritual power, had also noticed it. He also saw the completely different Xia Luoxing. Regarding this, there wasn't a single ripple in Chu Zhongtian's heart. It was not because he did not care about the changed Xia Luoxing, but because the importance he attached to Xia Luoxing now was not as important as restoring his spiritual power. As long as his spiritual power was fully restored, and he reached the peak, no matter what hidden trump card Xia Luoxing had, he would have a way to deal with him. On the arena, Zhao Qing's strength was ranked 5th, and her temperament was ever-changing. Ma Baohua did not want to fight with her at all. He originally wanted to admit defeat after ascending the arena, but was delayed by Xia Luoxing, who suddenly appeared. When everyone's attention shifted to the arena, Ma Baohua hurriedly admitted defeat. I admit defeat. Contestant number 5, Zhao Qing, wins. Zhong Fakan frowned slightly and helplessly announced Zhao Qing's victory. The 11th and 3rd round of the competition was between Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th, and Ma Qiwei, who was ranked 11th. Looking at Ma Qiwei's pale face and messy aura, Zhang Renyuan felt happy in his heart. Among the 13 participants of the ranking competition, he was more afraid of Luizong, He Ying, and Chu Zhongtian. What he didn't want to face the most was Ma Qiwei, who had the absolute advantage in speed. Luizong, He Ying, and Chu Zhongtian were all experts with both offense and defense, and had very few flaws. Facing Ma Qiwei, who was as fast as lightning, if he didn't have strong perseverance, sufficient spiritual power, and the ability to find flaws, it would be very difficult for him to deal with Ma Qiwei. Fortunately, in the last round of the competition, Chu Zhongtian not only defeated Ma Qiwei, but also seriously injured him. Zhang Renyuan smiled and pretended to be concerned as he said, "Junior brother Ma, can you continue the competition?" After that, Zhang Renyuan pretended to be generous and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely show mercy. I won't make you lose too badly. I admit defeat." Ma Qiwei gritted his teeth and said, if it wasn't because he was seriously injured by Chu Zhongtian, he would have fought Zhang Renyuan with all his might. The 14th match of the 11th round was between Lu Jiafu, who was ranked 12th, and Wang Hanzhong, who was ranked 11th. In terms of strength, Wang Hanzhong could definitely defeat Lu Jiafu with ease, but he didn't do so. He chose to defend and counterattack, because he wanted to buy more time for Chu Zhongtian to recover his spiritual power, so that Chu Zhongtian could face Xia Luoxing, who had returned in a better condition. Therefore, he had been suppressing his strength and had always been defending. Although Chu Zhongtian made the best use of his time to recover the spiritual power, he still had his attention on the arena. He knew the reason why Wang Hanzhong did this. Wang Hanzhong had delayed for more than half an hour, and Lu Jiafu had consumed a lot of his spiritual power. He looked at Wang Hanzhong, who did not look tired at all, and knew that he was not Wang Hanzhong's match at all. He noticed that during the competition, Wang Hanzhong would occasionally glance at Chu Zhongtian, who was trying his best to recover his spiritual power. He thought for a moment and understood that this was Wang Hanzhong's intention to give Chu Zhongtian more time to recover the spiritual power. Therefore, he directly admitted defeat loudly. Looking at Lu Jiafu, who admitted defeat, Wang Hanzhong felt that it was a pity. According to his calculations, he could at least fight Lu Jiafu for more than 20 minutes. If that was the case, Chu Zhongtian would be able to recover at least half of his spiritual power. However, he never thought that Lu Jiafu would choose to admit defeat. The 11th and 5th round of the competition was between the 9th-ranked Meng Fangqiang and the 6th-ranked Sun Jimin. Judging from the ranking alone, the 9th-ranked Meng Fangqiang was definitely no match for Sun Jimin. Sun Jimin was good at defending and counterattacking, but his attack power was not strong. Therefore, Meng Fangqiang planned to try and see if he had the chance to defeat Sun Jimin. Sun Jimin was good at defending and counterattacking, but his attack power was not strong. Therefore, he used his strong defense to block hundreds of attacks from Meng Fangqiang. When Meng Fangqiang's spiritual power was exhausted and his attention was distracted, he used the counterattack that he had accumulated for a long time to strike Meng Fangqiang down from the arena. Whether it was Zhong Fakan deliberately taking care of him or Wang Hanzhong trying their best to buy him some time, after the 5th match ended, the real challenge for Chu Zhongtian came. Putting away the remaining 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone, Chu Zhongtian stood up from where he was and stepped onto the arena with a calm expression. With Zhong Fakan and Wang Hanzhong deliberately stalling for time, although his spiritual power had yet to fully recover, it had already recovered 9 levels. The 9th level of the spiritual power was enough for him to unleash all of his strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't feel any pressure right now. He was only looking forward to the battle. "Hello, senior brother Xia." Although Chu Zhongtian didn't like Xia Luoxing's character, he still followed the rules of the competition and greeted him first. "Hello, junior brother Chu." Facing Chu Zhongtian's greeting, Xia Luoxing temporarily put away his arrogant attitude. After all, Chu Zhongtian had used his strength to prove that he was definitely an opponent that could not be underestimated. The competition begins. Seeing that both of them were ready, Zhong Fakan announced the start of the match. At the same time, he secretly activated the vital spirit to prevent any accidents from happening to Chu Zhongtian during the competition in time to save him. After all, Xia Luoxing, who had returned to the arena, had hidden a spiritual treasure that even he was a little afraid of. Poison Dragon Poking Sky. After the first few rounds of competition, Xia Luoxing already knew how powerful Chu Zhongtian was. Therefore, he didn't try to test him. From the very beginning, he used the intermediate sword technique that had broken through to the small completion stage. Snatch Millet in the Fire. Facing Xia Luoxing's intermediate sword technique that had broken through to the small completion stage, Chu Zhongtian immediately used the primary rank blade method to fight his opponent. The power of a small completion stage intermediate sword technique was equivalent to an advanced sword technique. The power of a great completion stage primary rank blade method could barely reach the level of an advanced saber technique. However, the enhancement of the saber technique's attributes allowed the power of a beginner saber technique to enter the advanced level. Therefore, after the saber technique and sword technique collided, the power of the saber technique and sword technique cancelled each other out, and neither of them had the upper hand. Poison Dragon Devouring Sky. Xia Luoxing wasn't surprised that a small completion stage intermediate sword technique couldn't hurt Chu Zhongtian. He continued to use the intermediate sword technique which had broken through to the small completion stage, and increased the speed of his attack. Burning Fire. After the saber technique was neutralized by the sword technique, Chu Zhongtian wasn't surprised at all. He also continued to use the primary rank blade method that had broken through to the great completion stage, speeding up his attack. After exchanging dozens of blows, they were evenly matched for the time being. After using the saber technique to temporarily offset Xia Luoxing's sword technique, Chu Zhongtian used the movement technique, which he had a slight advantage over Xia Luoxing, to temporarily keep a distance from him. After taking a few deep breaths to temporarily calm the surging blood and qi in his body, Chu Zhongtian decided to use a trump card. Not to mention that his spiritual power had only recovered 9 layers, even if he maintained his peak condition, he would still be at a disadvantage when competing with Xia Luoxing in martial skills. After all, the cultivation of 9th layer peak of the body refining period was the weakness that restricted him from fighting for a long period of time. His shoulders moved back and forth, causing the surrounding solidified qi to gather on his body. Xia Luoxing, who had just used the small completion stage intermediate sword technique, suddenly felt as if he had entered a swamp. His movement speed was abnormally slow. He used a mysterious force to limit Xia Luoxing's speed, and was worried that he might have some trump card that could turn the situation around. Chu Zhongtian didn't dare delay any longer. He immediately used the primary rank blade method Snatch Millet in the Fire, and the sharp tip of the blade pierced towards his heart. The Yang mirror in the Yin Yang mirror. Come out. He could feel that the tip of the blade, which contained the power of the element, was about to stab into his heart. He couldn't use his speed to dodge it, nor could he use the spiritual power to defend himself. Xia Luoxing, who was in the most desperate situation, immediately used the trump card that he had just obtained. Just as the tip of the blade, which contained the power of the attribute, was about to stab into Xia Luoxing's heart, a bronze mirror the size of a palm suddenly appeared in his heart, emitting a green light. The tip of the blade, which contained the power of the element, stabbed into the bronze mirror. Sensing the power of the attribute on the blade, a green light was emitted from the surface of the green copper mirror's mirror. The green light directly wrapped around the tip of the blade, and in a way that Chu Zhongtian could not understand, it directly took away the power of the element on the natal spirit blade. After that, the attribute energy directly changed the direction of the attack and rushed towards Chu Zhongtian. He couldn't care about the origin of the green copper mirror in Xia Luoxing's heart for the time being. He also couldn't figure out how the green copper mirror could take away the attribute energy contained in the natal spirit blade. Facing the power of the attribute that suddenly changed its direction, Chu Zhongtian casted the movement technique. He quickly dodged the energy coming at him. Although he didn't understand why the green copper mirror was able to take away the energy contained in the natal spirit blade, the energy and momentum of the green copper mirror could affect the surrounding environment. There was also a limit to the force that could change the direction of the spearhead. Therefore, he easily dodged the attack of the attribute energy. This treasure can take away the power of the weapon for its use? Chu Zhongtian had never heard of such a treasure in the world. Facing the green copper mirror, his eyes were filled with fear and greed. However, fear and greed only flashed in his mind. At this moment, he needed to resolve the threat that the green copper mirror posed to him. Since it could take away the power of a weapon, then if the weapon itself didn't have any additional power, but only the physical strength contained within the weapon, then it wouldn't be taken away by the green copper mirror. Thinking up to this point, Chu Zhongtian put away the natal spirit blade. He took out 100 tempering top-quality steel blade from the storage bag and used the basic saber technique to test whether his thoughts were correct or wrong. He took out the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade and used the basic saber technique, which did not contain any attributes. The green copper mirror was indeed unable to take away any strength from a weapon. However, the basic saber technique could not break through the defense of the green copper mirror without the enhancement of attribute power, making it impossible for his attack to land on Xia Luoxing's body. Using force would also consume his spiritual power. After exchanging blows with Xia Luoxing, Chu Zhongtian had used up nearly 5 layers of the spiritual power in his dantian. At this moment, he only had 4th layer spiritual power left. Chu Zhongtian couldn't continue using the saber technique. He began to think about how to break through the defense of the green copper mirror. Out of the 4 trump cards he had, the enhancement of his attributes was useless against the green copper mirror. However, he couldn't use the Qi extermination fist in his current condition. As for the force that could affect the surrounding environment, it was simply unable to restrain the green copper mirror. The only trump card he didn't use was the purple blood in his body. Besides increasing his strength, the purple blood also had a powerful physical attack. Since he had already used the 3 trump cards of the 4 major trump cards, Chu Zhongtian no longer hid his last trump card. He put away the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade and took out his natal spiritual power. He forced out a drop of purple blood that contained purple energy from his body. Then he merged the purple blood into the natal spirit blade. After the originally metallic natal spirit blade fused with the purple blood, its color gradually began to turn red. The purple color that was emitted from the red blood perfectly concealed the demonic nature of the spirit blade, giving off a domineering feeling. Chu Zhongtian did not know what would happen if the natal spirit blade merged with the purple blood. Therefore, he didn't use the primary rank blade method. Instead, he used the basic saber technique as his attacking method. The natal spirit blade fiercely hacked at the bronze realm, and a loud bang was heard. Along with a deafening explosion, Chu Zhongtian was bounced back by the rebounding force. The green copper mirror, which had been protecting Xia Luoxing, was also bounced back by the powerful force. The green copper mirror violently collided with Xia Luoxing's body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Chu Zhongtian rubbed his numb wrist. Looking at the injured Xia Luoxing, he was delighted in his heart. Since the physical attack of the purple blood was effective, he would continue to use this method. Chu Zhongtian still used the basic saber technique to slash at Xia Luoxing's head. With a loud bang, Chu Zhongtian was bounced back by the strong rebounding force once again. The bronze mirror was right above Xia Luoxing's head. When it was bounced back, it hit Xia Luoxing's head directly, causing Xia Luoxing to completely faint. After Xia Luoxing fainted, the bronze mirror seemed to have lost control and fell to the ground from midair. Chu Zhongtian's first reaction was to take the green copper mirror for himself when he saw that it couldn't be solidified by the force. He casted the advanced movement technique which had broken through to the entry level and appeared next to the bronze realm. He bent his body and stretched out his hand, intending to put away the bronze realm. At this moment, a big hand suddenly stretched out from the green copper mirror and grabbed Chu Zhongtian, who was standing next to the bronze mirror. Before Chu Zhongtian attacked, he was still on high alert. Therefore, just as the big hand was about to grab him, the entry-level advanced movement technique pushed him back quickly. At the same time, he used his mind to control the force, trying his best to restrain the big hand that was reaching out from the bronze mirror. When he saw that Chu Zhongtian had actually dodged his attack, the big hand violently slapped towards Chu Zhongtian. Looking at the giant palm that was rapidly approaching him, he could feel the terrifying power of the giant palm. Chu Zhongtian wasn't nervous at all. He reached out his hand and lifted the messy bangs on his forehead. He turned his head and shouted at Zhao Enjuan, who was sitting in the black throne. "Zhao, attack!" Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun, who had already planned to attack, were stunned when they heard the command in Chu Zhongtian's tone. After that, their reactions were different. When Zhao Enjuan heard Chu Zhongtian call him Zhao as if they were friends, he was so angry that his eyes were wide open. However, there was a trace of warmth in his heart. This showed that Chu Zhongtian was willing to be close to him and accept him as his disciple. Zhao Enjuan chose to attack. Before he could do anything, the black throne underneath his butt disappeared without a trace. After that, in front of Chu Zhongtian, a black giant dragon about 100 meters long welcomed the gigantic palm. When Long Xingyun heard Chu Zhongtian calling Zhao Enjuan, he forcefully suppressed the thought of helping him. At this moment, Long Xingyun finally understood why Zhao Enjuan, who had unfathomable strength, would appear at the scene of the outer sect disciples competition. It turned out that he and Chu Zhongtian had known each other for a long time, and from the way they addressed each other just now, it seemed like their relationship wasn't shallow. Long Xingyun even suspected that Zhao Enjuan had come to the scene to keep Chu Zhongtian in check, so that he wouldn't be bullied by some forces that thought they were involved in this matter. Looking at the black giant dragon that had suddenly materialized in front of him, Chu Zhongtian knew that his mission had already ended. Therefore, he withdrew the force from his body and planned to retreat for the time being. He didn't want to be hurt by the aftershocks of the battle between the black giant dragon and giant palm. However, just as he was about to retreat and leave the arena for the time being, he saw the green copper mirror that had fallen to the ground. The giant palm was entangled by the black giant dragon. At this moment, it was unable to take care of the green copper realm. Therefore, the bold and careful Chu Zhongtian took advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was attracted by the black giant dragon and the huge palm in the sky before leaving the platform. He conveniently kept the green copper mirror that had fallen to the ground into the storage ring's finger. Among the people who were attracted by the black giant dragon and the gigantic palm, only Zhao Enjuan and Long Xingyun had noticed Chu Zhongtian's little movements. Regarding this, not only did the two of them not care about it, their faces showed appreciation. Even after Chu Zhongtian put away the green copper mirror, Zhao Enjuan secretly used a technique to make a green copper mirror that looked exactly the same appear on the spot. "Who dares to stop me from killing my grandson?" Originally, the giant palm was going to slap the person who injured Xia Luoxing to death. But at this moment, the black giant dragon, whose strength wasn't any weaker than its, easily blocked its attack. This made the giant palm's owner extremely furious. Facing the scolding of the giant palm's owner, the answer was the black giant dragon roaring towards the sky. "I am still a senior elder of Law Enforcement Peak. If you dare to provoke me, it is the same as challenging the entire Law Enforcement Peak. Can you bear the dignity of me and the Law Enforcement Peak?" The owner of the giant palm threatened the black dragon's roar. The close relationship between Zhao Enjuan and Chu Zhongtian had made Long Xingyun give up the idea of attacking. However, when he heard the threatening words of the owner of the giant palm, he was completely enraged, causing him to appear right next to the black giant dragon. Facing the threat of the giant palm's owner, Long Xingyun asked with an unusually cold tone, "Do I have the right to interfere in this matter? Perhaps your Law Enforcement Peak dares to attack sect leader's faction." Long Xingyun's sudden appearance made the giant palm's owner speechless. He didn't know how to answer his question. Although the Law Enforcement Peak controlled more than half of the Floating Cloud Sect's forces, as the true master of the Floating Cloud Sect, the strength of sect leader's faction was not to be underestimated. Furthermore, as the true leader of sect leader's faction, sect leader's strength was something that the Law Enforcement Peak wouldn't dare to provoke. After all, the owner of the giant palm had a deep impression of the bloody conflict that happened 100 years ago. Therefore, the owner of the giant palm took the initiative to retreat. "Since you are the eldest senior brother of sect leader, I can skip the matter of him injuring my grandson. But now, I want to take back the green copper mirror and leave with my grandson. You can take Xia Luoxing away, but according to the rules of sex competition, he will automatically give up on the ranking competition. This time, the ranking competition didn't have any points or results. As the green copper mirror had been taken away by Chu Zhongtian, Long Xingyun was too embarrassed to ask for it from him. However, Long Xingyun wouldn't give a good face to the law enforcement peak who had looked down on the rules of the sex competition. In the end, the floating cloud sect belonged to sect leader's faction. How could he allow others to look down on the sex competition so many times? Long Xingyun's unquestionable attitude caused the owner of the giant palm to hesitate. This time, the sex competition was different from the past. This time, the sex competition involved the quota to enter the Heaven Baron Secret Realm half a year later. The Heaven Baron Secret Realm was one of the top 5 places in the entire southern domain. He didn't want his juniors to miss this opportunity. He used the divine sense to scan the unconscious Xia Luoxing and found that he was only knocked out by the green copper mirror's physical strength. But the injuries on his body weren't serious. A level 8 healing pill could help him recover from his injuries, so he immediately gave up on the idea of bringing him away. After that, he placed his thoughts on the green copper mirror. Xia Luoxing had already lost 2 matches in a row. If he wanted to make it into the first 3 rounds of the competition, he had to ensure that he would win the next 2 rounds of the competition. In the next 2 rounds, He Ying, who was ranked 2nd, was his biggest opponent. In order to defeat He Ying, besides Xia Luoxing's own strength, he had to rely on the help of the green copper mirror. Therefore, he had to know how Xia Luoxing's opponent had struck down the green copper mirror. Because as the true master of the Bronze Realm, the giant palm was very clear about the power of the Bronze Realm. Not to mention a body refining stage disciple, even a chi transforming period or essence gathering stage expert wouldn't be able to strike down the Bronze Realm. Therefore, he planned to use a special method to restore the process of the competition through the green copper realm. He wanted to see how the junior who was almost killed by him could defeat the green copper mirror. As long as he knew the reason why the green copper mirror was shot down, he could prevent his opponent from using this method in the following competition. However, when the huge palm's divine sense swept across the arena, he discovered that the green copper mirror that had fallen to the ground had suddenly disappeared. It used the power of the divine sense to search back and forth several times. After confirming that the green copper mirror had completely disappeared, the gigantic palm was completely enraged. Although the huge palm had no eyes, it gave people the feeling that it was staring straight at Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun, hand it over. The giant palm forcefully suppressed the anger in its heart, and even said with a trembling voice because it suppressed its anger. What? Long Xingyun asked even though he knew the answer. Long Xingyun, as the eldest senior brother of sect leader, are you also a villain who wants money? Seeing Long Xingyun pretending to be confused, the owner of the giant palm spoke rudely. I don't know what you are talking about. Long Xingyun replied with a helpless expression. Long Xingyun, my patience has a limit. Don't cause internal strife between the law enforcement peak and sect leader over a mere spiritual treasure. Looking at Long Xingyun, who refused to hand over the green copper mirror, the owner of the giant palm felt that the suppressed fury in his heart had reached the brink of erupting. His words were filled with undisguised threats. Xia Jilung, you are shameless. The owner of the giant palm used the law enforcement peak and sect leader to threaten Long Xingyun, causing Long Xingyun to explode in anger. Even if I take it, what can you do to me? The furious Long Xingyun cursed. After that, he quickly rose into the sky and rushed towards the giant palm. Little bastard with the surname Long. How dare you insult me? I think you must be tired of living. The owner of the giant palm in the air was completely enraged by Long Xingyun's insults. The giant palm was like the heavenly might. It slammed towards Long Xingyun, who was charging at it. The black giant dragon shook its head helplessly after seeing Long Xingyun's attack. After that, it transformed into a black throne and appeared under Zhao Enjuan's butt. Uncle Zhao, is my senior brother all right? Tianjun, who was standing behind the throne, asked worriedly when he saw Zhao Enjuan clearly not planning to attack. Kid, don't worry. Zhao Enjuan shook his head at Tianjun and praised him confidently. His strength has already surpassed the ranks of ordinary martial artists. In the entire Floating Cloud sect, besides me, the peak master of law enforcement peak, your master, and the few old fellows in the sect's secret realm, no one else is a match for your senior brother. As for this old man in front of us, even if his real body is here, he won't be able to withstand 5 strikes from your senior brother. Sure enough, just as Zhao Enjuan finished praising Long Xingyun, he faced the giant palm and waved his 2 fists, forcefully shattering the giant palm. Impossible! How can you step into the stage at such a young age? As the last palm was torn apart by Long Xingyun, the owner of the giant palm shouted in disbelief. If it wasn't for the fact that Marshal Uncle Wong from Law Enforcement Peak is here, I would have killed you with my own hands. After the giant palm had completely disappeared into the sky, Long Xingyun looked in the direction of Law Enforcement Peak and threatened with an unusually overbearing tone. Long Xingyun returned to his throne and turned his head to look at Zhao Enjuan. He said in a very unpleasant tone, "Uncle Zhao, I will help you vent your anger. You can't just watch from the side." Zhao Enjuan looked in the direction of Law Enforcement Peak and made a firm promise in his tone. "When you rush to Law Enforcement Peak, I will be the one standing behind you. All right with your promise? I have gained a lot today." Under the arena, the tens of thousands of spectators were already standing there in a daze. After a full half an hour, some of the disciples gradually came back to their senses. "Senior brother, is the ranking competition really the sex competition of the outer sect?" A disciple who had just broken through to the 7th layer of the body refining period asked a senior brother beside him. "Junior brother, I have been in the sect for 3 years. I have participated in the sex competition for a total of 3 years, but the sex competition from the previous 2 years can't be compared to this year. This time, the brilliance of the sex competition has surpassed the chi transforming stage inner competition. Although there are many experts in the Floating Cloud sect, it is obvious that they don't get along well with each other. Will there be any bloody conflicts in the future?" A smart disciple speculated some horrifying consequences. "Shut up." Senior brother looked around and found that no one noticed their conversation just now. He immediately let out a sigh of relief. Chu Zhongtian took away the green copper mirror and returned to Dongfang Yuner and the other side in fear. Then he took out the medicinal pills and spirit stones, and continued to recover the spiritual power he had just consumed while paying attention to the situation above his head. He saw that Long Xingyun had easily destroyed the giant palm and took responsibility for the disappearance of the green copper mirror. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. Although he couldn't see through that person's true cultivation, the fact that Zhao Enjuan had transformed into the black giant dragon indicated that that person's cultivation was at least above the divine soul stage. This matter could be exposed at any time, and he could be taken revenge at any time. Now that Long Xingyun had taken responsibility for this, as long as he didn't use the green copper mirror, his safety shouldn't be a problem. Chu Zhongtian, who had secretly taken away the green copper mirror, carefully sat down on the ground with his legs crossed. He was using medicinal pills and spirit stones to restore the spiritual power, while paying attention to the situation above his head. "Kid, you don't have to take the matter of the green copper mirror to heart. Because at the scene, only that boy surnamed Long and I saw the process of you retrieving the spiritual treasure. As long as you don't use that spiritual treasure in the sect for a short period of time, that old fool won't be able to discover it. After the sex competition ends, I'll personally refine it for you. Then you'll be able to completely master and use the green copper mirror." Just as Chu Zhongtian was barely able to relax, Zhao Enjuan's voice rang in his ears. At the same time, he gave himself a calming pill. After Long Xingyun completely tore apart the giant palm and left behind a domineering threat, Chu Zhongtian could finally relax and restore the spiritual power. "Peak Master Zhong, the matter is over. You can continue the competition." After receiving Zhao Enjuan's promise, Long Xingyun looked at Zhong Fakin, who was staring blankly, and reminded him kindly. "Next, the first match of the 12th round will be held. Contestant number 1, Guo Zhaoli, will fight contestant number 6, Zhang Renyuan. Senior Brother Zhang. Guozhaoli had intended to admit defeat after boarding the arena. Because he was severely injured, he was no match for Zhang Renyuan. However, just as he was about to admit defeat, that voice ordered him to delay for a period of time so that Xia Luoxing could have enough time to recover. Junior Brother Guo. Zhang Renyuan, who was also a reserve disciple of law enforcement peak, also received the same order. Zhang Renyuan immediately became unhappy, but he didn't dare to resist someone who could use the sound transmission technique to order him, so he could only accept the order obediently. Guozhaoli's face was pale, and the aura on his body was in a mess. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long because of the injuries in his body. Helpless, Zhang Renyuan secretly gave a look while using words to stall for some time. Junior Brother Guo, I can see that your complexion isn't too good. Is it because your injuries haven't fully recovered yet? AI. Guozhaoli sighed, then raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He looked for nearly 5 minutes. He felt that if he continued to look, it would cause dissatisfaction among the people present. After he withdrew his gaze, Guozhaoli said in a very pitiful tone, Senior Brother Zhang. In the first match of the 10th round, Senior Brother Louis. After that, the audience witnessed a match that was carried out in a very casual manner. According to Zhong Faken's character, he had already scolded Guozhaoli and Zhang Renyuan when he saw what they had done. However, considering that the match had just ended, Chu Zhongtian, who had consumed a lot of spiritual power, also needed time to recover his spiritual power. Therefore, Zhong Faken allowed Guozhaoli and Zhang Renyuan to continue chatting. 1 hour. Guozhaoli and Zhang Renyuan chatted for nearly an hour before they had to stop chatting. It was not that some people did not want them to continue talking, but the two people who were not familiar with each other told them all the topics they could talk about. They really did not know what to talk about next. Senior Brother Zhang, I have never been convinced by your ranking. It just so happens that I can use this match to test your strength. Let's see if you are really stronger than me. Guozhaoli felt that he had already completed the order of that expert by using idle chat to buy an hour of time. At this moment, he wanted to finish the match as soon as possible and continue healing his injuries so that his foundation wouldn't be affecting his breakthrough to the Qi transforming period. Is that so? Then I'll let you take a good look at my strength and see if it's worthy of my ranking. At this moment, Zhang Renyuan didn't want to continue like this, so as to not affect his popularity in the audience. So when he saw that Guozhaoli intended to end the competition, he immediately cooperated enthusiastically. A small completion stage beginner-level martial skill didn't contain any spiritual power. Guozhaoli slowly walked towards Zhang Renyuan. Similarly, a small completion stage beginner-level sword technique also did not contain any spiritual power. The only difference was that his speed was slightly faster than Guozhaoli's. The spring and autumn brush and the natal spirit sword collided. There was no rumbling sound, nor was there any fluctuation from the spiritual power's explosion. There was only Guozhaoli's miserable howl. Along with the tragic cry, it was Guozhaoli who fell to the ground pretending to be unconscious. Zhang Renyuan wins. Seeing that Guozhaoli and Zhang Renyuan had finally finished their show, Zhong Faken, who had long felt uneasy, immediately announced the result of the match. Seeing Guozhaoli, who was pretending to be unconscious and hiding on the arena, Zhong Faken wanted to kick him down. But at this moment, Guozhaoli woke up in time. He immediately stood up and pretended to be weak as he walked down the arena. When Guozhaoli walked down the arena, Zhong Faken took a look at Chu Zhongtian, who was under the arena. He found that Chu Zhongtian had opened his eyes and was about to stand up. Seeing Chu Zhongtian in high spirits, Zhong Faken knew that he had fully recovered the spiritual power and immediately felt relieved. After that, he continued to announce the number and name of the contestants. The 12th round of the second match, contestant number 3, Hiying versus contestant number 13, Chu Zhongtian. As Zhong Faken announced the number and name of the contestants, the audience, who had been tortured by Guozhaoli and Zhang Renyuan for more than an hour, suddenly became energetic. Hiying was ranked second among the disciples of the outer sect. His sword technique was incomparably exquisite, and he lost to Luizong in one move in the ranking competition. In the 12 rounds of competition, he was temporarily ranked third. Chu Zhongtian was a dark horse that had emerged from the sex competition. Not only was he powerful, he also had countless trump cards. Until now, no one knew how strong he was. In the 12 rounds of competition, he was temporarily ranked second. The two people's competition could be said to be the most exciting and worthy of attention in this round of competition. Moreover, the two people's competition was related to the final winner. If He Ying defeated Chu Zhongtian, then the undefeated Luizong would basically become the champion of this year's sex competition. If Chu Zhongtian defeated He Ying, then the final winner would be placed in the next round, the match between Chu Zhongtian and Luizong. Senior brother Chu Zhongtian, who was the first to step onto the arena, greeted him with a respectful expression. Junior brother Chu. He Ying replied with the same respect. He Ying had mixed feelings about Chu Zhongtian. The first match of the first round of the ranking competition was the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Guo Zhaoli. Although He Ying was impressed that Chu Zhongtian, who was only an 8th layer peak of the body refining period, could pass the 12 rounds of elimination and enter the last round of the competition, he had never really attached any importance to him. Even though he had easily defeated Zhao Qing, who was ranked 5th, and Zhang Renyuan, who was ranked 4th, He Ying still didn't regard him as his opponent. However, when Chu Zhongtian broke through to the 9th level of body refining stage and advanced to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, he truly regarded him as an opponent who could threaten him. As Chu Zhongtian kept unleashing his trump cards, He Ying started to pay more attention to him. At the same time, he started to worry about whether he was a match for Chu Zhongtian or not. Especially when Chu Zhongtian used a mysterious force that could change the color of the sky and freeze the surrounding environment. It had shaken his confidence in defeating Chu Zhongtian. Furthermore, when Chu Zhongtian faced the green copper mirror that appeared in Xia Luoxing's body, he used a mysterious trump card to defeat the rare treasures that even the great expert had taken a fancy to. This had almost caused He Ying to lose his confidence in fighting Chu Zhongtian. Junior brother Chu, before the competition, I have something to ask you for confirmation. Can you help me clear my doubts? Putting aside his thoughts, He Ying asked nervously. Senior brother you and senior brother Louis are both people I admire among the disciples of the sect. You can ask me anything you want. Although he didn't know what He Ying wanted to verify, He Ying's character really made Chu Zhongtian admire him. So as long as it didn't involve his secrets, there was no harm in telling him some things. Junior brother Chu, other than the trump cards you revealed in the past few rounds, do you have any other trump cards that you haven't revealed yet? He Ying asked nervously. Because He Ying didn't have much confidence in dealing with Chu Zhongtian's trump cards, he was very likely to lose to Chu Zhongtian. If Chu Zhongtian still had a trump card, He Ying would have to consider whether he would choose to admit defeat or not. This was because the ranking competition had already gone through 12 rounds. He had already lost one round and had accumulated 10 points. He was temporarily ranked third. Following closely behind was Xia Luoxing, and his next opponent was Xia Luoxing. Considering Xia Luoxing's extraordinary background and the help of the powerful man behind him, He Ying had to ensure that he could face Xia Luoxing in a perfect condition. If he not only lost to Chu Zhongtian in this match, but also suffered serious injuries because of the trump cards he kept revealing, it would definitely affect the next round of the competition. If he suffered a serious injury and lost to Xia Luoxing in the end, he would lose the top 3 rankings. In the end, he would lose the qualification to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm, and he would definitely regret it. Therefore, he had to make sure that Chu Zhongtian still had some trump cards. If he didn't have any trump cards, then he had to win this match even if he had to suffer heavy injuries in order to ensure that he could enter the top 3 in the end. If he still had trump cards, then he would admit defeat and let him maintain his perfect condition to fight Xia Luoxing. Asking his opponent whether he still had trump cards was actually a violation of the rules. However, considering He Ying's current situation, Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry with him. Furthermore, after considering it over and over again, he told the truth about his own situation. Senior brother I still have a trump card, but unless I have no other choice, I won't use it easily. His final trump card was the Blood Demon Great Method. Although he didn't use the Blood Demon Great Method, he estimated that using the purple blood to attack the green copper mirror would increase the power of his attack by at least a few levels. Therefore, the Blood Demon Great Method was his true trump card. After getting Chu Zhongtian's confirmation and the cautious expression on his face, he knew that not only did he not lie, but the power of his ultimate trump card was beyond his imagination. Therefore, after thinking about it again and again, he finally decided to admit defeat. I admit defeat. He Ying, who was ranked second among the disciples of Outer Sect, actually admitted defeat in front of Chu Zhongtian. This immediately caused a lot of discussions among the audience. How is this possible? A dignified second-ranked expert actually admitted defeat in front of a new disciple? This has really disappointed me. That's right. Senior brother, he has always been my idol. How can he admit defeat on his own accord? I'm completely disappointed in He Ying. He Ying admitting defeat had caused the popularity he had accumulated to lose by more than half. This made He Ying, who was already unhappy, feel even more depressed in his heart. Of course, not everyone present complained about He Ying in a daze. A meticulous disciple had carefully calculated the reason why He Ying admitted defeat on his own accord. Therefore, not only did they not feel disappointed in He Ying, they even explained it to the people around them. On the high platform, Long Xingyun could tell what He Ying was thinking with just a glance. As a mighty warrior with a cultivation base higher than Divine Soul stage, he could tell what He Ying was thinking. At this moment, he had a look of pity on his face as he commented on Tianjun. Junior brother Tian, you have to remember this forever. If you want to climb to the peak, besides some conditions of potential, the confidence to advance bravely is also the foundation to climb to the peak stage. With the help of He Ying's current state of mind, Long Xingyun gave him some pointers. Thank you for your guidance. Tianjun was also a smart person. Long Xingyun's guidance just now, after thinking carefully, he understood the reasoning behind it. Junior brother Tian, you are not much older than the participants in the arena, but because you have been staying in Sect Lord Peak and have gone out to temper yourself too few times, you still lack courage. Since he was giving pointers to his junior brother, it was rare for Long Xingyun to have the patience to say a few more words. At this moment, he saw Chu Zhongtian's performance. He had a praising expression on his face, and at the same time, he wanted Tianjun to learn from him. Junior brother Tian, junior brother Chu's current state of mind is a role model for you to learn. Long Xingyun's reminder made Tianjun couldn't help but look up at Chu Zhongtian. He was immediately shocked by Chu Zhongtian's performance and actions. Because facing He Ying, who admitted defeat, not only did Chu Zhongtian not feel any joy, but his expression was also very angry. When Chu Zhongtian heard He Ying admit defeat, he was stunned for a moment. Then, as if he had been infuriated, he pointed his finger at He Ying and shouted, Senior brother He, what do you mean by this? You are the number 2 expert among the disciples of Outer Sect. Don't tell me you are looking down on me? Regardless of whether it was before or after the breakthrough, out of the 13 participants of the ranking competition, He Ying and Luizong were his most important opponents. The opponents he wanted to fight the most were these 2 experts. When Ma Qiwei was fighting He Ying, he once said arrogantly that only He Ying and Luizong were worthy of his attention. This was the true image of Chu Zhongtian's heart. After his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of body refining and advanced to the peak, none of the opponents he faced could make him unleash his full strength. It allowed him to grasp the power after breaking through as soon as possible. Therefore, he placed his hopes on He Ying and Luizong, because only these 2 could allow him to unleash his full strength without using a few trump cards, allowing him to touch the true limit of his strength. This would provide him with unimaginable help in increasing his strength and breaking through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. However, the anticipation in his heart turned into endless disappointment in He Ying's tone of admitting defeat. At this moment, it would be strange if he wasn't angry when facing He Ying, who admitted defeat. Junior brother Chu, I don't have the slightest intention of looking down on you. It's because I have my own reasons to admit defeat. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who had fallen into a state of anger because of him admitting defeat, He Ying was stunned at first. However, when he saw the unwillingness and disappointment on Chu Zhongtian's face, he immediately understood. This was because Chu Zhongtian was angry because he lacked a worthy opponent. It was very simple for a cultivation maniac like Chu Zhongtian to quell his anger. It was to give him a chance to fight to his heart's content. Therefore, He Ying said, "Junior brother Chu, with your talent and potential, I'm sure it won't take long for you to break through to the Qi transforming period and become a disciple of the inner sect. If you really want to fight me, how about we fight on the stage 2 months later?" Chu Zhongtian wasn't really looking forward to He Ying's duel. This was because once he broke through to the Qi transforming period, his overall strength would increase by a notch. At that time, not only would He Ying not be a match for him, he wouldn't even be able to exert all of his strength. Although he was disappointed, Chu Zhongtian still agreed to his challenge without hesitation. At the same time, he gave himself a pressure. He had to break through to the Qi transforming period within 2 months. Chu Zhongtian wins. Seeing the furious Chu Zhongtian finally calm down, Zhong Fakan quickly announced the result of the match. Chu Zhongtian's talent and potential, as well as Long Xingyun and Zhao Enjuan's high regard for him, made Zhong Fakan have to care about his attitude. The 12th and 3rd match, contestant number 4 versus contestant number 12, Ma Baohua. Xia Luoxing, who appeared on the arena, had a gloomy expression. Every disciple who looked into his eyes would lower their heads in fear because of the killing intent in his eyes. Only Chu Zhongtian, He Ying, and Lui Tsong showed no fear in the face of Xia Luoxing's murderous look. Even He Ying looked back at him provocatively. Facing He Ying's provocation, Xia Luoxing's red eyes became even redder, giving people the feeling that he was going crazy. "I admit defeat," Ma Baohua, who had just stepped onto the arena, said with a trembling voice, admitting defeat. This was because when Xia Luoxing had used his eyes to shoot at the audience, Ma Baohua was also the one who had looked into his eyes. Therefore, he knew how dangerous Xia Luoxing was right now. After admitting defeat, he didn't care if Zhong Fakan announced the result of the match or not, and directly jumped down from the arena. Looking at Ma Baohua, who was rushing into the crowd, the killing intent in Xia Luoxing's eyes became stronger. Xia Luoxing wins. Xia Luoxing's eyes were filled with killing intent, and it was a threat to the disciples under the arena. But to Zhong Fakan, who was at the Divine Soul period stage, there was no threat at all. Therefore, after he announced the result of the competition, he looked straight at Xia Luoxing. He indicated that it was time for him to go down, temporarily suppressing the anger that was about to erupt in his heart. Xia Luoxing looked at He Ying provocatively, then walked down from the arena. In the next 3 matches in the 12th round, other than the last match between contestant number 8, Meng Fangqiang against Ma Qiwei, which slightly aroused the interest of the audience, the remaining 2 matches were not paid much attention to at all. As the severely injured Ma Qiwei admitted defeat, the audience was incomparably disappointed. Fortunately, the next match was a match that the audience had been looking forward to for a long time. It was a match that could decide the final champion. This was because the participant was the number 1 participant, Lui Tsong, and the dark horse of ranking competition, Chu Zhongtian, after the start of the match. Lui Tsong was ranked first for the time being. Chu Zhongtian and Lui Tsong were tied in the first place. In other words, the winner of this competition would be the champion. Senior brother Lui, Chu Zhongtian, who was the first to enter the arena, greeted him warmly. "Junior brother Chu," Lui Tsong replied. "Senior brother Lui, it's not that I'm arrogant and conceited. I just want to make sure that you won't admit defeat," Chu Zhongtian asked nervously. The only opponents that could help him test the limits of his strength were Lui Tsong and He Ying. He Ying admitting defeat had made him lose a chance. Now Lui Tsong was the only one left. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian was worried that he would admit defeat as well. Fortunately, Lui Tsong's following reply had completely relieved Chu Zhongtian's worries. Furthermore, he began to adjust his condition and adjust the spiritual power in his dantian. "Junior brother Chu, junior brother, he is worried that the final ranking will take the initiative to admit defeat. But I don't have this concern. Therefore, you can rest assured that I won't take the initiative to admit defeat." Luizong said with his combat intent. All right. After getting Luizong's confirmation, especially after Luizong took out the natal spirit sword, after igniting the strong fighting spirit in his body, Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but shout out loudly. After that, he also took out the natal spirit blade, looking like he was about to attack. Sun scorching. Great wind rises. After Zhong Fakan announced the start of the match, Chu Zhongtian and Luizong didn't try to test each other out. Instead, they started attacking each other with their strongest attacks. Although the primary rank blade method had broken through to the great completion stage, it was still slightly weaker than Luizong's intermediate sword technique, which had broken through to the small completion stage. This allowed the two of them to use their strongest techniques even though they were at the early stage of the fight. When the blades and swords collided, sparks flew everywhere. When the blades and swords collided, the sounds of explosions could be heard without stop. When the saber and sword collided, the arena shook non-stop. Although this match decided who the final victor would be, the loser would still be able to obtain the second place. This did not delay their opportunity to enter the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm half a year later, so the two people who gave up on worrying completely gave up on defending and chose to attack. In just 5 minutes, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves. Single spark starts prairie fire. Heavy storm. With the help of the two AoE skills clashing, Chu Zhongtian and Luizong separated from each other, temporarily pulling away from each other. Luizong pressed the tip of his sword against the ground, breathing heavily. Not only did Chu Zhongtian's sword tip push against the ground, he also supported his thigh with one hand, bending his body and breathing heavily. Compared to Luizong, who had broken through to the half-step Qi transforming period peak stage, Chu Zhongtian, who was at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, was at a slight disadvantage in terms of both spiritual power and physical strength. Therefore, after 100 exchanges, Chu Zhongtian's energy consumption was slightly higher than Luizong's. Junior brother Chu, use your trump card. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to win. After taking a few deep breaths and waiting for the qi and blood in his body to stabilize, Luizong said proudly. Senior brother Louis, there's no rush. You haven't forced my true limit. Although he had consumed a lot of energy and spiritual power, it wasn't as if Chu Zhongtian hadn't gained anything. Luizong's mastery and understanding of the sword technique wasn't any weaker than Qinbin and Lu Yuan's. After exchanging blows with him, Chu Zhongtian found that his primary rank blade method had started to improve. At this moment, his primary rank blade method had reached its limit. It only needed a tiny chance to break through to the peak stage. At that time, even if he used his attribute power to enhance the primary rank blade method, he could even level it up to an advanced martial skill. Snatch millet in the fire. When his qi and blood stabilized, Chu Zhongtian still didn't use any trump cards. He still only used the primary rank blade method that had broken through to the great completion stage. Looking at Chu Zhongtian, who was still unwilling to use his trump card, Luizong gritted his teeth and used the intermediate sword technique that was even more powerful and close to the great completion stage. He was looking forward to forcing Chu Zhongtian to use his trump card. As the natal spirit blade that contained the energy of the element collided with the natal spirit sword that was wrapped around the spiritual power, the entire trial peak let out a roar that was even louder than before. Along with the roar, the entire arena trembled back and forth. I've finally broken through. With the help of the peak, the primary rank blade method that was stuck at the great completion stage finally broke through to the peak stage, increasing the power of his saber technique to the advanced. Adding the enhancement of his attribute, the power of his saber technique had far surpassed the intermediate sword technique that Luizong had used to break through to the small completion stage. Sensing the increase in the power of the saber technique, Chu Zhongtian cried out with joy in his heart. After using all his strength to exchange a strike, Luizong quickly realized that something was not right. Originally, the intermediate sword technique that he had used to break through to the small completion stage could easily defeat Chu Zhongtian's saber technique. However, when he used all his strength in this exchange just now, the power and profoundness contained within Chu Zhongtian's saber technique forced him to take a step back. Could it be that his saber technique had broken through on the spot? The fact that Chu Zhongtian was able to break through to the 9th layer of body refining stage on the spot had already made Luizong admire him greatly. If his saber technique could still break through during the battle, then Chu Zhongtian's potential and comprehension ability had already exceeded his imagination. Crazy Devil Slaughter God. This was the strongest and the most powerful intermediate sword technique he could use at the moment. Burning Sun Head. Sensing Luizong consciously increasing the power of the sword technique, Chu Zhongtian also used the strongest skill of the primary rank blade method. This time, the collision had caused a small crack to appear on the newly repaired arena. This is a true genius. Through the exchange just now, Long Xingyun could clearly see that Chu Zhongtian's saber technique had broken through during the battle. Even an expert at his level of cultivation admired him from the bottom of his heart. Looking at Zhao Enjuan, who was standing beside him, Long Xingyun suddenly felt that his prestige and deterrent force wasn't enough to make Zhao Enjuan retreat. Helpless, he could only use a special method to inform his benefactor. Sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect hoped that he could come out and recruit Chu Zhongtian. Martial nephew Long, I can tell you this clearly. Chu Zhongtian is a disciple that I have taken a liking to a long time ago. In order to ensure that he can successfully become my disciple, I have no choice but to deal with some potential threats ahead of time. Although Long Xingyun was very strong, Zhao Enjuan was even stronger. Especially after Chu Zhongtian's saber technique broke through, Zhao Enjuan placed his attention on Long Xingyun. He was trying to prevent ___ from making any small movements. Facing Zhao Enjuan's naked threat, Long Xingyun forcefully stopped using the secret technique. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Uncle Master, I dare not." Humph! Facing Long Xingyun's act of pretending to be stunned, Zhao Enjuan snorted with dissatisfaction and then looked at the arena. The power that erupted from their attacks not only cracked the arena, but also caused the powerful rebounding force to force Chu Zhongtian and Luizong to retreat. Chu Zhongtian took 5 steps back before barely stopping. Luizong, on the other hand, took a full 6 steps back. "Junior brother Chu, you broke through again." The power of the attack just now had made Luizong very sure that Chu Zhongtian's saber technique had broken through during the battle. Luizong was so shocked that he was speechless. Facing Luizong's confirmation and questioning, Chu Zhongtian expressed his gratitude with certainty. "Thank you for your help. If it wasn't for the stimulation of your exquisite sword technique, I wouldn't have been able to discover the flaws in my saber technique. If it wasn't for the sufficient pressure from senior brother Louis, I would still need a long time to break through." After getting confirmation from Chu Zhongtian, Luizong couldn't help but sigh. At this moment, he was already in awe of Chu Zhongtian's amazing perception. At the same time, he knew very well that Chu Zhongtian's future was not something he could compare with. Under the arena, senior brother Chu broke through again? This immediately caused a heated discussion among the audience. "This is too unbelievable. Junior brother Chu's comprehension ability is too shocking." A 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period disciple exclaimed. "Although I haven't been cultivating for a long time, I have seen many geniuses, but none of them has been as outstanding as junior brother Chu," an expert who had just broken through to the half-step chi transforming period side with emotion. "Will senior brother Chu make another breakthrough before the sex competition ends?" At this moment, a 6th layer of the body refining period disciple suddenly asked a question. Impossible. The reason junior brother Chu was able to break through on the spot might be because he had reached his limit in the early stages of his cultivation. The reason why he broke through to the sword method martial technique just now was because senior brother Louis had given him enough pressure. Now that the competition has ended, it's impossible for him to have any opportunities to break through. A half-step chi transforming period warrior shook his head and denied the speculation. On the arena, junior brother Chu, ever since I took the talent test as an adult, I have always been the most dazzling genius in the sect. Today, you are the one I admire the most. Speaking up to this point, Luizong took out a spiritual sword that emitted a trace of pressure from the storage bag and said solemnly, "Junior brother Chu, this spiritual sword is called the Sun Sword. It was given to me by the elders of my family when I broke through to the half-step Qi transforming period. They want me to break through to the Qi transforming period and practice the double swordsmanship. Originally, I thought that before breaking through to the Qi transforming period, no one in the outer sect could force me to use this sword. But your amazing potential and comprehension ability forced me to use this spirit sword in advance. Seeing Luizong take out the real spirit sword, Chu Zhongtian's facial expression didn't change at all, because he had already considered this situation before joining the sect's competition. After all, when he was at the Qi refining stage, Qi Yilong had unexpectedly obtained spirit weapon. Since Luizong had already used his trump card, Chu Zhongtian couldn't possibly keep his trump card. Both of his shoulders swayed back and forth, and an imposing aura that caused the surrounding environment to freeze rose from his body. Luizong fell into a frozen environment. He felt as if he had entered a swamp, and it was extremely difficult for him to advance even a single step. Fortunately, the spirit weapon in his hand was emitting a spiritual aura, allowing him to move freely within the range of the aura. This made him secretly heave a sigh of relief. As long as he wasn't completely sealed, he wouldn't be afraid of Chu Zhongtian's attack. However, when he wanted to use the intermediate sword technique and use the movement technique, he found that the power of his movement technique had been reduced by 90%. In other words, his speed was only at the beginner-level movement technique of the beginner, which made him worry again. When Chu Zhongtian saw that Luizong could move freely, his facial expression changed as well. This was the first opponent he had encountered that wasn't affected by the power of the force. Currently, Luizong was able to exert 80% of the spirit weapon's power. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't dare to let his guard down. He intended to continue using his trump card. Out of the 3 trump cards he had, the Blood Demon Great Method couldn't be used for the time being. However, he couldn't use his second trump card, the Qi Extermination Fist. This was because he needed at least 90% of his spiritual power to use the Qi Extermination Fist. Just now, in order to break through to the peak stage, he had used 50% of his spiritual power. The only trump card he could use now was the purple blood in his body. Fortunately, after experiencing the cultivation of Blood Prison Pavilion and the Blood Demon Secret Realm, he had nearly 30% of the purple blood in his body. Losing a few drops of purple blood didn't have any effect on his body. Chu Zhongtian forced out a drop of purple blood and merged it into the natal spirit blade. He used the Chop Mount Hua skill of the basic saber technique and the entry-level advanced movement technique to charge at Luizong with all his strength. Another loud explosion that couldn't be blocked rang out. Along with the sound of weapons colliding, Chu Zhongtian was forced 3 steps back by the strong rebounding force. Not only did Luizong take a dozen steps back, his right shoulder was also cut open by the natal spirit blade that contained purple blood, revealing the defensive spirit tool underneath his clothes. Looking at the torn clothes on Luizong's right shoulder, Chu Zhongtian's face revealed a puzzled expression. Although the power of the natal spiritual power that he fused with the purple blood surpassed the saber technique that contained the power of attributes, the basic saber technique route could not easily injure Luizong, who was holding the spirit weapon. Could it be that even with the spirit weapon in his hand, he was still affected by the force? Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian continued to use the basic saber technique and the entry-level advanced movement technique. He began to attack Luizong from all directions. After 5 simple basic saber technique attacks, Chu Zhongtian finally found the problem. That was, although Luizong could move freely under the influence of the force, the suppression of force reduced the power of the movement technique. At this moment, facing Luizong, who was using the mid-peak stage movement technique, but his speed had barely reached the entry-level beginner level, Chu Zhongtian's heart was finally able to relax by half. As for what he was concerned about, Luizong was wearing a defensive spirit weapon. At this moment, Luizong was like a turtle with a turtle shell on his back, making it impossible for him to attack. Chu Zhongtian, who had nowhere to attack, suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The turtle could use the free turtle shell to protect itself, because it could also hide its head into the turtle shell. However, Luizong, who was in front of him, could not do it. In that case, he only needed to use the advantage of his speed to attack his head. Perhaps the defensive spirit tool could not cover the vital points below the waist. He would be able to break through his defense. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian continued to force the purple blood into the natal spirit blade, and started to use his speed to attack Lu Yizong's head. Every time Lu Yizong tried to defend against Chu Zhongtian's attack, he would be frightened out of his wits. When the long hair on his head was cut off by the sharp cold chi of the natal spiritual power, Lu Yizong finally could not hold on any longer. In the end, he retreated quickly and reluctantly admitted defeat. I admit defeat. Chu Zhongtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Lu Yizong admit defeat. He could finally relax now, although he had used his speed advantage just now to make Lu Yizong lose the ability to parry. Each of his attacks would consume a lot of Chu Zhongtian's strength. Because of the first attack, he had to guard against the counterattack of the spirit weapon in Lu Yizong's hand. At the same time, he had to avoid hurting Lu Yizong, who was slow in dodging due to the restraining force. After all, he had no grudges with Lu Yikong. He didn't want Lu Yizong to lose his life because of a moment of carelessness. Lu Yizong admitting defeat indicated that the final champion of this year's sex competition would belong to Chu Zhongtian. This caused the audience to cheer and shout excitedly. Chu Zhongtian, the champion! Chu Zhongtian, the champion! Chu Zhongtian, champion! Shi Guangliang, Zhang Qian, and Wang Zhongning, who were standing beside Dongfang Yuner, were also affected by the cheers and shouts of the audience. They also cheered and shouted loudly. Chu Zhongtian, the champion! Chu Zhongtian, champion! Chu Zhongtian, champion! Dongfang Yuner, who had been in a dilemma, heard her good friend Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning's cheers. She temporarily forgot about her conflicting thoughts and looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the arena, along with Lu Yizong, who was ranked first, admitting defeat, and the cheers and cries of tens of thousands of spectators. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian, who was standing on the arena, seemed to be emitting endless light from his body. It made him look so dignified and high-spirited. Could it be that she had done something wrong? Dongfang Yuner looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was emitting endless rays of light. She couldn't help but doubt whether Chu Zhongtian was really right or not. Chu Zhongtian wins. Zhong Fakin was also affected by the excited atmosphere of the audience. He announced loudly in excitement. Although he was a peerless divine soul stage warrior and had personally presided over the sex competition more than a dozen times, there had never been a year when the sex competition was as intense as this year's sex competition. Could make people's blood boil. This was especially the case when a dark horse like Chu Zhongtian suddenly appeared in this year's competition. Not only did he successfully defeat the third-ranked Xia Luoxing, the second-ranked He Ying, and the first-ranked Lu Yizong, he had also broken through twice in a row. More importantly, this year's disciple of the outer sect, the sex competition, would be the last chance in his life to preside over this event. This was because he had made up his mind to wait until the end of the sex competition. He would resign from his position as the master of the trial peak, and be willing to leave the scene behind the scenes. Therefore, the appearance of a genius like Chu Zhongtian in the sex competition, which was the last time in his life, could be considered as a consolation to him before he resigned. He withdrew his aura and listened to the cheers and shouts of the tens of thousands of spectators. Chu Zhongtian felt a surge of emotions rushing into his heart from within the dantian. A mysterious feeling temporarily separated his thoughts from his body. It slowly flew into the air. After his thoughts rose into the air, Chu Zhongtian gradually discovered that the entire floating cloud sect seemed to be like a huge beast that was alive. At this moment, it was just lying on the ground and sleeping soundly. It might wake up as well, and it would open its mouth and swallow the entire void. Your consciousness. Quickly return to your body. At this moment, Chu Zhongtian, who had left his body to think, suddenly heard Zhao Enjuan's anxious voice. After that, a strong suction force sucked the floating consciousness into his body. When the thoughts returned to his body, a force that could soothe one's mind began to expand from his body, causing the tens of thousands of excited audience members to sober up and calm down. Sensing the energy waves rising from Chu Zhongtian's body, the audience knew that he had made another breakthrough. In regards to this, other than admiration, the tens of thousands of audience members only deeply admired him. Forcibly suppressing the joy in his heart, Chu Zhongtian walked down the arena step by step. When his thoughts returned to his body just now, although his cultivation base did not increase in the slightest, the mind state's cultivation base had made consecutive breakthroughs. Although his thoughts had not left his body for a long time, his mind state's cultivation base had broken through to 3 minor stage in such a short period of time. At this moment, his mind state's cultivation base had already reached the first level Qi transforming period peak. The improvement of his mind state's cultivation base allowed him to consume medicinal pills to increase his cultivation base and potential as much as possible, and also allow him to break through to the Qi transforming period even faster. Senior brother Chu, congratulations. Shi Guangliang looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was walking over, and congratulated him with admiration. Thank you. Chu Zhongtian did not know how to respond to Shi Guangliang's congratulations. He could only respond with thanks. Mr. Chu, you are so surprising. I didn't expect that you would break through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period in just 3 months after entering the floating cloud sect, and even become the champion of the sect's competition, becoming the #1 expert amongst the disciples of the outer sect. You are truly amazing. After Shi Guangliang congratulated her, Zhang Qian started to speak incoherently. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not care at all. Mr. Chu, congratulations. Dongfang Yuner, who had been silent for a long time, finally opened her mouth to speak. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian treated her very calmly and said, Sister Dongfang, thank you. This already indicated Chu Zhongtian's attitude and decision. This was also the reason why he could face Dongfang Yuner calmly. Dongfang Yuner's expression changed when she saw the alienation in Chu Zhongtian's indifference. She knew that her lack of understanding just now had deeply hurt Chu Zhongtian, causing him to be completely disappointed in her. However, Dongfang Yuner felt that what she had done was not wrong, because what Chu Zhongtian did to Zhao Qing was indeed something she could not understand and accept. 13th round, second match, contestant number 3, Hiying versus contestant number 4, Xiaoluoxing. If the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Luizong was the deciding factor of the final victor, the battle between Hiying and Xiaoluoxing was the deciding factor of who would become the 3rd place and who would obtain the final spot to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Hiying, who was nervous because of the 3rd place, relaxed a little when he saw Chu Zhongtian's mind state cultivation base breakthrough. At this moment he calmly walked onto the arena. Xiaoluoxing was seriously injured by Luizong's attack, causing the mind to suffer a serious injury. It was not easy for him to heal the mind's injuries with the help of a powerful expert, but he was easily defeated by Chu Zhongtian. At the same time, he lost the most precious spiritual treasure of the expert behind him. This caused Xiaoluoxing to be on the verge of going crazy. However, the expansion of Chu Zhongtian's mind state's cultivation base had temporarily eased his crazy mind. He also walked down from the arena with a calm expression. The final match between Hiying and Xiaoluoxing was to fight for the 3rd place in the ranking competition and the last place to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. As the two people who knew the secrets of the Heaven Baron's secret realm, they also knew the importance of the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Therefore, after they ascended the arena, they didn't waste any time talking. They also didn't wait for Zhong Fakin to announce the start of the competition and use their strongest techniques. They started fighting with all their might. You attack, I defend, I attack, you defend. You retreat, I advance, I retreat, you advance. When you use the intermediate sword technique that has broken through to the small completion stage, I will also use the intermediate sword technique that has broken through to the small completion stage. After hundreds of exchanges, Hiying, who had a slight advantage in terms of strength, the situation was gradually gaining the upper hand. Xiaoluoxing, who was at a disadvantage, saw that he was about to be defeated by Hiying. In the end, he lost the qualification to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. It was not easy for him to wake up from the mind. He gradually fell into a daze, and his transparent eyes gradually turned red. His own strength was inferior to Hiying. Now, his mind had fallen into confusion once again. Therefore, not only could he not make a reasonable judgment, he also could not make an effective defense against Hiying's attack. After just 3 moves, Xia Luoxing was hit in a vital spot by He Ying's sword technique. 1. If a man's vitals are hit, he'll either be severely injured and fall to the ground and admit defeat, or he would fall into a daze and admit defeat passively. However, Xia Luoxing, who was hit in the vitals, did not fall to the ground with serious injuries, nor did he fall into a coma. Instead, an abnormal and terrifying aura arose from his body. Not good. The terrifying aura that rose from Xia Luoxing's body made him look like he had gone mad. This caused Zhong Faken, who was hosting the competition, to have a sudden change of expression. In a flash, he appeared next to Xia Luoxing. Zhong Faken planned to use the power of the divine soul to temporarily suppress the burning heart fire in Xia Luoxing's body. But the heart fire was different from the bright fire. The burning flame could be used with water, could be used with objects, could be used to extinguish it with the spiritual power, and could even be used with the vital spirit. Heart fire was a special flame that was produced by a person's mind when it was in chaos. It was not something that the vital spirit and power of the divine soul could suppress. Seeing that the power of the divine soul could not suppress the heart fire in Xia Luoxing's body, and that the heart fire had begun to destroy his dantian, Zhong Faken turned to Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun for help. Because, among the people present, only Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun, who were above the divine soul period stage, could temporarily suppress the heart fire in Xia Luoxing's body that was caused by qi deviation. However, facing Zhong Faken's pleading gaze, Zhao Enjun raised his head and looked into the distance, pretending to be thinking about life. Long Xingyun lowered his head and carefully stared at the ground, as if there was something on the ground that could attract his attention. Seeing that Zhao Enjun and Long Xingyun were unwilling to help Xia Luoxing, Zhong Faken could only helplessly sigh and retreat. Then he looked at Xia Luoxing, who was being tortured in his heart. The heart fire caused by qi deviation not only targeted a person's body and spiritual power, but also the soul in his mind. The pain of his soul being burned was not something a human could endure. Therefore, the pain brought by the soul burning in the inner fire made Xia Luoxing's miserable scream echo through the sky, shaking many of the experts who were cultivating in the depths of the sect. After hearing the painful scream, these experts used the power of the divine sense to check the situation. When they found out that the person screaming was Xia Luoxing, who had walked into the devil and ignited his heart fire, they stretched out a hand from the depths of the sect. That hand pointed at Xia Luoxing, and a transparent water droplet fell on his body, suppressing the burning heart fire in his body and gradually extinguishing it. However, the burning heart fire in his body had burned his soul, causing his soul to suffer a certain degree of damage. Therefore, after the heart fire was extinguished, Xia Luoxing directly fainted. Seeing the unconscious Xia Luoxing on the arena, the hand that stretched out from the depths of the sect stood up. After that, a strong suction force came from the hand and sucked the unconscious Xia Luoxing away. Uncle Zhao, did that person break through to the chaos period? After the hand that stretched out from the depths of the sect disappeared, Long Xingyun asked with a serious expression. Facing Long Xingyun's serious questioning, Zhao Enjun seemed very calm. No, that man had only touched the laws of chaos period. He will definitely break through to the chaos period and become a supreme venerable in a few decades or even 100 years. Zhao Enjun's answer made Long Xingyun secretly heave a sigh of relief. As long as that person's cultivation base did not break through to the chaos period, it would not pose much of a threat to the sect Lord Peak. However, Long Xingyun's respect for Zhao Enjun had increased. With just a glance, he could tell that person's true cultivation base and accurately determine when he would break through. This indicated that Zhao Enjun might have broken through to the chaos period long ago and become the supreme venerable of Southern Domain. This made Long Xingyun, who had always been eager to break through to the chaos period, respect him from the bottom of his heart. He Ying wins. After mysterious guard brought Xia Luoxing back to the depths of the sect, the scene was silent for more than 5 minutes before Zhong Faken returned to the center of the arena and announced loudly. He Ying, who was able to defeat an evenly matched opponent and obtain 3rd place in the ranking competition, should have accepted the cheers and cheers from the tens of thousands of spectators. but that was not the case. After experiencing the interference of a mysterious expert from the sect, the atmosphere was extremely silent. All the disciples at the scene looked in the direction where mysterious guard had disappeared in a daze. Looking at the silent scene and the dull expression of the audience, Ying walked down from the arena gloomily. Perhaps it was because the competition between Chu Zhongtian and Luizong was too exciting, or perhaps it was because Xia Luoxing had gone crazy, which attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the sect and sent someone to save him. This caused the audience to fall into deep thought. Therefore, the next 4 matches ended without a single disturbance. After the staff at the scene calculated, 20 minutes later, Zhong Fakin returned to the center of the arena with a piece of purple silk. All disciples, 10 elders, after 2 days and 1 night of continuous competition, the annual sex competition has officially ended. After 13 rounds and 18 matches, the top 10 disciples of the outer sect have been decided. Next, I will announce the detailed ranking and points of the 13 participants of ranking competition. The announcement of the final result of the ranking competition eased the tense atmosphere. Tens of thousands of disciples looked at Zhong Fakin with anticipation and looked at the purple silk in his hand that recorded the results of the ranking competition. Ma Baohua, 12 losses in the 12 rounds of competition, 0 points, 13th place. Lu Jiafu, 12 rounds of competition, 11 wins, 1 point, ranked 12th. Guozhao Li, in the 12 rounds of competition, 3 wins and 9 losses, points 3, rank 11. After announcing this, Zhong Fakin looked up at the disciples under the arena. He smiled and said, "After discussing with the sect elders, we have decided to give out rewards to the 3 contestants who are ranked 11th to 13th. The rewards will be given to you after the competition." Ma Baohua and the other 2 felt very regretful that they didn't make it into the top 10. However, when they heard that the participants ranked 11th to 13th also had rewards, Ma Baohua and Lu Jiafu's mood immediately eased up a lot. Only Guozhali's mood didn't change at all. Originally, he had a great chance of breaking into the top 10, or even the top 8. However, his luck was not good. The opponent he met in the beginning was very strong. Later on, he was seriously injured by Ying, causing him to admit defeat in the next few rounds of the competition. Wang Hanzhong, in the 12 rounds of the competition, for wins and 8 losses, accumulated 4 points, ranked 9th. In fact, after every round of the competition ended, Wang Hanzhong would calculate his points and ranking, so he knew that he should be able to enter the top 10 this time. At this moment, he heard Zhong Fakin announce that he was in the top 9, and he excitedly clenched his fists. Being able to enter the top 10 before breaking through to the Qi transforming period was a great help for him to break through to the Qi transforming period and become a disciple of the inner sect. Most of this was because of Chu Zhongtian. Therefore, Wang Hanzhong looked at Chu Zhongtian with gratitude. Ma Qiwei, in the 12 rounds of competition, for wins and 8 losses, for points, 9th place. When Ma Qiwei heard his ranking, he couldn't help but clench his fists. The difference was that Wang Hanzhong clenched his fists tightly because he was excited that he had entered the top 10. Ma Qiwei clenched his fists because he felt unusually angry. Among the 13 contestants, Ma Qiwei was the fastest. His strength could not be underestimated. If they were to be ranked according to their actual combat strength, Ma Qiwei should be ranked 5th. Unfortunately, his luck was not good. In the first half of the competition, he met Luizong, who was ranked 1st, Ying, who was ranked 2nd, and Xia Luoxing, who was ranked 3rd. This caused him to lose too many points in the first half of the competition. Originally, the second half of the competition was a good time for him to get his points, but Chu Zhongtian had seriously injured him, causing him to only win 1 match in the second half of the competition. The reason why his result was so bad was that Chu Zhongtian had attacked ruthlessly at that time. Therefore, Ma Qiwei looked at Chu Zhongtian with resentment. Because Wang Hanzhong's points are the same as Ma Qiwei's, after the discussion of the sect elders, the 2 of them are tied for the 9th place. Sun Jimin, in the 12 rounds of competition, 5 wins and 7 losses, accumulated 5 points, 7th place. Sun Jimin's expression was calm. He could accept this result calmly. although before the competition he was ranked 6th. But when the ranking competition truly began, he discovered that many disciples usually hid their strength. Not to mention, a dark horse had appeared in this competition. He was already quite satisfied that he was able to rank 7th in the end. Soon Jimin couldn't help but glance at Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian would definitely become the famous top expert of Southern Domain in the future. Zhang Renyuan. In the 12 rounds of competition, 7 wins and 5 losses, 7 points accumulated, ranked 6th. After Zhang Renyuan heard his ranking, his expression turned ugly. Originally, his ranking should be higher than Zhao Qing's, but because his natal spirit sword was damaged, it caused his strength to drop by at least 30% when facing Zhao Qing. This caused him to lose to Zhao Qing in the end. Zhang Renyuan couldn't help but raise his head and look at Chu Zhongtian. Zhao Qing, ranked 5th. After hearing her own ranking, Zhao Qing couldn't help but feel happy in her heart. Although the ranking this time was the same as her previous ranking, the contestants from the ranking competition this time were all very powerful. It was already very rare for her to be able to keep her 5th rank. However, Chu Zhongtian was one of the reasons why she was able to keep the 5th rank. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongtian injuring Zhang Renyuan, causing him to be unable to exert all of his strength, she was afraid that it would be very difficult for her to defeat him. Thinking of this, Zhao Qing also couldn't help but turn her head and look at Chu Zhongtian. Xia Luoxing is ranked 4th. Because Xia Luoxing was rescued by a powerful person in the depths of the sect, he wasn't present. So after announcing Xia Luoxing's results, Zhong Fakin interrupted and said, "After the sect's competition ends, I will arrange for staff to send the 4th place's reward to Xia Luoxing's residence." He Ying is ranked 3rd. Although he already knew his ranking, after hearing Zhong Fakin's announcement, He Ying had mixed feelings. Previously, he, Xia Luoxing, and Lui Tsong were the most popular candidates for the sect's competition to win the championship, and he was very confident in himself. But what about the reality? Not only did he not win the championship, he did not even manage to keep his original 2nd place. The biggest culprit behind this was Chu Zhongtian. Thinking of this, He Ying turned his head and looked at Chu Zhongtian. Lui Tsong is ranked 2nd. Hearing that he was ranked 2nd in the end, Lui Tsong couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Whether it was the elimination match or the ranking competition, Lui Tsong didn't care about winning the championship at all. It wasn't that he didn't care about the championship, but in his opinion, the championship belonged to him. Even He Ying, who was ranked 2nd, wasn't in Lui Tsong's mind at all, because other than believing in his own strength, he also believed in his trump card. What happened was just as he had expected. However, Chu Zhongtian posed a serious threat to him, which forced him to pay more attention to him. However, what he didn't expect was that not only was Chu Zhongtian powerful, he also had countless trump cards. This made him lose his confidence. What frightened him even more was that Chu Zhongtian's astonishing comprehension ability and terrifying potential allowed him to continuously break through during the battle. Thinking of this, Lui Tsong couldn't help but raise his head and look at Chu Zhongtian. Every contestant who was announced would deliberately pay attention to him, which made Chu Zhongtian feel very helpless. Especially when faced with the unwillingness in Lui Tsong and He Ying's eyes, it made him feel even more depressed. His ultimate goal in joining the sex competition was definitely to become the champion. In order to become the final champion, defeating all competitors was a normal procedure. Fortunately, Zhong Fakin was going to announce his results, which made him feel depressed for the time being. Chu Zhongtian, ranked 1st, becoming the champion of the outer sex competition. As Zhong Fakin used the power of the divine soul to spread Chu Zhongtian's result to every corner of the peak of Trial Peak, the audience who had been cheering and cheering for Chu Zhongtian once again became excited. Chu Zhongtian is the champion. Chu Zhongtian is the champion. Chu Zhongtian will be the champion. Hearing the tens of thousands of people shouting in unison, He Ying could not help but feel envious. Because after he defeated Xia Luoxing, there wasn't even a sound of applause from the crowd. All the contestants' rewards. I will send someone to send them to your residences later. After the atmosphere at the scene quieted down, Zhong Fakin continued the process of the competition. According to the rules of sex competition, after announcing the results of the competition and the final ranking, Zhong Fakan would give a few passionate words and end the competition perfectly. However, at this moment Long Xingyun, who was sitting on the high platform, suddenly interrupted the process of the competition. "Peak Master Zhong, I have delayed your time for a while. I have something to say to junior brother Chu. I wonder if it's possible." Of course, Long Xingyun was not only the eldest senior brother of sect leader, but his status were far higher than his. His own strength was a peak that Zhong Fakan would never be able to reach in his life. Furthermore, Long Xingyun didn't use his status and strength to order him around. Instead, he spoke in a tone of negotiation. "Junior brother Chu, let me introduce myself first." Long Xingyun stood up from the tall platform and walked to Chu Zhongtian with a friendly expression. "My name is Long Xingyun. I am the senior brother of Sect Lord Peak, and also the master of Sect Leader Pavilion." "Greetings, senior brother Long." Chu Zhongtian bowed respectfully. Long Xingyun had secretly warned him with a sound transmission when he was competing with Ma Chiwei, which made him have a good impression of Long Xingyun. After Chu Zhongtian bowed, Long Xingyun put away the smile on his face and invited him with a solemn expression. "Junior brother Chu, I hope you can consider joining Sect Lord Peak." Long Xingyun's sincere invitation made Chu Zhongtian feel awkward. The Sect Lord Peak was the symbol of the floating cloud sect. At the same time, it was also a power that could fight against the law enforcement peak. It was the place that many disciples yearned for the most. However, to Chu Zhongtian, the identity of an elite disciple of the Hidden Dragon Peak and the kindness Zhao Enjuan had shown him made it very difficult for him to betray the Hidden Dragon Peak and Zhao Enjuan. Otherwise, when faced with the temptation and threat of the law enforcement peak, he would have agreed to the request of the law enforcement peak a long time ago. Seeing Chu Zhongtian in a difficult situation, the corner of Long Xingyun's mouth curled up slightly, and a trace of pride appeared on his face. Because he knew that Chu Zhongtian was definitely tempted, he continued to tempt him. "Junior brother Chu, Sect Lord Peak is still the orthodox sect of Floating Cloud Sect. The heart technique that you cultivate is the greatest treasure of Floating Cloud Sect. It's an Azure Profound Heart Sutra that has reached the Earth Grade Advanced. You can cultivate it." After hearing Long Xingyun's first promise, not only were the tens of thousands of disciples excited, even the 8 elders and Zhong Fakan who were sitting on the tall platform were breathing heavily. Eternal Continent was divided into 5 regions by the boundless ocean. The resources in Southern Domain were the most scarce among the 5 regions, and their overall strength was relatively weak. The mind method martial skill that they cultivated was at the highest grade, Earth Grade Advanced. Take Zhong Fakan for example. As the master of the Trial Peak, he was also a peerless expert who had stepped into the Divine Soul stage. The mind method martial skill he cultivated was only a profound grade advanced. Among the 8 elders on the platform, besides Elder Chiu who was cultivating an Earth grade beginner level mind method martial skill in the Merit Palace, the remaining 7 were cultivating the same kind of mind method martial skill as Zhong Fakan, a profound grade advanced mind method martial skill. Therefore, when they heard the first promise Long Xingyun made to Chu Zhongtian, they were all very envious. However, the Earth Grade Advanced Mind Method martial skill, which made everyone envious and jealous, wasn't very tempting to Chu Zhongtian. This was because, in the Palace of Blood Demon Secret Realm, when he obtained the 4th layer and level 5 Taishan Heart Meridian Cultivation Method from the prison court, the Jade Tube had left behind a final message. If he could gather all the cultivation techniques of the Taishan Heart Sutra, then the grade of the Great Profound Heart Sutra would exceed that of the Heaven Grade Cultivation Technique. Chu Zhongtian didn't know what grade of cultivation technique it was that surpassed the Heaven rank. But he knew that the Taishan Heart Sutra was definitely a cultivation technique that surpassed most of the cultivation techniques in the world. Thus, when faced with Long Xingyun's first temptation, he was not moved at all. Chu Zhongtian's calm reaction let Long Xingyun know that the promise he made was not enough. However, he was not in a hurry. Instead, he continued to make the second promise. "Junior brother Chu, apart from the Earth Grade Advanced Cultivation Technique secret scripture in Sect Lord Peak, there's also the Sword Method Martial Technique and Fist Technique skill that has reached the Earth Grade Advanced, and even the lower rank Heaven Grade Wind Attribute Movement Technique. Long Xingyun's second promise made the breathing of the tens of thousands of disciples on the scene become heavier, just like the elders on the platform. For the disciples who had the highest talent but were only at the 6th grade and had the highest cultivation base, the Earth grade advanced heart technique secret scripture was too profound and distant. They were far from being as practical as the Earth grade advanced martial skills. However, to Chu Zhongtian, Long Xingyun's second promise was also not very tempting. He who valued the foundation understood one thing. It was impossible for him to reach the sky in a single bound, because yellow-level beginner-level martial skills and mid-grade martial skills were enough for him to cultivate for a long period of time, so the earthly grade advanced martial skills were too far away from him. Not to mention, martial skills were not the higher the grade, the better. For example, the yellow-level beginner saber technique that he was currently cultivating and the primary rank blade method that had already stepped into the peak was no weaker than an advanced martial skill. Therefore, the most important thing for him was to thoroughly study every martial skill that was suitable for him. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian's expression didn't change at all, Long Xingyun's relaxed expression became slightly nervous. In the end, he decided to make a more tempting promise. Junior brother Chu, the sect Lord Peak is sect leader's daily cultivation and living main peak. At the bottom of the mountain, there is a spiritual vein that has reached the level 4, which is used for the daily cultivation of the disciples of the sect Lord Peak. If there is a breakthrough in the cultivation of a disciple, he can enter the special secret room to cultivate. This was because there was not only a sufficient amount of spiritual power in the secret chamber, but also a special kind of energy. It can assist in breaking through cultivation base and speed up the consolidation of one's cultivation base. Long Xingyun's third promise not only increased the breathing of the audience, but also made them look forward to it. However, to Chu Zhongtian, although the environment with sufficient spiritual qi was tempting, the importance of spirit stones was even greater to him, who had the duplication and adhesion program. At the same time, his own condition and the risks in his bones determined that he could not stay in a place to cultivate peacefully. Therefore, the environment with sufficient spiritual qi was not 100% suitable for him. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian still did not move, Long Xingyun decided to make his last promise. Junior brother Chu, other than having sufficient spiritual qi for daily cultivation and living in sect Lord Peak, there are also level 10 to 6th grade spirit fruit planted on top of the mountain. These spirit fruit can not only increase the cultivation of warriors, but also their potential and even their comprehension ability. Junior brother Chu, if you are willing to join sect Lord Peak, then you can pick any spirit fruit of different grades according to your needs. Tianjun, who was standing behind Long Xingyun, heard his eldest senior brother make this promise and could not help but pull his sleeve to remind him of the seriousness of this promise. As a disciple of the sect Lord Peak, Tianjun understood the preciousness of those spirit fruit very well. He knew that the other disciples of sect Lord Peak thirsted for the spirit fruit. The promise Long Xingyun made just now might bring Chu Zhongtian a lot of trouble. Junior brother, don't worry. I know what I'm talking about. Long Xingyun knew what Tianjun was worried about, but he didn't take it to heart. The spirit fruit on the mountain peak could only play a supportive role, and it wouldn't have much of an impact on the sect Lord Peak. If Chu Zhongtian agreed to join the sect Lord Peak, Long Xingyun wouldn't mind taking away all the spirit fruit. As for the trouble that Chu Zhongtian might encounter, this was what Long Xingyun was looking forward to. Long Xingyun's third temptation had really tempted Chu Zhongtian. The reason why his cultivation could improve so quickly and his strength could surpass 4 or 5 minor stage warriors was mostly because of the pills and spirit fruit. If the grade of the spirit fruit in sect Lord Peak was sufficient, then with the duplication and paste program, he only needed to earn enough spirit stones to copy and paste, and then he would be able to increase his cultivation without limit. Of course, although Chu Zhongtian was tempted, he was not moved by the temptation of the promise just now. He only revealed a trace of concern. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was still unmoved, Long Xingyun could only continue to make promises. Junior brother Chu, apart from planting different grades of spirit fruit in sect Lord Peak, there are also many different grades and powerful exotic beasts kept in captivity. You can choose a strange beast as your pet to increase your strength. Long Xingyun's fourth promise had already made many disciples excited. he could casually pick a spirit fruit to increase his cultivation base, potential and comprehension ability, and he could choose a strange beast of different grades as his pet. With such attractive conditions, even if the disciples present could only choose, they would immediately agree to join Sect Lord Peak. However, for Chu Zhongtian, the above conditions might not be enough to move his heart and convince him to join another mountain peak. Seeing Chu Zhongtian, who was still unmoved, Long Xingyun closed his eyes and thought for a while. After that, he said with an unusually solemn expression, "Junior brother Chu, there are a total of 360 disciples in Sect Lord Peak. Among them, 352 are registered disciples who enjoy the treatment of ordinary disciples. 8 of them are true disciples who enjoy the highest treatment in Sect Lord Peak. Junior brother Chu, 6 of the 8 true disciples are the disciples that I recruited on behalf of my master. Junior brother Tianjun was one of them. Only my 5th junior brother and I are personally recruited by our master. Junior brother Chu, if you agree to join Sect Lord Peak, then I will personally invite my teacher to come out of the mountain and ask him to personally accept you as his disciple." Regarding the 5th promise Long Xingyun made, most of the disciples present were only envious, but not jealous, because they knew that the person who could get sect leader from the floating cloud sect to take him as his disciple not only needed to surpass most of the genius's talent, potential, and comprehension, but also needed to have the strength of a superhuman. Only Chu Zhongtian had these conditions, so they could only envy him, but there was nothing else they could do. Of course, not everyone present thought so. At least to Luizong, He Ying, and Ma Chiwei, they felt that their conditions were not any worse than Chu Zhongtian's. The only thing they lacked was luck, so the way they looked at Chu Zhongtian, full of envy, even a trace of resentment. Long Xingyun had made a lot of promises, but the only thing that really moved Chu Zhongtian was the last promise, which was that sect leader of Floating Cloud Sect had personally accepted him as his disciple. Although he hadn't been in the Floating Cloud Sect for a long time, he had experienced the tempering in Inferno City and Blood Demon's secret realm. He understood the importance of a good master very well. With a master, he would be able to learn everything systematically. He would be able to solve all the questions in his cultivation at any time. More importantly, he would be able to understand many of the secrets of the continent. It was unlikely that he would still be confused at the end of the day. However, although he was tempted, Chu Zhongtian still couldn't agree to it, because he needed to seek Zhao Enjuan's opinion. Raising his head to look at Zhao Enjuan, Chu Zhongtian was surprised to find that Zhao Enjuan was in deep thought with his eyes closed. He pretended to not want to give him any opinion. However, the careful Chu Zhongtian could still see from the way he held the Black Throne's armrest. He was very nervous at the moment. Nervous. This was a thought that flashed through Chu Zhongtian's mind when he saw Zhao Enjuan holding the handrail tightly. The promise that Long Xingyun made Zhao Enjuan nervous. Could it be that he did not want to enter the Sect Lord Peak, and did not want sect leader to be his master? After leaving the Chu family and entering the Floating Cloud Sect, the only person Chu Zhongtian had truly come into contact with and cared about was Zhao Enjuan. Although his attitude towards Chu Zhongtian wasn't very respectful, it was precisely because of this that Chu Zhongtian truly respected and attached himself to him. However, being able to enter the Sect Lord Peak and become sect leader's true disciple, this was probably the biggest dream of over 100,000 disciples of the outer sect, inner sect, core disciples, and true disciples of the Floating Cloud Sect. Chu Zhongtian wasn't willing to give up this rare opportunity so easily. Therefore, he needed Zhao Enjuan's permission, or rather, he needed to know what Zhao Enjuan was thinking. Thinking of this, Chu Zhongtian said apologetically to Long Xingyun, "Senior brother Long, please wait for a moment." After that, he walked straight to the tall platform and stood in front of Zhao Enjuan. "Elder Zhao, senior brother Long promised me many tempting conditions just now. It really made me very tempted, but I want to ask for your opinion. Trial Peak, high platform. Chu, I'm glad to see you being so polite to me," Zhao Enjuan said in a gratified manner when he saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't agree to Long Xingyun's conditions, and even took the initiative to ask for his opinion. However, his attitude changed after that. He said with disdain and sarcasm, "Chu, in my eyes, The promise Long Xingyun made just now was nothing. Earth-grade Advanced Heart Sutra Secret Scripture, Earth-grade Advanced Sword Method Martial Technique, Earth-grade Advanced Palm Technique, Heaven-grade Low-grade Movement Technique. These martial skills belong to the things that are not worth mentioning in my collection. As for the different grades of spirit fruit and strange beasts, to me, I can get as many as I want. I'll feel ashamed even if I brag about it. Jiao, pay attention to your tone. Although Jiao Enjuan said those words in a very generous manner, the one who made the promise was the eldest senior brother of Sect Lord Peak. Chu Zhongtian was worried that Jiao Enjuan's contempt just now would cause Long Xingyun to be unhappy, so he quickly reminded him. Chu, don't worry. Whether it's in front of Long Xingyun or in front of his master, I dare to say that they won't dare to have any objections to me. Speaking up to this point, Jiao Enjuan looked directly at Long Xingyun. Uncle Jiao, you are right. The promise I made just now is not worth mentioning in your eyes. Facing Jiao Enjuan's contemptuous attitude, Long Xingyun could only smile bitterly and agree. At the same time, the worry in his heart finally appeared. Chu, if you want to find a master, you don't need to find anyone else. Because standing in front of you is the Floating Cloud Sect, the strongest venerable in the entire southern domain. At this point, a force that could shake the heavens and earth suddenly rose from Jiao Enjuan's body. It was a terrifying force that could destroy the void. Jiao, it seems like you want to take me as your disciple. When Jiao Enjuan showed off his wealth and strength, and showed that he was qualified to be your master, Chu Zhongtian immediately understood what was going on. At the same time, he also understood a lot of things. No wonder he thought so highly of him and treated him differently among the 6 elite disciples. Originally, he had wanted to take him as his disciple. Considering that he had used Long Xingyun to test him just now and made him think for a long time, Chu Zhongtian also wanted to make him anxious. However, I need to consider whether I should treat you as my master. Jiao Enjuan thought that Chu Zhongtian would immediately kneel at his feet and kowtow to him in excitement, but he didn't expect Chu Zhongtian to think about it. This made him anxious. Chu, what else do you need to think about? It is your fortune that I am willing to be your master. What you should do now is to kowtow to me immediately. Jiao, I can admit that you are my master, but we will talk about the salutation when we return to Hidden Dragon Peak. In fact, even if Jiao Enjuan didn't make any promises, Chu Zhongtian had already decided to acknowledge him as his master because of the care he had shown him in the past 3 months. However, he didn't want to bow to him in front of so many people. Sure, as long as you are willing to acknowledge me as your master. You can pay any time you want to, and you don't even need to pay any respect to me. Hearing that Chu Zhongtian was finally willing to acknowledge him as his master, Jiao Enjuan's worried heart finally relaxed. He was not in a hurry about etiquette. Senior Brother Long, thank you for thinking highly of me and taking care of me with great effort. I will definitely remember today's kindness in my heart. He had agreed to Jiao Enjuan's request, which was to reject Long Xingyun's offer. Chu Zhongtian was afraid that he would get angry because of this, so he quickly apologized to him. Junior Brother Chu, you don't have to worry about it. Actually, when Uncle Jiao appeared in Trial Peak and was willing to help you deal with the giant palm, I knew that he also wanted to take you as his disciple. Compared to sect leader, Uncle Jiao might be more suitable to be your master. Although Long Xingyun was very disappointed that Chu Zhongtian agreed to Jiao Enjuan's request, he could still accept it in his heart, because he had already guessed this result when Jiao Enjuan showed his appreciation for Chu Zhongtian. He was not angry that Chu Zhongtian refused. However, he didn't want to stay here any longer, so he said goodbye to Jiao Enjuan. Uncle Jiao, since Junior Brother Chu agreed to take you as his master, Junior Brother Tian and I will go back first. You should leave quickly. Jiao Enjuan nodded, as if he wanted Long Xingyun to leave this place as soon as possible. Pavilion Lord Long. There are still many outstanding disciples in the outer sect, Zhong Fakan asked when he saw that Long Xingyun was about to leave. I don't need trash and idiots. After leaving behind an insulting remark, Long Xingyun left the Trial Peak with Tianjun. Zhong Fakan watched Long Xingyun and Tianjun leave and couldn't help but sigh. Although he knew Long Xingyun was right, What Long Xingyun said just now was indeed very hurtful. Chu, say goodbye to your friend and follow me back to Hidden Dragon Peak. Zhao Enjuan suddenly thought of his senior brother, and his expression changed slightly. Zhao Enjuan knew that person's personality too well, so he indicated for Chu Zhongtian to return to Hidden Dragon Peak as soon as possible. Junior brother Wang, junior brother Shi, junior sister Zhang, sister Dongfang. I will wait for you in 5 days in front of Courtyard 9, Chu Zhongtian said. Junior brother Chu, I will give you an unexpected surprise in 5 days. Shi Guangliang left a sentence that Chu Zhongtian did not understand. Senior brother Chu, you must prepare meat for me in 5 days. I want to eat a big meal, Wang Zhongning said with a silly smile. Mr. Chu, you must prepare what you promised me, Zhang Qian said shyly. Mr. Chu, take care, Dongfang Yuner said simply. Chu Zhongtian did not care about it at all. He waved his hand and returned to the arena. He bowed to Zhong Fakan. Trial Peak. Above the arena, Chu Zhongtian and Shi Guangliang made an appointment to meet again, but he did not return to the tall platform. Instead, he went straight to the arena and bowed to Zhong Fakan, who was standing in the middle of the arena. Peak Master Zhong, thank you for your help. I will always remember it in my heart. Martial Nephew Chu, no matter what, you are a disciple of Trial Peak. Helping you is my duty, so you don't have to worry about it. Although Zhong Fakan spoke very politely, he was very touched in his heart. After all, Chu Zhongtian was a peerless genius that sect leader's eldest senior brother had taken a liking to and made him promise all kinds of things to win over. Not only could he maintain a humble attitude, but he also understood gratitude. Wait a minute. When Chu Zhongtian returned to the tall platform and came to Zhao Enjuan's side, Wang Fuqi, who was standing in the crowd, thought for a while and finally shouted. Zhao Enjuan and Chu Zhongtian were not surprised to see it was Wang Fuqi. When he used the movement technique to arrive at the tall platform, Zhao Enjuan waved his sleeve and brought Chu Zhongtian and Chu Zhongtian out of Trial Peak with a strong force. After Zhao Enjuan left with Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi, the remaining 8 elders started to make passionate promises to He Ying and the other disciples who had performed well. Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. In the blink of an eye, Chu Zhongtian was brought back to the courtyard on the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak. When they stopped, Wang Fuqi opened his eyes wide and observed his surroundings. From time to time, he would reveal a stunned expression. Actually, Wang Fuqi couldn't be blamed for being so curious. This was because ever since Zhao Enjuan built his courtyard on the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak, other than himself, only Chu Zhongtian had come here a few times. The other 5 elite disciples had never been to the peak of the mountain, let alone being able to enter the courtyard. It was precisely because Chu Zhongtian had been here several times that he was very familiar with the environment and layout of the courtyard. He familiarly walked to the stone pavilion in the courtyard and casually sat on a stone chair in the stone pavilion, quietly waiting for Zhao Enjuan's arrangements. Seeing Chu Zhongtian casually sitting on the stone chair in the stone pavilion, Wang Fuqi considered for a moment and finally followed him into the pavilion. However, he did not sit casually like Chu Zhongtian did, but stood behind him honestly. Chu, you are so casual. You are treating this place as your courtyard 9. When Zhao Enjuan returned to the living room and took out his tea set, he saw that Chu Zhongtian had already sat on the stone chair. He could not help but tease him. Elder Zhao, your environment here is much better than the courtyard 9. How about I move here in the future? Seeing that Zhao Enjuan was in a good mood, Chu Zhongtian joked to relieve his fatigue. Chu, we will talk about what happened between us later. I have something to talk about with Wang Fuqi. Zhao Enjuan placed the tea set on the stone table and sat behind the stone chair. He looked straight at Wang Fuqi and said, Elder Zhao, if you have something to say, just say it. Hearing Zhao Enjuan say something to him, Wang Fuqi quickly walked out from behind Chu Zhongtian and stood respectfully in front of him. Wang Fuqi, the so-called Elite Disciple Training Program is just my personal plan. My goal is to find a disciple who can inherit my martial arts. Due to my special identity in Floating Cloud Sect, many old men in the sect don't dare to provoke me, so they let me carry out my plan. This made many people think that this was a plan specially designed by the sect to train disciples. Wang Fuqi, the disciple in my mind is Chu Zhongtian, not you. That's why you have to leave Hidden Dragon Peak. Elder Jiao, I can't become your true disciple because I'm not outstanding enough. But I can be your nominal disciple as long as you let me stay in Hidden Dragon Peak. Hearing that Zhao and Juan wanted to chase him away from Hidden Dragon Peak, Wang Fuqi, who had already offended the law enforcement peak, immediately became nervous. At the same time, before the start of the ranking competition, Zhao and Juan's formidable strength had made Wang Fuqi sincerely want to follow him and receive his guidance. Wang Fuqi, I am different from the strong ones. I only accept one disciple in my life, and I don't need any nominal disciples. So, I'm sorry, but you can't stay in the Hidden Dragon Peak any longer. Seeing that Wang Fuqi was still begging, Zhao and Juan knew what he was worried about. So he stopped him from begging and planned for the future for him. Wang Fuqi, you would rather offend the law enforcement peak than betray the Hidden Dragon Peak. I will remember this kindness. So, during the time of the ranking competitions meeting, I have already discussed it with Marshal Nephew Long. From today onwards, you will be a member of Sect Leader's faction and a nominal disciple of Sect Lord Peak. In a while, Tianjun from Sect Lord Peak will personally come to pick you up, so you don't have to worry about your future. After hearing that Zhao and Juan had arranged for him to enter the Sect Lord Peak and become a nominal disciple of the Sect Lord Peak, Wang Fuqi's eyes widened, and he looked at Zhao and Juan with a grateful expression. Regarding Zhao and Juan's request to chase him out of Hidden Dragon Peak, although Wang Fuqi begged him bitterly, it seemed like he really couldn't leave Hidden Dragon Peak and couldn't bear to leave Zhao and Juan. In fact, in his heart, he had already started to scold Zhao and Juan and Chu Zhongtian, calling Zhao and Juan heartless and calling Chu Zhongtian a bystander. However, after hearing Zhao and Juan's arrangement, the hatred that he had for Zhao and Juan immediately dissipated. Compared to Hidden Dragon Peak, the Orthodox Sect Lord Peak was the holy land that all the disciples of Floating Cloud Sect yearned for. Being able to enter the Sect Lord Peak and become an in-name disciple of the Sect Lord Peak was something that Wang Fuqi didn't even dare to imagine before entering the Floating Cloud Sect. Furthermore, the Sect Lord Peak was the only super faction in the Floating Cloud Sect that wasn't afraid of the law enforcement peak. He was quite satisfied with Zhao and Juan's arrangement. Congratulations, junior brother Huangfu. Since you are able to become a disciple of the Sect Lord Peak, you will surely become a mighty warrior that will shake the entire southern domain in the future. Chu Zhongtian felt happy for Wang Fuqi when he heard Zhao and Juan's arrangement. He was also satisfied with Zhao and Juan's arrangement. After all, Wang Fuqi had been cultivating in Hidden Dragon Peak for 3 months. He had also received many pointers from Zhao and Juan. He was also Zhao and Juan's disciple. Zhao and Juan's arrangement, it's both reasonable and reasonable. Junior brother Chu, after you become Elder Zhao's disciple, you will definitely become the supreme expert who will affect the situation in Southern Domain in the future. Wang Fuqi congratulated him as well. All right, the person who will pick you up has arrived. While Chu Zhongtian and Wang Fuqi were flattering each other, Zhao and Juan, who had been using the divine sense to observe the situation outside, suddenly spoke. Senior brother Chu, goodbye. Wang Fuqi cupped his fists and said goodbye. Junior brother Huangfu, take care. Chu Zhongtian also cupped his fist and said respectfully. After the two of them said goodbye to each other, Zhao and Juan waved his sleeve and opened the door of the courtyard. Outside the door, Tianjun was already waiting. Hello, Uncle Zhao. The door of the courtyard opened. Tianjun saw Zhao and Juan sitting in the courtyard and quickly greeted him. All right, I'm different from your master. You don't have to be so polite. Zhao and Juan waved his hand and said impatiently. Hello, senior brother Tian. Zhao and Juan did not care about etiquette, but it did not mean that others did not care about it. Besides, Tianjun was a rare genius of Floating Cloud Sect, and he was also one of the 8 true disciples of Sect Lord Peak. Whether it was his status or identity, Chu Zhongtian had to treat him seriously. Hello, junior brother Chu. Looking at the polite and not arrogant Chu Zhongtian, Tianjun responded with a hint of pity in his eyes. Why wouldn't such an outstanding disciple join the sect Lord Peak and become the future top expert of sect leader? Alright, if you have anything to say, we can talk about it later. You can take Wang Fuqi and leave now. Seeing Tianjun standing at the door for a long time and refusing to leave, especially the complicated look in Chu Zhongtian's eyes, Zhao Enjuan impatiently chased him away. Without waiting for Tianjun to say goodbye, Zhao Enjuan waved his sleeve. At the same time he closed the door of the upper house. A strong gust of wind sent Tianjun and Wang Fuqi to the foot of the mountain. Looking at the overbearing Zhao Enjuan, Tianjun could only shake his head and laugh bitterly. After that, he summoned a flying beast and brought Wang Fuqi away from Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu, is my arrangement for Wang Fuqi alright? After sending Tianjun and Wang Fuqi away, Zhao Enjuan proudly showed off to Chu Zhongtian. Very good. Zhao Enjuan being able to arrange for Wang Fuqi to be sent to Sect Lord Peak and make him one of the 343 registered disciples of Sect Leader was enough to show that Zhao Enjuan was full of humanity. Of course, Chu Zhongtian could not refute him or ridicule him. However, from Wang Fuqi, Chu Zhongtian suddenly thought of Zhang Xing, who had been missing for a long time. He couldn't help but guess in his heart. At the same time, a trace of worry appeared on his face. After all, Zhang Xing was the only one among the 6 elite disciples who had been close to him and had helped him before. Of course, Chu Zhongtian would take his safety to heart. Furthermore, if nothing happened to Zhang Xing, not only would he smoothly join the sect's competition, he would also reject the request of the law enforcement peak. In that case, what kind of arrangements would Zhao Enjuan make for him? He didn't know if Zhang Xing was still alive or dead. What's wrong with you? Zhao Enjuan thought that Chu Zhongtian would praise him countless times for being able to arrange an outstanding disciple into the strongest force of Floating Cloud sect. But he didn't expect Chu Zhongtian to give him such an answer. Zhao Enjuan, who wasn't satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's evaluation, wanted to have a good debate with him, but he was surprised to find that Chu Zhongtian had a worried look on his face. He couldn't help but ask, Elder Zhao, when the 6 of us passed the 3 rounds disciple test and became elite disciples, Lin Dong and the others betrayed the Hidden Dragon Peak and joined the law enforcement peak. I feel sorry for them. I'm glad that you arranged for junior brother Huangfu to become an in-name disciple of the sect Lord Peak. But the whereabouts of Zhang Xing, who has the best relationship with me, has worried me. Chu, so you are worried about his safety. Chu Zhongtian's sigh did not make Zhao Enjuan feel anything, because the real purpose of the so-called elite disciple training program was to find a suitable disciple to accept his inheritance. He didn't really care about the 6 people who participated in the elite disciple training program. If it wasn't for Chu Zhongtian's outstanding performance that attracted his attention, and his passing of the test, perhaps Chu Zhongtian's current condition wouldn't have attracted Zhao Enjuan's attention at all. Now that Chu Zhongtian was about to become the only last disciple in his life, Zhao Enjuan certainly wouldn't want his disciple to worry too much. Therefore, he used his supreme level strength to start predicting Zhang Xing's situation. 3 minutes later, Zhao Enjuan, who had used his supreme power, opened his eyes. There was a trace of shock on his face. He took a deep breath to suppress the shock in his heart. Zhao Enjuan looked at Chu Zhongtian with a complicated expression. Then he thought about what to say and comforted him. Chu, I just used a special law to predict your friend's situation. I found that this disciple who has a good relationship with you is not only not dangerous, but also has a rare opportunity. Chu Zhongtian found that his judgment of Zhao Enjuan's strength had once again gone wrong. Zhao Enjuan's strength might not be as simple as that of a powerful expert. Zhao Enjuan had used the power he had mastered to predict the future, so Zhang Xing might not be in any danger. Chu, according to my original plan, Hidden Dragon Peak will be our place of residence from now on. I won't accept any more disciples. If you are willing to let that friend stay in the Hidden Dragon Peak, then I am willing to make an exception for you. I will accept him as my disciple. Zhao Enjuan considered that Zhang Xing was good at alchemy, and he would be able to play an important role in Chu Zhongtian's future cultivation. Therefore, Zhao Enjuan decided to make an exception for once. Elder Zhao, let's wait until junior disciple Zhang Xing returns to Hidden Dragon Peak and ask him what he wants. If he is willing to stay in Hidden Dragon Peak, then mansion number 7 will forever belong to him. If he is unwilling to stay in Hidden Dragon Peak, then I will send him off. Xianxia was a genius with the talent to become an alchemist. For such a genius, you could only follow his wishes and not force him to stay in Hidden Dragon Peak. Chu Zhongtian, all of these things have been completed. Next is the most important matter, Zhao Enjuan said with an excited expression. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any accidents. But Zhao Enjuan still couldn't be completely at ease. You should fulfill the bet between you and me, Chu Zhongtian said. In Chu Zhongtian's opinion, these things had to be done before he became his disciple. When he heard Chu Zhongtian mention the bet of the sex competition, Zhao Enjuan seemed to have forgotten about it. Elder Zhao, you are really forgetful. According to the bet you made for me, if I can become the final champion of sex competition, not only will you reward me with 1,000 points of sect contribution point, you will also help me upgrade a small grade of cultivation talent. Seeing that Zhao Enjuan had forgotten about the bet he had proposed, Chu Zhongtian reminded him unhappily. I remember now. Zhao Enjuan finally remembered. However, his attitude changed. He said with a disdainful tone, Chu, you are going to be my disciple soon. I will not treat you badly. You'd better fulfill the reward of the bet first. Then we'll talk about master's matter. Chu Zhongtian wasn't angry at Zhao Enjuan for mocking him for being stingy, and he didn't give up on his own persistence because of this. He was still determined to ask for the bet. Seeing Chu Zhongtian's firm attitude, Zhao Enjuan looked at him with disdain. After that, he took out a pill from the storage bag and placed it on the stone table. With a proud tone, he said, There is an upper-rank 7th grade celestial sphere pill in the pill bottle. It can at least raise your grade by 1 to 2. After introducing the use of the pill in the pill bottle, Zhao Enjuan stretched out his hand and signaled Chu Zhongtian to take out his own identity token. Receiving the identity token from Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan waved his hand and said generously, 1,000 points of sect contribution point is too little. I will give you 5,000 points straight away. It will be enough for you to use for a period of time. He reached out his hand to take the identity token and used his mind to check it. Instantly, he found that the sect contribution point in the token had reached 5,800 points. He knew that Zhao Enjuan was not lying. At the same time, he also knew that to a powerhouse like Zhao Enjuan, he only cared about the value of the sect contribution point and not the quantity. He reached out his hand to put away the pill bottle on the stone table and put it into the storage ring finger. It was rare for Chu Zhongtian to be polite to Zhao Enjuan and said, Elder Zhao, thank you. After that, he stood up from the stone chair and said in a serious tone, Elder Zhao, how should I perform the ceremony of being a disciple? Chu Zhongtian, I am casual by nature and do not care about those formalities. So I will not perform the ceremony of being a disciple like the others. You only need to kowtow 3 times to me and call me master. The process of being a disciple will be completed. Master, please take care of me in the future. The ceremony of becoming master was simple, and it suited his heart. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian directly knelt on the ground and loudly addressed Zhao Enjuan as master. Good, good, good. After Chu Zhongtian kowtowed 3 times, Zhao Enjuan excitedly called out good 3 times. At the same time, the heavy burden on his body seemed to be lifted off, and he felt very relaxed. Disciple, get up first. Zhao Enjuan gestured for Chu Zhongtian to get up. After getting up, Chu Zhongtian did not sit casually on the stone chair like before. Instead, he stood respectfully opposite him, as if he was listening to his teachings. Chu Zhongtian suddenly became serious, which made Zhao Enjuan feel uncomfortable. Therefore, he waved his hand and gestured for Chu Zhongtian to take a seat. Chu, although you have acknowledged me as your master, I hope you can maintain the attitude you used to treat me. You must not become a serious person in front of me. If that happens, I will feel very uncomfortable. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhao Enjuan's honesty made Chu Zhongtian secretly sigh in relief. His respectful attitude immediately became casual. If it was someone else, it would be the patriarch Chu Tianyun who had a good relationship with him. Chu Zhongtian wouldn't feel uncomfortable if he kept his respectful attitude, but in front of Zhao Enjuan, he was just as uncomfortable as Zhao Enjuan. Ha. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian had changed into his original attitude without any consideration, Zhao Enjuan felt comforted and speechless at the same time. Chu, now that you have acknowledged me as your master, I will be responsible for your future. After taking a seat, Zhao Enjuan spoke in a serious tone that was rarely seen. Chu Zhongtian's casual attitude immediately became serious. After all, what Zhao Enjuan said next was related to his future and his future cultivation. He had to listen to Zhao Enjuan seriously and remember every word in his heart. Chu, I am different from the other experts in the sect. Although I have also acknowledged the previous sect leader as my master, my daily cultivation, basically they're all alone, so my legacy is unique in the sect. For example, I have never cultivated the heart technique of sect leader's faction. The mental cultivation method I cultivate is a no end to the world that has reached the lower rank heaven grade. The Taishan Heart Sutra that you are currently cultivating is far stronger than sect leader's Azure Profound Heart Sutra, and the no end to the world that I am cultivating. That's why you don't need to change your mental cultivation method. Zhao Enjuan frowned slightly and said with a very certain tone, as for the cultivation technique after the 6th level of the Taishan Heart Sutra, not only will I personally go and look for it, I will also use my personal connections to get them to help you find the rest of the cultivation technique. Thank you, Master, Chu Zhongtian said gratefully. If he could collect all the cultivation techniques of the Taishan Heart Sutra, then the grade of the Taishan Heart Sutra would surpass Heaven Grade Advanced. This would be a great help to his future cultivation. You don't have to thank me. This is what I should do, Zhao Enjuan continued. Your current cultivation method is very suitable for you. You value your foundation and don't covet the martial skills and treasures that aren't suitable for you. This is what I'm most satisfied with. Zhao Enjuan had witnessed the fall of too many geniuses. He was very clear about the importance of a martial artist's foundation in the early stages. Therefore, Zhao Enjuan was unwilling to destroy Chu Zhongtian's current foundation. After the battle between the ranking competition and Luizong, I also realized this point. Chu Zhongtian agreed with Zhao Enjuan's words. When he was fighting Luizong, his primary rank blade method martial skill had broken through to the peak stage. His understanding of the intermediate saber technique that he had practiced had increased by several times. He believed that he only needed to practice the intermediate saber technique a few times before he could break through to the entry level. Now that you have just broken through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, you still need some time to settle down the stage and your strength. After that, you can choose to break through to the 10th level of body refining. Chu Zhongtian nodded. He still agreed with Zhao Enjuan's suggestion. Although he had only broken through to the 9th layer peak of the body refining period for less than 2 days, he had successfully touched the bottleneck of the 10th level of body refining through the fight with different experts. With the help of some medicinal pills suitable for breaking through to the 10th level of body refining, using the intermediate level 7 spiritual power and spirit gathering formation, within 5 days, Chu Zhongtian was confident that he could break through to the 10th level of body refining. However, his current accumulation was too little. If he rashly broke through to the 10th level of body refining, other than allowing his cultivation to increase, the increase in strength would not be obvious. Not to mention, after breaking through to the 9th level of body refining and using the 1000-year spirit milk to advance to the peak, the various indicators in his body had not been increased to the limit with the help of medicinal pills, so he did not want to break through to the 10th level of body refining as soon as possible. If I want to quickly grasp the power after my breakthrough and familiarize myself with the true essence of power, the most suitable way is to fight an endless amount of battles. At this point, Zhao Enjuan's face revealed a crafty smile. I know a secret realm that is very suitable for your current condition. Therefore, 10 days later, I will arrange for you to enter that place to undergo cultivation. With the help of the environment and battles in the secret realm, I will allow you to adapt to the strength of a 9th layer peak of the body refining period as soon as possible. I think after you return from the secret realm, your cultivation base should be able to break through to the 10th level of body refining, and it is very likely that you will be able to break through to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period peak. I like the secret realm's tempering. Nodding his head, Chu Zhongtian was happy to accept Zhao and Juan's arrangement. In fact, Chu Zhongtian was not afraid at all about Zhao and Juan's arrangement for him to enter Secret Realm and fight. Instead, he was looking forward to it in his heart. Because his cultivation base, potential, and strength had improved so quickly, it was all thanks to the second round of training in the Secret Realm. The tempering in the Purgatory City's Secret Realm had increased his cultivation base by several minor stage. It had also increased his talent and potential by several levels, and had also increased the grade of his cultivation talent. The refinement in the Blood Demon Secret Realm had also increased his cultivation base by one minor stage, and it had also increased his talent and potential by several levels. It had also allowed him to obtain the Blood Demon Great Method and Taishin Heart Sutra. Therefore, he was very eager to experience different types of cultivation in Secret Realm. However, when he heard Zhao and Jun mention the experience in Secret Realm, he suddenly thought of the reward given by ranking competition this time. Before the competition in the sex competition, the expert who presided over the competition announced the reward, which was that the top 3 contestants could enter a secret realm called the Heavenly Desolate in half a year's time. Therefore, he quickly asked about the Heaven Barren Secret Realm. By the way, Master, what kind of secret realm is the Heaven Barren Secret Realm? Why does He Ying and Xia Luoxing attach so much importance to it? Heaven Barren Secret Realm. Hearing Chu Zhongtian mention Heaven Barren Secret Realm, Zhao and Juan suddenly fell into deep thought. After 2 minutes, Zhao and Juan finally came back to his senses. Immediately after, he took out a blank jade slip from his storage ring finger and used the divine sense's power to engrave the information about Heaven Barren's secret realm into it. Chu, put this jade slip away first. After I have arranged your next cultivation plan, you can read the records about the Heaven Barren's secret realm. Chu Zhongtian reached out his hand and took the jade slip. He obediently listened to Zhao and Juan's instructions and placed the jade slip in the storage bag, continuing to listen to his instructions. Once your cultivation base has advanced to the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period peak, what you will have to face next is how to break through to the Qi transforming period. At this point, Zhao and Juan suddenly thought of something, and with a serious expression, he reminded Zhao and Juan. Chu Zhongtian, you must remember the following words in your heart, and never forget them for the rest of your life. Chu Zhongtian had already straightened his body. When he saw Zhao and Juan's unusually serious expression, he straightened his back and his attitude became very serious. No matter what stage you break through to in the future, you must never enter the stage that is the last half-step cultivation among all great stage warriors. Why is that? Chu Zhongtian was confused by Zhao and Juan's order just now. Ever since he left the Chu family and entered the Floating Cloud sect, he found out that most of the disciples would have their cultivation base raised to the limit after breaking through to the next great stage, which was the so-called half-step cultivation. Because the half-step cultivation was the link between the 2 stage. Only after breaking through to the half-step cultivation could the next stage be broken through. This was also the method that most of the disciples chose. Many world-shocking geniuses were destroyed just like that. Zhao and Juan continued to explain. The division of stage had existed in the Eternal Continent for millions, even tens of millions of years. Since each great stage was divided into 10 minor stage, then there was a reason. Half-step cultivation was breaking this rule. Although the early stages of a martial artist's cultivation would benefit from half-step cultivation, when a martial artist truly began to come into contact with the rules, he would know how harmful half-step cultivation was. As Chu Zhongtian was only a 9th layer peak of the body refining period now, Zhao and Juan did not explain in detail. At the same time, Zhao and Juan reminded him once again that no matter what, he could not break through to the half-step cultivation. Although he could not understand the real reason behind his low cultivation, it was also because of his low cultivation base that he could avoid the danger of breaking through to the half-step cultivation. After hearing Zhao and Juan's explanation, Chu Zhongtian secretly rejoiced. He was glad that when he broke through to the body refining stage because the accumulation in his body was too strong, and he had the help of the ginseng, it allowed him to directly surpass the half-step body refinement stage. Chu, how do you understand the Qi transforming period? Seeing Chu Zhongtian's serious expression, he finally let out a sigh of relief. After that, he began to ask Chu Tian about his understanding of Qi transforming period stage. A Qi transforming period martial artist can control a vital spirit with greater strength. A Qi transforming period martial artist can use the vital spirit's special attribute. When the spiritual power in the Dantian is completely transformed into a vital spirit, my cultivation will naturally break through to the Qi transforming period. Chu Zhongtian told him everything he knew about the Qi transforming period. Chu, you were only half right just now. Chu Zhongtian's understanding of Qi transforming period made Zhao Enjuan shake his head. But he did not blame Chu Zhongtian. Because he knew Chu Zhongtian's background and experience caused Chu Zhongtian's knowledge to be limited, he patiently explained. The strength of a Qi transforming period stage warrior is indeed the vital spirit, but not all Qi transforming period stage warriors can master the attribute of the vital spirit. Not all Qi transforming period stage warriors can use the attribute form. Why is that? Zhao Enjuan's explanation had completely confused Chu Zhongtian. If what he said just now was true, then how could he, who had mastered the attribute of the second layer of the body refining period stage, explain this? Chu, there's no hurry. Let me explain it to you in detail. Seeing the confused Chu Zhongtian, Zhao Enjuan indicated for him to keep quiet. Then he continued to explain. Because this involves the degree to which the spiritual power can transform into vital spirit when a body refining stage warrior breaks through to the Qi transforming period. This is also the most direct way to measure the rank of a genius. Measuring the level of a genius? Chu Zhongtian did not quite understand and continued to ask. That's right. This is a method to measure the rank of a genius. Nodding his head, Zhao Enjuan explained the process of a body refining stage warrior breaking through to the Qi transforming period in detail. There would be some changes in the process as well as how to test the grade of a genius through these changes. Through Zhao Enjuan's detailed explanation, Chu Zhongtian finally understood some of the secrets of a Qi transforming period. It turned out that when a body refining stage warrior broke through to the Qi transforming period stage, he would unconsciously fuse with a part of the laws of the heavens and earth. The laws of the heavens and earth would give different levels of rewards according to the qualifications, potential, talent, comprehension and strength of a body refining stage warrior when breaking through. Or it could be said to be an improvement. This sort of reward. This was a powerful suction force formed during the process of a martial artist's spiritual power transforming into a vital spirit. The strong suction force would absorb the scattered spiritual energy of heaven and earth between the heavens and earth, increasing the number of vital spirit that a martial artist's dantian could transform into. When a martial artist absorbed a spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the strong suction force would cause the scattered spiritual qi in the world to completely materialize. It would allow one to use their naked eyes to distinguish the number of vital spirit formed by a spiritual qi. For example, when a body refining stage martial artist broke through, the spiritual power would transform into a suction force formed by a vital spirit. If the range of absorbing a spiritual energy of heaven and earth was 10 miles, then this martial artist's talent could only be considered ordinary. If this warrior's range of absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 100 miles, then his talent could barely be considered a genius. If the range of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 200 miles, then this martial artist's talent could be considered a true genius. If the range of absorption of spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 500 miles, then this martial artist's talent could be considered a peak genius. If the range of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 1,000 miles, then this martial artist's talent could barely be considered a peerless genius. If the range of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 2,000 miles, then this martial artist's talent could be considered a true peerless genius. If the range of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 5,000 miles, then this martial artist's talent could be considered a true peak peerless genius. If the range of absorption of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth reached 10,000 miles, then this martial artist's talent would reach an unprecedented level. He would absolutely shock the entire floating cloud sect, and even the entire southern domain. For thousands of years, when the body refining stage disciples of the floating cloud sect broke through to the Qi transforming period, the total number of disciples within 10,000 miles of the spiritual qi was less than 10. Zhao Enjuan was one of them. If a qi transforming period stage warrior wanted to grasp the power of his attribute and use the attribute form, he would need to absorb at least 500 miles of the spiritual qi when breaking through. So that's what happened. After Zhao Enjuan's introduction, it suddenly reminded him of Dongfang Yan's contempt and provocation towards him in the third layer valley. At that time, there were a lot of people from the east who had gathered in the valley. Among them, there were a few who had reached the third layer of the qi transforming period and the fifth level. Why did Dongfang Yan, who was only at the first level of the qi transforming period, take the initiative to jump out? Dongfang Yan's talent might have reached the level of a top genius. That was why he didn't care about Dongfang Yongping's opinion and directly jumped out to challenge Chu Zhongtian. Breaking through to the qi transforming period is a chance for you to test your true potential. So, the accumulation and advancement before breaking through is very important to you. At the same time, you must stay in Hidden Dragon Peak when you break through to the qi transforming period. Firstly, it's to prevent someone from secretly attacking you when you break through to the stage. Secondly, I want to use the range of your qi transforming period stage and spiritual qi to determine your talent and arrange your future cultivation. I'll remember all of this. Chu Zhongtian nodded and agreed with Zhao Enjuan's suggestion. First of all, he had mastered the attribute of the spiritual qi before he broke through to the qi transforming period, and the range of the spiritual qi was at least 500 miles. However, he had a proud disposition and regarded himself as a peerless genius. How could he possibly tolerate that the range of the spiritual qi would only be 500 miles or 1,000 miles when he broke through? His goal was 5,000 miles or even 10,000 miles. If he wanted to achieve this goal, his initial accumulation would become very important. Secondly, through the amazing performance of the ranking competition, he had already attracted the attention of the upper echelons of the sect. At the same time, he directly rejected the request of the law enforcement peak and injured Ma Qiwei and Xia Luoxing. This was equivalent to having a grudge with the law enforcement peak. Furthermore, the fact that he chose Zhao Enjuan as his master proved that the conflict between him and law enforcement peak could no longer be resolved. Therefore, he had to guard against them secretly attacking him when he broke through to the qi transforming period. Chu, this is basically what you will be cultivating for the next period of time. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian agreed to his suggestion, Zhao Enjuan nodded his head in relief. After that, he changed his attitude and said in a teasing tone, "Chu, are you disappointed with my arrangement just now? It seems like you didn't get any profound martial skills or spirit fruit that could directly increase your cultivation after becoming my disciple. Furthermore, I didn't even give you a powerful spirit weapon." Chu Zhongtian was already very grateful towards Zhao Enjuan's arrangement just now, because his introduction and advice were very precious to any disciple with shallow experience. This would allow him to avoid taking many detours in his future cultivation. However, Chu Zhongtian wanted to tease him after hearing Zhao Enjuan's teasing. So he showed a regretful face and said in a regretful tone, "I really regret it. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have chosen Sect Lord Peak to worship you as my master. Is Senior Brother Long willing to accept me now? Kid, you dare." Perhaps it was because Chu Zhongtian's performance was too realistic, or perhaps it was because he cared too much about this disciple, so when Zhao Enjuan heard that Chu Zhongtian wanted to reconsider Long Xinyun's request, he immediately became anxious. After that, he began to speak in a pleasant and flattering manner. "Chu, you have already acknowledged me as your master. No matter what, you can't betray me." Hidden Dragon Peak, Peak Courtyard. Zhao Enjuan started to suck up to Chu Zhongtian. "Chu, since I am your master, I will definitely help you cultivate. Otherwise, if your cultivation base and strength is lower than the other disciples, it will make me look useless." After saying that, Zhao Enjuan took out a jade box from his storage ring finger and placed it on the stone table in front of Chu Zhongtian. He introduced it with a proud expression. "Chu, this is a ginseng beard I exchanged with a complete 1,000-year spirit milk from a 6th-grade ginseng king. When your cultivation base breaks through to the qi transforming period, you will be able to consume this 10,000-year-old ginseng beard. Not only can it speed up the process of your spiritual chi transforming into a vital spirit, it can also increase your cultivation talent and potential. What do you think of this gift? SOSO. Although Chu Zhongtian said so, his actions were very fast. He put away the jade box on the stone table. He opened the box and took a look. He was immediately attracted by the unusual fragrance emitted by the ginseng beard. With a glance, he could recognize that the ginseng beard stored in the jade box was a ginseng beard that had reached 10,000-year-old Ginseng King. As for the ginseng beard on the Ginseng King, Chu Zhongtian's understanding of it was no less than Zhao Enjuan's. Back then, Chu Zhongtian's meridian was damaged and unable to cultivate. In order to repair the damaged meridian, he had checked many medicinal herbs and records. Ginseng that was over 10,000 years old was called the Ginseng King. It could increase one's cultivation base and potential, and it could also increase one's mind state cultivation base to a certain extent. There was still a period of time before Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period, and he didn't need the 10,000-year-old ginseng beard for the time being. Therefore, he put the jade box into the storage ring's finger. After Chu Zhongtian put away the jade box with a calm expression, Zhao Enjuan took out a palm-sized armor from his storage ring finger. This is a defensive spirit tool that is very similar to your natal spirit blade. It can automatically level up. As Zhao Enjuan introduced the functions and uses of this defensive spirit tool in detail, Chu Zhongtian's expression gradually became excited. This was because the defensive spirit tool that Zhao Enjuan had just taken out was the same as the natal spirit blade that he had fused with the essence blood. This was a defensive spirit tool that could automatically level up as his own strength increased. The grade of this defensive spirit tool had already reached the highest grade of the semi-spirit tool. When his cultivation base broke through to the Qi transforming period, this defensive spirit weapon would be the same as the natal spirit blade, and he would be able to upgrade it to his life defensive spirit tool. Because it had fused with his essence blood and spiritual power before it broke through, after it broke through to the true defensive spirit tool realm, its compatibility with his vital spirit would reach perfection. Even if he didn't use the vital spirit to stimulate it, it would still be able to automatically display its effects. A semi-spirit tool-grade defensive spirit weapon was worth over 1,000 sect contribution point. After Chu Zhongtian excitedly put away the defensive spirit weapon, Zhao Enjuan continued to take out a pill bottle from the storage ring's finger and placed it on the table. He smiled and continued introducing. Chu, there are 3 top-grade 8th rank profound pill inside. Profound pill is a miracle medicine that can save lives. It was a rather special kind of medicinal pill. This is because every grade of the profound pill has different effects. Tier 8 top grade. A Tier 8 ____S profound pill is also called a life profound pill. No matter how severe your injuries are, as long as you consume the profound pill, you will be able to fully recover very quickly without any side effects. Thank you, teacher. Chu Zhongtian kept the pill bottle that contained the life profound pill and sincerely thanked him. Hearing Chu Zhongtian's sincere gratitude, Zhao Enjuan felt that everything he had done was worth it. After that, he took out 3 yellow books from the storage ring finger and placed them on the stone table. He then introduced them. Chu, I know that you have a mutated wind attribute constitution, so you are naturally close to the wind attribute and are good at practicing wind attribute techniques. One of the 2 secret scripture books is about the introduction of the wind attribute. The other book is about the profound grade low ranks wind attribute movement technique. They are perfect for your cultivation. As for the other book, it records some secrets of the eternal continent, the widely known secret realm, and the famous experts of the southern domain. Chu Zhongtian saw the 3 secret scripture that Zhao Enjuan took out and explained the uses of the 3 secret scripture. He really felt that when he participated in the second round of the Floating Cloud Sect's disciple test, he had once entered the small completion stage because of the autumn wind. If he could fully understand the characteristics of the wind attribute, it would be an unimaginable improvement to his cultivation of the movement technique. He even had a feeling that as long as he studied the characteristics of the wind in the book, he would be able to break through to the peak stage before breaking through to the Qi transforming period. At that time, the wind attribute movement technique of a profound grade low rank would be suitable for his cultivation. The third book, which recorded the secrets of the continent, was what he needed urgently. After all, His declining background had always caused his lack of experience. With this book that was related to the secrets of the continent, it could increase his rich experience. When Chu Zhongtian happily put away the 3 secret scripture, Zhao Enjuan took out 2 jade pendants from his storage ring finger and handed them to Chu Zhongtian. He smiled and scolded Chu Zhongtian. Chu, back then you asked me for 10 life-saving trump cards. There's a reason why I didn't give them to you. Firstly, I don't want you to lose the motivation to advance bravely, because you have a trump card that can save your life. Secondly, each life-saving trump card contains a trace of my will. If I separate too much of my will, it will harm me to a certain extent. Chu Zhongtian took the 2 jade pendants and nodded silently. He then took out 2 green threads from his storage bag and hung the jade pendant around his neck. Chu, although I have many treasures that can directly increase your cultivation base and potential, relying too much on external items to increase your cultivation base is harmful to your solid foundation, and it will also affect your future breakthroughs. The above treasures are all that I can give you now. Zhao Enjuan nodded his head in satisfaction when he saw Chu Zhongtian hanging the jade pendant around his neck. After that, he spoke in a very formal manner. That's enough. Even without the gifts he gave later on, Chu Zhongtian was quite satisfied with today's harvest. The hidden danger of breaking through to the half-step cultivation and the things that he needed to pay attention to when breaking through to the Qi transforming period stage had given him a bountiful harvest. As long as you can satisfy me. Zhao Enjuan was even more satisfied with Chu Zhongtian's performance when he saw that Chu Zhongtian wasn't greedy for his treasures, nor was he pursuing pills and spirit fruit that could improve his cultivation base. Chu, I think you must be very tired after the elimination rounds of sex competition and ranking competition. So, you can return to Courtyard 9 now and have a good rest. 10 days later, I will personally send you to the secret realm where you can improve your strength. Zhao Enjuan indicated that Chu Zhongtian could return for the time being. Although Chu Zhongtian's current condition was not bad, his tiredness could not be concealed. Therefore, after the apprenticeship program and the gift program were completed, Zhao Enjuan very thoughtfully let him go and rest first. Master, can I trouble you for one thing before I leave? Chu Zhongtian asked with an unusually serious expression. As long as I can do it, I will do my best. Tell me. Zhao Enjuan, who had just become his master, said generously when he heard that Chu Zhongtian had a problem for him to solve. Master, can I trouble you to send me back to Courtyard 9? I really don't want to walk anymore. Chu Zhongtian begged shamelessly. Due to the temptation of being a disciple and gifting him a treasure, he had always maintained a state of excitement. At this moment, when Chu Zhongtian heard Zhao Enjuan asking him to rest, the continuous competition that had been going on for many days made him feel exhausted all of a sudden. It made him lazy to get up and leave, so he shamelessly begged. Zhao Enjuan originally thought that Chu Zhongtian would give him a very important task with a serious expression, but he didn't expect that he would use the vital spirit and divine senses power to send him back to Courtyard 9. This instantly turned his pride into disappointment, so he couldn't help but curse. However, he still exerted a strong force, using the divine senses power to safely and gently send Chu Zhongtian back to Courtyard 9. The elimination match and ranking competition had been going on for almost 5 days. The 5 days of continuous competition had exhausted Chu Zhongtian's spirit, qi and energy to the limit. Therefore, he returned to his bedroom after he was sent back to Courtyard 9. He didn't even take off his clothes before he fell asleep on the bed. Yunlong Mountain, Green Bamboo Courtyard, Living Room. You are too muddle-headed. Dongfang Yongping, who had just finished the inner sect disciple competition, pointed at Dongfang Yuner, who was sitting at the bottom with an angry face. Thanks to the breakthrough of his cultivation base in the cavern and the harvest from the 3rd layer of the Blood Demon secret stage palace left by the peerless experts in the secret realm of Purgatory City, Dongfang Yongping's cultivation base had reached the peak of the half-step essence gathering stage. His strength had also risen to the essence gathering stage 2nd layer peak, allowing him to stay in the sex competition, where the disciples of inner sect were gathered. He had also obtained the 3rd place and the quota to enter the Heaven Baron secret realm. Initially, he was in a good mood, But when he heard his sister talk about the misunderstanding between her and Chu Zhongtian, and what she did after that, Dongfang Yongping's good mood was instantly replaced by anger. Brother, I'm not confused. Chu Zhongtian's way of treating girls is wrong. From this, I can see that he is definitely not the gentleman I think he is. He is also not the person I have been pursuing all this time. Dongfang Yuner saw her brother angrily pointing at her brother. She immediately stood up from the chair and retorted with an unusually fierce tone. Yun, it seems that father and mother have spoiled you too much. They rarely let you experience the dangers of the world, causing you to still retain your unrealistic fantasy and still live in the fairy tale that mother fabricated for you. Dongfang Yuner's childish rebuttal made Dongfang Yongping sit helplessly on the chair with a helpless expression. Looking at the furious Dongfang Yuner, his ears echoed her childish rebuttal just now. A sentence that a woman once said to him suddenly flashed in his mind. It was all a lie in fairy tales. Big brother, is it wrong for father and mother to spoil me? Dongfang Yuner saw that the originally angry big brother suddenly became depressed and started to complain about her parents. She immediately asked back unhappily. Dongfang Yongping raised his head and looked at Dongfang Yuner. When he saw the clear look in her eyes, he could not help but sigh. After that, he got up and left the chair. He walked straight to the door of the living room and closed the door. He then pressed Dongfang Yuner on the chair and said with a serious tone, Yun, do you know how father and mother were together? Of course I know. Mother told me more than once about her and father's stories. When mother secretly left the family to undergo training, she met a group of perverted bandits who wanted to rape her. Later, father stood up for her, and he was heavily injured before he finally repelled those bandits and saved our mother. Later on, mother personally took care of the heavily injured father. When father's injuries recovered, the two of them underwent training together, and during the process of training, they developed feelings of ultimate happiness together. Speaking of how father and mother met, fell in love, Dongfang Yuner not only revealed an envious expression. The story just now was told to you by mother, right? After Dongfang Yongping heard his sister talk about how his parents were together, he could not help but guess with a bitter smile. Yes, isn't that what happened? When her brother heard the story of her beautiful love, a bitter smile appeared on his face. This made Dongfang Yuner realize that something was not right. Yun, do you know what kind of cultivation father had when he met mother? Instead of answering Dongfang Yuner's question, Dongfang Yongping asked her directly. I don't know, and it seems like our mother never told me about it. After carefully recalling it, Dongfang Yuner realized that when her mother told the story, she did not mention her father's cultivation base. Then, did mother tell you about the cultivation of those bandits? Dongfang Yongping continued to ask. Dongfang Yuner shook her head, indicating that she did not. Dongfang Yongping smiled and said with a strange tone, Yun, then let me tell you that when father met mother, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the divine soul period. The group of bandits who wanted to rape our mother back then was only at the half-step chi transforming period. Impossible! Dongfang Yuner retorted in disbelief. A peerless peak of the divine soul period warrior didn't even need to personally attack a half-step chi transforming period warrior. He only needed a glance that contained the power of the divine soul to easily kill a half-step chi transforming period warrior. If his father's cultivation base was so high back then, those bandits wouldn't have been able to harm him at all. Then, his mother wouldn't take care of his father who was seriously injured, and they wouldn't have any love between them. Yun, are you very surprised? Do you not dare to believe that this is true? Dongfang Yongping asked when he saw Dongfang Yuner standing up from the chair. This almost caused her to fall into despair. Impossible! This is impossible! The fairy tale love story that had been supporting her fantasy was actually all fake. This made Dongfang Yuner fall onto the chair, not daring to believe everything that her brother had just said. Yun, since I have already said it to this extent, then I am not afraid to tell you the truth. Dongfang Yuner looked like she had lost her soul, which made Dongfang Yongping's heart ache. However, in order to make Dongfang Yuner give up on that unrealistic fantasy, and let her mature completely, he decided to continue to strike at the obsession in her heart. Yoon. Back then, before Mother got married, Father went to Mother's family for a private matter and secretly met Mother. Later on, Father was greedy for Mother's beauty, so he sent people to specifically keep an eye on Mother and pay attention to her every move. Back then, when Mother secretly left to temper herself, the group of bandits she met was actually arranged by Father. He wanted to find a chance to get close to Mother. As his own son, it was somewhat immoral for him to judge his own father in such a way. However, in the end, Dongfang Yongping still said it out loud. His goal was to hope for his sister. She would be able to grow quickly and become a great help in his fight for the throne in the future. Yoon, do you want to know how I know about these things? Dongfang Yongping's narration just now had completely destroyed the image of Dongfang Xiongba's loving father in her heart. But she chose not to believe her own lies, so after hearing Dongfang Yongping's interrogation, she forced herself to raise her spirits and waited for Dongfang Yongping to say what she thought was mid-stage in her heart. That is, everything that happened just now was my guess. However, what Dongfang Yongping said next made Dongfang Yuner fall into deep sorrow and despair. Yoon, everything that happened just now was told to me personally by Father. He once told me that those who want to achieve great things should not care too much about the details. Yoon, I know that the reality just now made you very sad and disappointed, but I must let you understand that there is no such perfect man in this world that you are looking forward to. Speaking up to this point, Dongfang Yongping deliberately shifted the topic to Chu Zhongtian. Yoon, compared to Father's insidious and cunning, Chu Zhongtian's actions are much more open and aboveboard. As for using words to humiliate the female contestant during the competition, this is a very normal method. If I were to meet a female opponent whose strength is on par with mine, my actions would be even more excessive than Chu Zhongtian's. Big brother, my mind is in a mess right now. Can you calm me down? Dongfang Yongping's words just now had made Dongfang Yuner fall into a very contradictory state. So she needed to organize and think properly. All right, think about it carefully. After you have thought it through, I will accompany you to the Hidden Dragon Peak and apologize to Chu Zhongtian. Dongfang Yongping knew that his sister needed some time to accept his evaluation of her parents. So he kindly opened the door of the living room and personally sent her out of Yunlong Mountain. Just as Dongfang Yuner was about to leave Yunlong Mountain, Dongfang Yongping suddenly remembered Chu Zhongtian's performance in the outer sex competition. So he asked Dongfang Yuner, who was about to leave, in a loud voice, Yoon, how did Chu Zhongtian perform in the sex competition? A disciple of the outer sect? Regarding Chu Zhongtian's understanding, Dongfang Yongping was still stuck in the third layer of the Blood Demon Secret Stage Valley, which was the challenge between him and Dongfang Yen. Back then, Chu Zhongtian had defeated a first-level Qi transforming period with his 7th layer peak of the body refining period cultivation base. Dongfang Yen, who possessed the talent of a top genius, had truly revealed his true strength. He was able to participate in the outer sex disciple competition with the strength of a first-level Qi transforming period. Breaking into the sect. It wasn't a problem for the ranking competition, but in the end, they wanted to get a good ranking. He was afraid that it would be very difficult, so he guessed that Chu Zhongtian's result might be in the top 10. 12 rounds of elimination and 12 rounds of ranking competitions complete victory. In the end, he won the first place in the Great Sect competition with his complete victory. Dongfang Yuner briefly summarized the process and result of Chu Zhongtian's participation in the competition. Then she left Yunlong Mountain without looking back. 12 rounds of elimination matches, 12 rounds of ranking competitions complete victory, and finally, he won the first place in the Great Sect competition with his complete victory. Dongfang Yongping was stunned when he heard Dongfang Yuner mention the result of Chu Zhongtian's sex competition. Whether it was Qi refining stage, body refining stage, Qi transforming period or essence gathering stage, the fact that Chu Zhongtian had won the first place in the same stage indicated that he was the most outstanding genius disciple in this year's competition. However, it had only been 3 months since Chu Zhongtian became a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. Not only had his cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, His strength had also become the strongest body-refining stage warrior. How could Dongfang Yongping not be shocked by this? More importantly, since Chu Zhongtian was able to obtain first place in the outer sex competition, he would definitely be able to enter the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Dongfang Yongping thought of the fact that Chu Zhongtian had mastered the formation in the Purgatory City and the Blood Demon's secret realm, as well as his extraordinary predictive ability in the secret realm. This instantly changed his mind. Dongfang Yongping looked in the direction where Dongfang Yuner had left and frowned. After that, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and a complacent smile emerged on his face. Dongfang Yongping did not return to his green bamboo courtyard. He had also left the Yunlong Mountain. 2 days and 2 nights. Chu Zhongtian slept for 2 days and 2 nights before he finally woke up. However, after waking up, he did not get up immediately. Instead, he continued to lie on the wooden bed in his bedroom. He opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling above his bedroom. He recalled his life before and after he transmigrated. Before he transmigrated, due to work, he did not sleep much. Every time, the thing he looked forward to the most was to end a project and sleep until he woke up naturally. This could also be considered a reward for himself. After his transmigration, he had the energy to copy and paste. This gave him the opportunity to cultivate again. From then on, sleep became a non-essential thing, especially as his cultivation improved. For him, it was normal to not sleep for a few days and nights. This was the first time he had slept for 2 days and 2 nights in one go since he transmigrated. This feeling made him incomparably comfortable. However, no matter how attached he was, 10 minutes later he still got out of bed. After a simple wash-up, he went straight for cultivation. The world after his transmigration was a world where the strong could survive, and the weak were eliminated. In order to make his own survival better, he had to work hard in the early stages. The reason he entered cultivation this time was to sort out the feelings he had during the battles with the different stage competitors. He didn't absorb the spiritual chi to increase his cultivation, so he didn't take out any spirit stones. Hidden Dragon Peak, Courtyard 9, Cultivation Chamber. Chu Zhongtian calmed his mind and started to recall every single participant he had fought when he participated in the sex competition. The first 6 rounds of the elimination round flashed across his mind, but he did not leave any images behind. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the contestants of the first 6 rounds and him. In the 6 rounds after the elimination matches, he only had a deep impression of Qin Bin, who was proficient in sword technique, and Luo Jie, who had extraordinary strength. Qin Bin had a sword technique that was not weaker than Lu Yuan's. He carefully recalled every sword technique that Qin Bin used, and the feeling that each sword technique gave him. After he completely understood the essence of Qin Bin's sword technique, he continued to recall his next opponent. After he finished recalling everything, he opened his eyes, and the aura on his body became even more solid. Chu Zhongtian took a deep breath. When the mind state completely calmed down, he took out a jade slip from the storage bag. This jade slip was the information Zhao Enjuan had recorded about the Heaven Baron's secret realm. Because he had come into contact with the jade slip that recorded the information in the Blood Demon's secret realm, he knew how to read the information in the jade slip. He used his mind to approach the jade slip and fused it into the jade slip. After that, the jade slip in his hand turned into a white light and entered his mind, and the information appeared in his mind. Through reading the information in his mind, Chu Zhongtian gradually revealed a happy expression. Through the information Zhao Enjuan left in the jade slip, Chu Zhongtian truly understood the Heaven Baron's secret realm. In the vast and boundless eternal continent, there were countless secret realms. There were big and small ones in the secret realm, and the small ones could only accommodate one person to cultivate in it. The big secret realm was comparable to the territory of an empire. There were also many undiscovered secret realms. For example, the secret realm that the Purgatory City possessed. There were also countless hidden secret realms in the Eternal Continent's southern domain. In the secret realm that was dug out, the 10 secret realms controlled by the 9 major powers were extremely precious. The number of treasures in these 10 secret realms and the dangers contained in them were far greater than the other secret realm in the southern domain. According to the range of the secret realm, the amount of treasures it contained, and the overall danger level of the secret realm, the Heaven Baron secret realm was ranked 5th. The Heaven Baron secret realm contained countless Qi of Desolation. The Qi of Desolation was a type of energy that far exceeded the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the Qi of Desolation wasn't like the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that could increase one's cultivation, it could strengthen a martial artist's body, increase a martial artist's cultivation talent, potential, and perception. Although the Heaven Baron secret realm had been discovered for over 10,000 years, the true number of times it had opened had only been 8 times. The defensive capabilities of the Heaven Baron secret realm itself were extremely strong. Countless experts and wise men from the 9 major powers had spent nearly 10,000 years to break the defense of the secret realm and enter it. After countless experts and wise men of the 9 major powers excavated the Heaven Baron secret realm, they found that the environment was very suitable to improve the talent, potential, and comprehension of warriors. Moreover, there were countless heavenly treasures in secret realm. The environment suitable for cultivation was not only useful for human warriors, but also for other living beings. Therefore, there was an endless supply of wild beasts in the Heaven Baron secret realm. The grade and strength of the wild beast were the same as the grade and strength of the strange beasts outside the secret realm. It was also divided into level 10 to first rank. Level 10 wild beast was equivalent to a Qi refining stage warrior, and level 9 wild beast was equivalent to a body refining stage warrior, and so on and so forth. Of course, just like in the real world, the experts of the 9 major powers had never found a second grade or higher beast. And in the Heaven Baron secret realm, they similarly did not discover any wild beast above the second stage. As the wild beast in the Heaven Baron secret realm was based on the Qi of Desolation, it caused their bodies to be abnormally strong. Their strength far exceeded the beasts of the same grade in the outside world. Therefore, the wild beast was the most dangerous threat to human warriors in the Heaven Baron secret realm. At the same time, after layers of advancement, the experts and wise men of the 9 major powers discovered that there were a total of 8 levels to the Heaven Baron secret realm. Every level of the secret realm had a certain limit, limiting the entry of warriors of different cultivation levels. After detailed deductions and precise calculations, they were surprised by the development. The entire Heaven Baron secret realm was like an upside-down tower. The first floor of the Heaven Baron secret realm was suitable for Qi refining stage warriors to train in, and only Qi refining stage warriors could stay inside. If a warrior with a cultivation level higher than Qi refining stage forced himself to stay in the first level of the secret realm, he would only die. The second level of the Heaven Baron secret realm was suitable for body refining stage warriors to train in. Besides, body refining stage and Qi refining stage warriors could stay in the second level as well. If a martial artist with a cultivation level above the body refining stage chose to stay on the second level, they would also die. At the same time, because the Heaven Baron secret realm had become an inverted tower, the lower the secret realm went, the deeper it went. The fewer warriors could enter. Therefore, the 9 major powers discussed with each other. Every time the Heaven Baron secret realm opened, only 27 Qi refining stage warriors could enter the first level. Each major power had 3 spots. Only 54 body refining stage warriors could enter the second level, and each major power had 6 spots. The Qi transforming period stage warriors who could enter the third layer could only enter 81 people, and each force had 9 spots. The essence gathering stage warriors who could enter the fourth layer could only enter 108 places, and each force had 12 spots. So on and so forth, the number of people who could enter the 8th floor of the Heaven Baron secret realm was decided. Looking at the jade slip that had completely turned into powder in his palm, Chu Zhongtian finally understood why He Ying and Xia Luoxing had risked their lives to fight for the spots to enter the Heaven Baron secret realm. Originally, they had taken a fancy to the desolate Qi in the Heaven Baron secret realm, which could increase one's talent, potential, and comprehension, as well as the opportunity that could allow them to be reborn. Although the information about the Heaven Baron secret realm was recorded in the jade slip given by Zhao and Juan, it didn't explain how long the top 3 disciples of the outer sect could stay in the Heaven Baron secret realm. According to the rewards announced, the 3rd-ranked disciple of the outer sect could stay in the Heaven Baron secret realm for 3 days, The second-ranked disciple could stay in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm for 5 days, and the first-ranked disciple could stay in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm for 10 days. Could it be that there were some special restrictions for a warrior to stay in the Heaven-Barren Secret Realm? It seemed like he could only seek confirmation from Zhao Enjuan. Chu Zhongtian flicked away the white powder in his palm and adjusted his emotions. He took out a thick, yellowish book from the storage ring finger. This book was one of the 3 secret scripture books that Zhao Enjuan had given him. This was a book about the secrets of the Eternal Continent. It was also a book that he had always longed for. He flipped to the first page, and there was a very detailed inventory on the first page. The inventory recorded the types, uses, shapes, and effects of the heavenly treasures. The book contained records of the 10 forbidden death zones and the 10 great treasures of the southern domain. There were records of the 10 great supreme expert, 10 great holy emperor expert, 10 king experts, 10 great young experts, and so on in southern domain. This was like a web novel that Chu Zhongtian had been very infatuated with before he traveled through time and space. He carefully read the information recorded in the book. Time passed minute by minute. After nearly a day, Chu Zhongtian finally finished reading all the information in the books. Chu Zhongtian closed the last page of the book and put the book back into the storage ring finger. He stood up and left the training room. He stood on the flat ground in the courtyard and looked at the distant sky. His eyes showed sadness. In the book, the records of the 100-strong people made Chu Zhongtian realize a very cruel reality. That was, he wanted to have the ability to tear apart the void and fly in the starry sky. However, even if he had reached the Supreme, it would still be difficult for him to possess such strength. As for a genius, it would take him at least 100 years to break through to the Supreme from the beginning of his cultivation to the stage. 100 years was too long for Chu Zhongtian. Even if it was 50 years, he would still feel that it was a very long time. Because before he traveled through time and space, he was already 30 years old, and his parents were almost 60 years old. According to the average lifespan of the humans in Earth, 80 years old was already very old, and it was very rare to see an old man over 100 years old. Chu Zhongtian didn't mean to curse his parents. In order to provide for him to study in universities and buy a house in the capital, his parents, who were close to 60 years old, were still working hard to earn money. They had severely exhausted their bodies and energy. He didn't have the slightest confidence that they could live to 100 years old. Even if he finally had the ability to tear apart space and travel in space, at that time, his parents might have already died, so what was the point of him training with all his might? Many people climbed to the peak of martial arts, trying to have the loneliness of being invincible. But this was not what he wanted. What he wanted was to return to Earth and return to his aged parents' side. Ordinary people would need to cultivate for 100 years before they could reach the Supreme. To reach the immortal God stage, one would need to spend 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. Why couldn't he break this restriction? He wanted to reach the Supreme within 50 years or even 30 years. This goal seemed impossible to achieve, but it kept encouraging him to work hard. Chu Zhongtian withdrew his gaze from the distance and adjusted his gloomy mood. He returned to the cultivation chamber and took out tens of thousands of 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone and placed them in the cultivation chamber according to the simplified version of the spirit-gathering formation. Then, he took out the medicinal pill used to increase his potential. He began to use all of his strength to increase the various indicators in his body that had yet to reach the limit. 2 days and 2 nights later, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes. He stood up and put away the remaining pills and spirit stones. Then he left the cultivation chamber. As his cultivation increased, he wanted to increase the various indicators in his body to the limit, and the time he needed to do so would become longer and longer. In these 2 days and 2 nights, he had only increased his potential by half, and was still a distance away from reaching the limit. Today was the time he had arranged to meet Shi Guangliang and the others, so he could only temporarily leave the cultivation chamber. After leaving the cultivation chamber, Chu Zhongtian did not go to the living room, nor did he return to his bedroom. Instead, he took out 100 tempering top-quality steel blade from his storage bag, left Courtyard 9, and ran towards the back of the mountain. When he was in the sex competition, a disciple of the outer sect, he had promised Wang Zhongning that when he came to the hidden dragon peak as a guest, he would prepare a lot of delicious food for him. The raw materials of the delicious food were the wild beasts and strange beasts behind the mountain. Zhao and Juan used the hidden dragon peak as the residence of the elite disciples. He had cleaned up the beasts at the level 9 and above in advance. Currently, the highest grade of the remaining beasts was no more than level 10 advanced. To Chu Zhongtian, who had reached the second layer of the Qi transforming period, a level 10 advanced beast was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He could directly take its life. Ever since he transmigrated into this world, Chu Zhongtian had never entered the kitchen, nor had he personally cooked any food. Therefore, he considered cooking a roasted beast for Wang Zhongning. Before he transmigrated, his favorite food was barbecued and beer. In order to eat the most delicious barbecued meat, he had even used the time he had to rest to go to a 5-star hotel and secretly learn some skills. Therefore, he was good at barbecuing all kinds of ingredients. Among the exotic beasts that were most suitable for barbecuing as a whole were the low-rank 10th grade wire-haired pig. And it was the exotic beast with the most number of exotic beasts in the rear mountain. Thus, he directly killed a 10th grade low-tier wire-haired pig that weighed over 300 kilograms. As a place suitable for elite disciples to live, the hidden dragon peak was also a holy land with mountains and water. There was a natural stream of water below the foot of the mountain. He cut open the wire-haired pig's belly. After washing it clean, he returned to the open space in front of the courtyard 9 halfway up the mountain. He put the washed pig on a flat rack and lit the fire. Chu Zhongtian prepared delicious food while waiting for Shi Guangliang and the others to come and take a seat. Shi Guangliang and the others did not ask Chu Zhongtian to wait long. When he was preparing the barbecue, Shi Guangliang and the other two's figures had already entered his sight. Junior brother Shi here. He needed to pay attention to the heat of the roast pig. If the fire was bigger, it would be burnt. If the fire was less, it would not be cooked. So Chu Zhongtian could not get up to welcome them. This is roasted pig. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's greeting, Shi Guangliang and the others looked up and saw Chu Zhongtian preparing to roast the pig. When Wang Zhongning saw that Chu Zhongtian was preparing a barbecue that he would even dream of eating, he immediately left Shi Guangliang and the others and rushed to the flat ground of the courtyard halfway up the mountain. 8. If you want to eat the most delicious barbecue, you need to wait patiently for a while. Chu Zhongtian looked at Wang Zhongning, who was drooling and staring at the roasted pig, and explained with a smile. Senior brother Chu, people like me should be the one to prepare the delicious food. How can you do it yourself? Seeing Chu Zhongtian preparing the barbecue, Shi Guangliang also quickened his pace and planned to take the job from him. All right, junior brother Shi. I'm afraid you are not as good as me when it comes to cooking barbecued pigs. So you should quietly prepare some delicious food. Reaching out his hand to stop Shi Guangliang from approaching, Chu Zhongtian shook his head and refused his good intentions. Mr. Chu, senior sister Yun has something important to do today, so she cannot come to the appointment for the time being. Zhang Qian, who followed Shi Guangliang to the mountainside, first explained on behalf of Dongfang Yuner. After that, she chose an empty spot to sit down and stared at Chu Zhongtian, who was concentrating on roasting the steel pig. The more she observed, the more Zhang Qian felt that Chu Zhongtian was outstanding, especially when he was focused on roasting the pig. His entire body emitted a fascinating aura. It doesn't matter. Junior sister Zhang, find a place to sit first and accompany us to enjoy the delicacies later, Chu Zhongtian said without turning his head. Actually, Chu Zhongtian had already guessed that Dongfang Yuner would not come when he agreed to meet Shi Guangliang and the others after the sex competition ended. At the same time, he had already made up his mind that he did not care whether Dongfang Yuner came or not. As the flames of the tong cypress would roasted the pig's body, a fragrance followed the breeze and entered the nostrils of everyone present. The rich fragrance aroused the desire to eat in their hearts, making Zhang Qian, who had always been a lady, wipe her saliva from time to time. The rich fragrance followed the breeze and gradually blew towards the courtyard on the peak of the mountain. It smells so good. Jiao and Juan, who was enjoying the scenery in the courtyard, was suddenly attracted by a rich fragrance. He couldn't help but scatter the divine scents. The divine sense followed the fragrance and quickly extended to the mountainside. He saw Chu Zhongtian, who was roasting the entire pig. This kid actually has such good cooking skills. Seeing Chu Zhongtian fully concentrated on roasting the pig, Zhao Enjuan's face revealed a trace of surprise. After that, he recalled Chu Zhongtian's meridian being crippled and his experience of being sent to Luolin town. He immediately guessed that it was very likely that he had learned this cooking skill during that period of time. It's done. When the skin color of the steel boar turned golden and fat began to flow out, Chu Zhongtian waved his hand and extinguished the tong bai with fire. He then said to Wang Zhongning with a smile, "Great!" Wang Zhongning rubbed his hands together and looked at the roasted pig that was sizzling with oil. He prepared to eat the meat. When he took out the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade from his interspatial storage bag and was about to chop off a pig's hind leg, a strong force cut the pig in his hand in half. After that, half of the roasted pig was blown away by a strong wind. "Leave the roasted pig for me." Seeing that half of the roasted pig that Chu Zhongtian had carefully prepared for him had been taken away by someone, Wang Zhongning, who loved meat, became anxious. He did not care about the difference in strength between him and that person. He roared and rushed towards the half-roasted pig that was taken away. His desire for food caused Wang Zhongning, who was only a second layer of the body refining period peak, to instantly erupt with an astonishing speed. His speed was almost as fast as an entry-level warrior who had an advanced movement technique. 8. Stop chasing. With the help of the secret scripture Zhao Enjuan gave him, Chu Zhongtian's advanced body movement technique had officially entered the small completion stage. It was because of this that he was able to easily stop Wang Zhongning. He didn't let Wang Zhongning continue his chase because he knew who had taken away half of the roasted pig. In the entire Hidden Dragon Peak, only he and Zhao Enjuan lived. Besides, Zhao Enjuan was the only one who could easily take away the delicious food from him, who was a second layer of the Qi transforming period warrior. As for the matter of Zhao Enjuan not discussing with him and snatching half of the roasted pig, Chu Zhongtian certainly wouldn't let it end so easily. Chu Zhongtian raised his head and looked at the mountain peak. He said disdainfully, "Master, you are my master. If you want to eat grilled meat, tell me. Can I not give it to you? You don't need to steal my roasted pig." "Chu, you dare to accuse me? You have such excellent culinary skills, but you didn't cook for me first. Instead, you cooked when you were entertaining outsiders. I took half of the food because you are my disciple." 0. Chu Zhongtian's disdain made Zhao Enjuan, who was in the courtyard, furious. While eating the delicious roasted pig, he loudly refuted Chu Zhongtian. "I don't want to talk to you." Chu Zhongtian could only pretend to ignore Zhao Enjuan's unreasonable style. He pulled Wang Zhongning back to the open space in front of the courtyard. Chu Zhongtian used the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade in his hand to cut off 3 pieces of meat about 1 jin. He handed them to Shi Guangliang and Zhang Qian, then handed the remaining 100 jin of pork to Wang Zhongning. 8. These grilled meat are all yours. If you don't have enough, I will roast them for you later. There aren't many other things in Hidden Dragon Peak, but there are many exotic beasts and wild beasts suitable for roasting. Great! Wang Zhongning reached out and took half of the roasted pig from Chu Zhongtian. He sat cross-legged on the ground and started to eat. After a martial artist broke through to the body refining stage, his need for food and drink would be much less. If he encountered a special situation, he could completely rely on the spiritual power in the Dantian to support the various needs of his body. 1 jin of roasted meat was not much. Chu Zhongtian and Shi Guangliang were not the kind of people who paid attention to their image. After wolfing down a dozen mouthfuls, they finished the roasted meat. "Senior brother Chu, can you find a remote place? I have something to tell you." After eating the delicious food in his hands, Shi Guangliang briefly organized it and said to Chu Zhongtian with a solemn expression, "Sure. Follow me to the living room of the other courtyard." Chu Zhongtian saw Wang Zhongning wolfing down the roasted meat and Zhang Qian eating the delicious food slowly, so he nodded his head. He got up and brought Shi Guangliang into courtyard 9 and into the living room. "Junior brother Shi, please take a seat." Chu Zhongtian sat at the head of the living room and gestured to Shi Guangliang, who was standing in the middle of the living room. However, Shi Guangliang did not take a seat. Instead, he knelt down on one knee. He said sincerely, "Senior Brother Chu, I want to become your follower and contribute my whole life to you. I hope you can agree to my request." Shi Guangliang suddenly knelt down and proposed to be his follower. This made Chu Zhongtian, who was sitting on the chair, stand up. Follower. In the third layer of the Blood Demon Secret Stage Valley, before the palace officially opened, Dongfang Yongping had talked to him about followers. After becoming a follower, the two of them will have a slave and employment relationship. Although followers had their own status, could retain a portion of their wealth, could choose to do whatever they wanted, but under the premise that they couldn't harm the benefits of being a follower. To put it bluntly, followers were like Guan Yu and Zhang Fei Liu Bei, who were in the Three Kingdoms period before Chu Zhongtian transmigrated. Although the three of them seemed to be sworn brothers, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were actually Liu Bei's subordinates. Everything started with Liu Bei's consciousness. For example, Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong were Dongfang Yongping's followers. They followed Dongfang Yongping's daily life and were responsible for guarding at night. Dongfang Yongping would be in charge of distributing the rewards from the refining process. Of course, if Zhang Yinan and Yu Zhongzong were in danger, Dongfang Yongping had the obligation to save them. Junior Brother Shi, I am just a disciple of the outer sect who is at the 9th level of body refinement. I am still a distance away from breaking through to the Qi transforming period. Isn't it too early and too impulsive for you to choose me as your follower now? Senior Brother Chu, there are 3 reasons why I made this choice after careful consideration. Shi Guangliang saw that Chu Zhongtian did not agree to his request, nor did he oppose it directly. He knew that Chu Zhongtian had concerns. Firstly, the sex competition has fully displayed your astonishing talent, potential, and comprehension ability. Senior brother, it's very easy for you to break through to the Qi transforming period. So, the reason why you're so strong isn't to stop me from becoming your follower. Secondly, I know my own abilities too well. If I follow my current cultivation and lifestyle, I'm afraid that I won't be able to break through to the Qi transforming period in another year or 2, let alone break through to the essence gathering stage. Senior Brother Chu, if I can become your follower, then you can give me some guidance and help. I'm sure that it will allow me to quickly improve my cultivation base and break through to the Qi transforming period and essence gathering stage as soon as possible. I might even break through to the divine soul stage in the future. Thirdly, I choose to become your follower, which is different from the followers of others. I will swear an oath with my inner demon that I will follow you forever, and I will never betray you. I will be your servant for all eternity. Shi Guangliang did not hide his selfishness. This was what made Chu Zhongtian satisfied. But the last thing that satisfied him the most was that Shi Guangliang swore an oath with his inner demon. After experiencing the experiences in Blood Demon's secret realm, Chu Zhongtian already knew the power of the inner demon oath. Therefore, the way Shi Guangliang showed his loyalty just now had moved Chu Zhongtian. Putting aside everything else, just the courtyard that he was staying in now needed someone to take care of it. In the future, as his cultivation base became higher and higher, he would have more and more friends. There would definitely be many gatherings during his free time, and he would need someone to take care of everything for him. Initially, Chu Zhongtian wanted to discuss with Zhao Enjuan about whether he could get an outstanding disciple from the Chu family to help him deal with these miscellaneous matters. Now that Shi Guangliang was willing to take the responsibility, it saved him a lot of trouble. However, although he was tempted, he knew that there were some things that he couldn't go too far with. Currently, his cultivation base was only at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. If others knew that he was recruiting followers, they would definitely use this as an excuse to attack him. Therefore, after pondering for a while, Chu Zhongtian finally decided to reject Shi Guangliang's request. Junior Brother Shi, I'm very touched that you are willing to become my follower through the Devil Heart Oath. However, my current cultivation base is too low. In order to avoid any unnecessary trouble, I hope that after I break through to the Qi transforming period, we can discuss the matter of becoming my follower again. Yes, Senior Brother Chu. I will listen to all of your arrangements, Shi Guangliang answered excitedly. Although Chu Zhongtian didn't agree to accept Shi Guangliang as his follower, the meaning in his tone indicated that he had agreed to it. He just put this matter after he broke through to the qi transforming period. Regarding this, Shi Guangliang understood it very well. At the same time, he praised Shi Guangliang. Junior brother Shi, can you go and see if junior sister Zhang and junior brother Wang have finished eating? If they have finished eating, invite them in for a chat. Chu Zhongtian sat back in his chair and said casually, Okay. Shi Guangliang bowed and respectfully left. Seeing Shi Guangliang respectfully leave, Chu Zhongtian could not help but nod his head. Chu Zhongtian used Shi Guangliang's low cultivation as an excuse, so he could not agree to Shi Guangliang's request to become a follower for the time being. However, he already had the idea of taking Shi Guangliang as his follower, so his casual words just now were specifically used to test Shi Guangliang. He wanted to see if Shi Guangliang was suitable for the position of the follower in his heart. The test just now and Shi Guangliang's reaction made Chu Zhongtian very satisfied. After Shi Guangliang left the living room, Chu Zhongtian took out 9 bottles of pills and 30,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone pills from his interspatial storage ring finger and storage bag finger. Not long after Shi Guangliang left, he brought Zhang Qian and Wang Zhongning back to the living room. Junior brother Chu, junior sister Zhang and junior brother Wang are here. Shi Guangliang was very used to changing his identity. At this time, he already started to think of him as the butler of Chu Zhongtian's courtyard 9. 8. How's the taste of roasted pig? Chu Zhongtian looked at Wang Zhongning, whose mouth was full of grease, and said with a smile, Senior brother Chu, the roasted pig just now was the most delicious roasted meat I have ever eaten in my life. Wang Zhongning recalled the delicious food just now, and his eyes lit up. Then, his tone changed, and he said with pity, What a pity! Half of the roasted pig was taken away by your master, so I am only 70% full now. Nearly 50 kilograms of roasted pig only made Wang Zhongning 70% full. Chu Zhongtian was surprised by Wang Zhongning's appetite. He could understand how hard it was for people in Trial Peak to eat simple meals every day. In the future, as long as I stay in Hidden Dragon Peak, you can come to me at any time. You can hunt beasts and strange beasts at the back of the mountain as you wish, Chu Zhongtian said generously. After that, he looked at Zhang Qian and said gently, Junior sister Zhang, I once promised you that after the sex competition ends, I will help you increase your strength as much as possible. Now is the time for me to fulfill my promise. Chu Zhongtian signaled Zhang Qian to come in front of him. He took out 3 bottles of pills and 10,000 level 7 intermediate spirit stones from the pills and spirit stones that he had prepared in advance and pushed them in front of her with a smile. Junior sister Zhang, I don't know much about your cultivation technique, and I don't know how you usually cultivate. Therefore, I won't give you any guidance regarding your cultivation. Junior sister Zhang, what I can do now is to give you pills and spirit stones that can increase your cultivation and potential. I hope that you can use these pills and spirit stones to increase your cultivation and potential. In the living room of Courtyard 9 in Hidden Dragon Peak. The pill was stored in the pill bottle. Zhang Qian was unable to distinguish what kind of pills these 3 bottles of pills were, but 10,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone pills were placed there. This caused her, who usually used level 8 spirit stones as important cultivation resources, to reveal an expression of desire. However, Zhang Qian quickly suppressed the desire in her heart and refused Chu Zhongtian's gift. Mr. Chu, these medicinal pills and spirit stones are too precious. I can't accept them. When Zhang Qian asked Chu Zhongtian to help her raise her cultivation, it was only because she wanted to find an excuse to get close to him. She had never longed for Chu Zhongtian to sincerely help her. Now, Zhang Qian saw Chu Zhongtian take out such a large amount of spirit stones and medicinal pills. The way she looked at him was not as simple as just adoration. After experiencing Dongfang Yuners matter, Chu Zhongtian temporarily did not want to think about love. So he pretended not to see the adoration in Zhang Qian's eyes and waved at Wang Zhongning. 8. In sex competition, in order to let junior brother Shi recover in peace, you missed many competitions which might delay your advancement. So these pills and spiritual power can be considered as compensation for your loss. Chu Zhongtian also took out 3 bottles of pills and 10,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone pills, and placed them in front of Wang Zhongning. No, I can't take them. Senior brother Chu. I can't accept these pills and spirit stones. Wang Zhongning looked at the 3 bottles of medicinal pills and the small pile of spirit stones in front of him, and shook his head repeatedly as he refused. 8. You have come into contact with me through the sex competition. I believe you know my character as well. As long as it's something I decide, I will never change it. Chu Zhongtian's face darkened when he saw Wang Zhongning refuse to accept his gift. His tone became serious. Junior brother Wang. These pills and spirit stones are a token of appreciation from senior brother Chu. You'd better put them away. Shi Guangliang had already regarded himself as the butler of Chu Zhongtian's courtyard. Through Chu Zhongtian's actions and his tone when he spoke, it was obvious that he thought highly of Wang Zhongning. Shi Guangliang, who was well-versed in the ways of human relationships, quickly thought of an idea to mediate the situation. Junior brother Wang, you can use these medicinal pills and spirit stones to increase your cultivation. If you become stronger, you can also help senior brother Chu deal with some private matters. All right then. Shi Guangliang's persuasion made Wang Zhongning think about it carefully. He felt that what Wang Zhongning said was right. He nodded and planned to put away the pills and spirit stones. Wang Zhongning put the 3 bottles of pills into his pocket, but he couldn't do anything about the small pile of level 7 intermediate spirit stones in front of him. In the end, he could only smile foolishly and say to Chu Zhongtian, Senior disciple Chu, can you lend me a package and let me keep these spirit stones? Wang Zhongning had been in Floating Cloud sect for more than 3 months. Chu Zhongtian suddenly felt a trace of pity for Wang Zhongning. During these 3 months, not only did Wang Zhongning not have enough food in his daily life, he did not even get any storage bag to store items. This was enough to show that he did not have a good life in the Sky Cloud Martial School. Chu Zhongtian used his mind to connect with the storage ring. Following that, a 50 cubic meter storage bag appeared in his hand. The 50 cubic meter storage bag in his hand was used by Lang Yun to store spirit stones. This was the storage bag he got when he extorted Lang Yun from the cavern, which was left behind by a peerless warrior in the Purgatory City. Because Lin Aojun later compensated him with an even larger spatial storage bag, this storage bag had always been idle. Originally, he wanted to send this storage bag back to the Chu family, but after considering the current situation of the Chus, as well as Chu Zhengshuan's feelings, he could only temporarily place this storage bag on his body. At this moment, because of Chu Zhongtian's pity for Wang Zhongning, he decided to give this storage bag to Wang Zhongning. If you merge this storage bag with your natal essence blood, you can use it. Chu Zhongtian casually tossed the storage bag into Wang Zhongning's hand. Storage bag. When Wang Zhongning heard Chu Zhongtian explain that the palm-sized bag in his hand was actually the storage bag that he had always dreamt of, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. That's right. This is what I obtained in a secret realm when I went out to train for the first time. The space within it has reached 50 cubic meters and is divided according to the grade of the spatial spirit weapon. It should be a mid-level storage bag. Chu Zhongtian explained the origin of the storage bag with a nonchalant expression. This was a mid-level storage bag with 50 cubic meters. Not to mention Wang Zhongning, even Shi Guangliang and Zhang Qian, who already had the storage bag, had looks of desire in their eyes. After all, who didn't want to have a bigger spatial storage bag to store more items? Little 8. There are some things that I don't want to repeat twice. Chu Zhongtian saw that Wang Zhongning wanted to decline again. His face sank and he said with an unhappy tone, All right then. Wang Zhongning saw that Chu Zhongtian was angry and could only force the essence blood to merge with the storage bag. Then he put the spirit stones in front of him as well as the medicinal pills that he had placed in his bosom into the storage bag. Because this was the first time Wang Zhongning had used the storage bag, just like Chu Zhongtian's curious expression when he had just obtained the storage bag, he continuously took out items from the storage bag and put them back in. Chu Zhongtian ignored Wang Zhongning, who seemed to have gotten a new toy, He piled the remaining pills and spirit stones in front of Shi Guangliang and didn't say anything. Shi Guangliang also didn't refuse these things. He directly put the pill bottle and spirit stones into the storage bag, and then respectfully thanked him before leaving. Junior brother Shi, junior brother Wang, junior sister Zhang, after I experienced the great sect competition, my strength has already reached a limit. In the following period of time, I will either stay in the cultivation chamber to cultivate or go out to temper and increase my strength. If you need my help with any urgent or important matters, you can leave a letter in the courtyard. I will allow you to freely enter the 9th courtyard. Chu Zhongtian treated them to a meal and gave them something. He planned to continue improving his potential so that he could deal with the secret realm trial arranged by Zhao and Jun 5 days later. So what he said just now actually meant that he wanted them to leave. Although Wang Zhongning and Zhang Qian did not understand what Chu Zhongtian meant by asking them to leave, Shi Guangliang, who was well-versed in human relationships, could tell. Therefore, he took the initiative to stand out and say goodbye. Senior brother Chu, it's late. We have been here for some time. Next, we won't disturb your rest. We will leave first. Senior brother Shi, what are you panicking for? It's still quite early, and I haven't had enough time. Wang Zhongning was instantly unhappy when he heard Shi Guangliang take the initiative to say goodbye. After Wang Zhongning came to Hidden Dragon Peak, he ate the most delicious barbecue in his life, obtained medicinal pills and spirit stones that he had never had before, and even obtained the storage bag that he had always dreamt of. Therefore, he didn't want to leave right now. Fortunately, Zhang Qian, who was able to control Wang Zhongning, had already heard Shi Guangliang's intention of saying goodbye, so she walked to Wang Zhongning's side and pinched his waist hard. This made him cry out in pain. Ignoring Wang Zhongning, who was screaming in pain, Zhang Qian represented him and said goodbye to Chu Zhongtian. Senior Chu, we will come and visit you when we have time in the future. Seeing Wang Zhongning reluctantly leave the 9th courtyard, Chu Zhongtian waved his hand, then turned around and returned to the 9th courtyard, heading straight to the secret cultivation room. 5 days later, in the secret cultivation room of courtyard 9, Chu Zhongtian opened his eyes. The aura on his body was unusually strong. The only flaw was that he was currently covered in sweat, and there was a trace of exhaustion on his face. 5 days ago, after Chu Zhongtian sent Shi Guangliang and the others away, he returned to the secret cultivation room. Then, with the help of medicinal pills and sufficient spiritual qi, he spent 2 days and 2 nights. He raised all of his potential to the limit. After that, he left the secret cultivation ground and came to an empty space in the courtyard. He began to cultivate the intermediate saber technique and the incomplete 8 trigrams 6-joint fists. Perhaps it was because his primary rank blade method had broken through to the peak stage, or perhaps it was because his mind state had broken through to the chi transforming period. It was also possible that it was because of the sex competition that he was able to practice the saber technique with ease. In just 2 days, his intermediate saber technique had broken through to the entry-level peak, and could break through to the small completion stage at any time. The speed of his saber technique breaking through had surprised him. In order to make his foundation more solid and his performance better when breaking through to the chi transforming period, not only was Chu Zhongtian not in a hurry to break through to the small completion stage, he was trying to suppress the speed of his saber technique breaking through. After that, he started to practice the incomplete 8 trigrams 6-joint fists. When he was in the ranking competition of the sex competition, he faced Lu Jiafu, who dared to provoke him. This was the first time he used the chi extermination fist skill of the 8 trigrams 6-joint fists. He was shocked by the power contained within the fist technique. The power that could move the void had probably surpassed the body refining stage, chi transforming period, or even essence gathering stage. Therefore, he really wanted to know how the chi extermination fist was formed. At this moment, there was no opponent in front of him, and he wasn't in any danger either. Therefore, when he was casting the chi extermination fist, he purposely slowed down his speed. After that, he carefully felt the circulation of the spiritual power under the influence of his fist technique martial skill. It was precisely because he was too sensitive to the combination of the spiritual power and the fist technique martial skill in his body that his understanding of the spiritual power and his own cultivation had deepened by several levels. This caused the bottlenecks that he had touched earlier because of the mind state's cultivation to split open a few deep cracks. At the same time, because the fist technique had stimulated the circulation of the spiritual power in his body, it had directly triggered the 1,000-year spirit milk that was hovering above the dantian and was diluted by Zhao Enjuan. This caused a portion of the 1,000-year spirit milk's energy to leak out. The diluted 1,000-year spirit milk and the spiritual power began to attack the bottleneck that had cracked open. His cultivation base had almost broken through to the 10th layer great perfection of the Qi transforming period. Fortunately, the increase in the cultivation base of the mind state had made his control of the energy in his body more stable. With the help of the abundant spiritual power in the cultivation room, after spending nearly a day, he finally suppressed the spiritual power that had broken through his cultivation base. Furthermore, he had completely combed the spiritual power within his body. However, Chu Zhongtian also knew that the double impact of the spiritual power and the 1,000-year spirit milk had caused many cracks to appear in the bottleneck of his cultivation base. As long as the spiritual power in his body experienced such a situation once again, he would not be able to suppress the power of this breakthrough no matter what. Fortunately, the spiritual power in his body was only temporary. As long as he entered the secret realm that Zhao Enjuan had specially arranged for him to refine, he would be able to do so temporarily. By using the battle to squander the spiritual power in his body, he wouldn't have to worry about breaking through in a short period of time. After getting up, Chu Zhongtian looked at the thousands of 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stone that had turned into powder because of the loss of the spiritual qi in the secret chamber. He couldn't help but sigh. The reason why the others were absorbing the spiritual qi with all their might was so that they could break through the stage and improve their cultivation base as soon as possible. However, he was desperately absorbing the spiritual qi in order to suppress the breakthrough of the stage. Because of this, he had wasted over 1,000 7th-grade middle-rank spirit stones. This caused Chu Zhongtian, who had always been distressed about the lack of spirit stones, to feel a great heartache. As the daily necessities were all in the storage bag and the storage ring, Chu Zhongtian didn't need to deliberately prepare anything, so he didn't return to his bedroom. Instead, he directly left the courtyard where the Courtyard 9's peak was located. "Master, I'm here." No matter how casual he was in front of Zhao Enjuan, he would still follow the proper etiquette, so he respectfully stood at the entrance of the courtyard and shouted, "Come in." After Zhao Enjuan's permission came from the courtyard, Chu Zhongtian pushed the door open and entered the courtyard. He found Chu Zhongtian leisurely sitting in the stone pavilion and drinking tea. He walked straight into the stone pavilion. This time, Chu Zhongtian did not casually sit on the stone chair opposite him. Instead, he observed the layout of the stone pavilion and the stone table and the stone chair in the pavilion. "Kid, what are you doing?" Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but ask when he saw that Chu Zhongtian didn't pay attention to him or sit opposite him. Instead, he started to observe the stone pavilion as if he was looking for treasure. "Master, I want to see what's so special about this stone pavilion that you like to stay here so much," Chu Zhongtian asked in confusion. Chu Zhongtian had been here 5 times in total. Basically, every time Chu Zhongtian came to see him, he would drink tea in the stone pavilion. This made Chu Zhongtian wonder if there was something special in the stone pavilion that could make him like staying here so much. "Get lost." After hearing Chu Zhongtian's explanation, Zhao Enjuan couldn't help but scold him loudly. "Enough. I'm not peeping at your beloved pavilion anymore." Seeing that Zhao Enjuan seemed to be angry, Chu Zhongtian quickly sat down on the stone chair opposite him. "Chu, it seems that you have gained a lot from your cultivation these few days." As a supreme warrior, Zhao Enjuan could tell Chu Zhongtian's current condition with just a glance. So he said with relief, "I have gained a lot, but I have suffered a lot." Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of exhaustion when he thought of suppressing the spiritual power and 1,000-year spirit milk that were exploding in his body with all his might. If there is gain, there will be loss. Although you are suffering a lot right now, when you break through to the Qi transforming period, your harvest will be beyond your imagination. Zhao Enjuan understood Chu Zhongtian's feelings very well. He also knew the meaning behind Chu Zhongtian's actions, so he comforted him. "Master, let's not talk about my cultivation. Didn't you want me to go to Secret Realm to undergo cultivation? When are we leaving? When he thought about how he had wasted over 1,000 level 7 spirit stones to forcefully suppress the stage, Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of heartache. That was why he didn't want to talk about his cultivation. Do you think we are still in the floating cloud sect in Hidden Dragon Peak? Without answering Chu Zhongtian's question directly, Zhao Enjuan asked with a smile on his face. No way, Zhao Enjuan asked with a smile on his face, which made Chu Zhongtian realize a problem. He quickly left the stone pavilion and returned to the front door of the courtyard. Zhao Enjuan's mysterious smile made Chu Zhongtian realize something was wrong. He stood up from the stone chair and walked straight to the entrance of the courtyard. He stretched out his hand and opened the door. He found that the peak of the mountain had turned into a floating white cloud. It was a scene of them in the air. After Chu Zhongtian returned to the stone pavilion, he looked at Zhao Enjuan and asked in a trembling voice, Master, could it be that the courtyard on the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak was created by you using the flying spirit weapon? You are really smart. Zhao Enjuan made his finger make a sound and praised. After Chu Zhongtian got confirmation from Zhao Enjuan, he was shocked for a full 5 minutes before he finally regained his senses. After that, he asked in an excited tone, Master, can you tell me what grade your flying spirit weapon has reached? This flying spirit weapon was able to maintain the shape of a courtyard and stand at the peak of Hidden Dragon Peak, preventing others from discovering it. Then, its grade might have surpassed the spirit weapon, reaching a grade that Chu Zhongtian did not know about. Therefore, he wanted to know the true grade of this flying treasure. Your stage is too low. If you know some secrets that surpass your own stage, this is not a good thing for you, so you don't have to ask about the true grade of this flying treasure. Zhao Enjuan shook his head in response to Chu Zhongtian's question. He reminded Chu Zhongtian with a serious expression. Chu Zhongtian knew that Zhao Enjuan didn't tell him because it was for his own good. It was to prevent him from affecting his cultivation because of some unrealistic fantasies. If you don't want to tell me, it's fine. However, Chu Zhongtian was slightly dissatisfied that Zhao Enjuan didn't tell him that the courtyard he usually stayed in was formed by flying treasures. Of course, the flying treasure that Zhao Enjuan possessed had aroused a trace of desire in Chu Zhongtian's heart. Therefore, he looked at Zhao Enjuan and spoke with an endless desire in his voice. Master, you are the top expert who has broken through to the supreme level. Your personal collection will surely be rich. I have no thoughts about the flying treasure that you have now. But if you give me a top-grade flying spirit weapon, I don't think it will be difficult for you. The reason why he asked for a top-grade flying spirit weapon was because Xianxia had a mid-level flying spirit weapon. The space and speed of a mid-level flying spirit weapon had already shocked Chu Zhongtian. The space and speed of a top-grade flying spirit weapon was at least several times faster than a flying spirit weapon. If he had a top-grade flying spirit weapon, it would be a trump card that could save his life no matter if he went out adventuring or ran into a strong enemy in the future. No, even if I have this, I won't give it to you. Faced with Chu Zhongtian's desire, Zhao Enjuan immediately rejected him. Why? Chu Zhongtian asked, unconvinced. First of all, whether it's a top-grade flying spirit weapon or a mid-level flying spirit weapon, they are trash in my eyes. My limited storage ring does not store these trash items. Second of all, before you break through to the Divine Soul stage, it's best that you don't use the flying spirit weapon. Try your best to fly with your own strength, because doing so will make it easier for you to feel the vital spirit in your body. At the same time, it can also allow you to truly merge into the sky, which will provide unimaginable assistance when you master a certain law in the future. He could sense the vital spirit and grasp a certain law. Although Zhao Enjuan's introduction seemed like a dream to Chu Zhongtian, given Zhao Enjuan's high regard for him, therefore, he put away the thought of asking for the top-grade flying spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to think about the flying spirit weapon. His attention returned to the secret realm that he was about to enter. Considering the confusion he had when he first entered the secret realm, he quickly asked about the information about the secret realm that he was about to enter. Master, do you need me to pay special attention to anything that you sent me to the secret realm this time? Can you record the details of the secret realm in the Jade Slip so that I can better understand the situation of the secret realm? You don't need the Jade Slip. Zhao Enjuan shook his head and rejected Chu Zhongtian's request. However, the detailed introduction that followed made the trace of dissatisfaction that had just risen in Chu Zhongtian's heart disappear completely. According to Zhao Enjuan's description, the secret realm that he had arranged for him to enter was called Azura Secret Realm. It was a secret realm that was specially used for fighting and killing. Azura Secret Realm did not belong to Floating Cloud Sect, but belonged to the Demon Heart Sect, one of the 9 major powers. The Demon Heart Sect was the only devil cultivator among the 9 major powers. The true standard of survival was strength. In the eyes of the disciples of the Demon Heart Sect, there were no rules or ethics. In their eyes, there were only benefits. As long as they could improve their cultivation base, they could use any means they wanted. The Azura Secret Realm was a very unique secret realm in the Demon Heart Sect. The environment and structure of the Azura Secret Realm was similar to the Blood Demon Secret Realm in the Floating Cloud Sect. There were no spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Azura Secret Realm. There was only the blood energy that could arouse the true desire in one's heart and the cruel environment that could drive one mad. 3. Just like the Blood Demon Secret Realm, the Azura Secret Realm that was dug out was divided into 5 different levels according to different levels of strength. The only difference was that there were no living creatures or heavenly treasures in the Azura Secret Realm. There was only a vast and boundless blood-red land there. What was different from the Blood Demon Secret Realm was that the Azura Secret Realm only allowed warriors to stay on the designated floors. For example, the first floor of the Azura Secret Realm was only suitable for Chi refining stage warriors to stay on. If a warrior with a cultivation base higher than the Chi refining stage entered the first floor, it didn't matter how strong the warrior was. There was only one result. That was, the blood in that warrior's body was inexplicably sucked dry, turning into a lifeless dried corpse. The second floor of Azura Secret Realm was suitable for body refining stage warriors to stay. If Chi refining stage warriors or Chi transforming period warriors dared to enter the second floor, they would also become dried corpses. What was different from the Blood Demon Secret Realm was that the former third layer of the Blood Demon Secret Realm opened once every 3 years. The fourth layer opened once every 10 years, and the level 5 opened once every 50 years. The Azura Secret Realm could be opened once every year, and it lasted for 10 days. In these 10 days, all the warriors who entered the Azura Secret Realm could compete with each other to their heart's content. They could rob other people's wealth and increase their own strength. After that, they wouldn't suffer any revenge from any major power. In the last 2 hours before entering secluded cultivation in the Azura Secret Realm, the surviving disciples would receive gifts from the Azura Secret Realm. That was to obtain the same amount of blood beads according to the number of enemies they killed. The blood beads were similar to the essence blood that was condensed in a warrior's body. However, the difference between them and the essence blood was, the blood beads gifted by the Azura Secret Realm belonged to the quality of non-elemental essence blood. It was suitable for any martial artist with any type of physique to absorb and refine. This was absolutely the best method to increase a martial artist's cultivation and potential. Although the Azura Secret Realm only belonged to the Demon Heart Sect, the Demon Heart Sect didn't use it alone. Every year before the opening of the Azura Secret Realm, the Azura Secret Realm would be opened to the entire Southern Domain. As long as one was born in the Southern Domain, he or she could enter the Azura Secret Realm to undergo cultivation. Therefore, every year before the opening of the Azura Secret Realm, a large number of experts from different stages would enter the Secret Realm to fight and kill each other. Every time the Azura Secret Realm was opened, it meant that the Southern Domain would lose a lot of elite disciples and experts. Of course, the number of people entering the Azura Secret Realm after every opening was different. When the Azura Secret Realm was opened, there were only tens of thousands of people when there were fewer people, and when there were more people there would be hundreds of thousands of people. When the number of people was the highest, the number of people who chose to enter the Secret Realm reached a terrifying 800,000. It could be said that the opening of the Azura Secret Realm every year was actually a slaughterhouse. It was a training ground specially prepared for the powerful genius disciples. On the contrary, The disciples who survived in the Azura secret realm would eventually become peerless experts whose names shook the entire southern domain. Chu, your current cultivation base is at the 9th layer peak of the body refining period. If you use all your trump cards, your strength will reach the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period peak. Among the disciples of the floating cloud sect's outer sect, you are the strongest. However, compared to the genius disciples nurtured by the various sects, you are still slightly weaker. Not to mention, you will be facing the top body refining stage geniuses of the entire southern domain. The reason why I arranged for you to enter the Azura secret realm, where you might lose your life at any moment, is to help you improve your strength faster. I also hope that you can see the geniuses of the outside world, so that you can wake up from the excitement of the champion of the sex competition. Chu Zhongtian nodded. On the surface, he agreed with what Zhao Enjuan said, but in fact, that wasn't what he was thinking in his heart. Although he won the championship with a complete victory, he didn't have a shred of pride in his heart. He felt that there was someone more powerful than him in the outside world. He was very humble. The reason he could maintain such a mentality was because of his two unique memories, especially the memory from before he transmigrated. There were too many examples that reminded him to be humble and cautious. Secondly, the Floating Cloud Sect was merely one of the 9 big organizations in Southern Domain, and it wasn't the organization that was ranked first. He believed that there would definitely be body refining stage disciples who were even more outstanding than him in the other organizations. The Floating Cloud Sect was millions of kilometers away from the Demon Heart Sect. Chu Zhongtian thought that it would take them at least 3 to 5 days to reach the Demon Heart Sect. However, while he was arguing with Zhao Enjuan, he didn't notice that time had passed. Zhao Enjuan suddenly said that the Demon Heart Sect had arrived, which made him very interested in the flying treasure that Zhao Enjuan had. However, Chu Zhongtian took into account Zhao Enjuan's stern warning just now, and had no choice but to forcefully extinguish his interest. After that, he adjusted his condition and prepared to enter the Demon Heart Sect and enter the Azura secret realm, which was famous for its blood and gore. Chu, I didn't get along well with some of the people from the Demon Heart Sect back then, so we don't need to enter the Demon Heart Sect. When the Azura secret realm opens, I will use my power. I will send you directly to the 2nd level of the Azura secret realm. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was ready to start the war, Zhao Enjuan felt a little embarrassed and said, "It doesn't matter." Chu Zhongtian shrugged his shoulders and said in an indifferent manner. In the letter that Dongfang Yongping wrote to him, there was a detailed record of some of Zhao Enjuan's circumstances when he was young. There was a record of how Zhao Enjuan liked to challenge people everywhere. He especially liked to challenge those famous experts. Zhao Enjuan liked to easily defeat those high and mighty experts. He wanted to make them lose all their face. Zhao Enjuan didn't want to enter the Demon Heart Sect. Chu Zhongtian knew that he must have challenged the experts of the Demon Heart Sect in the past. Furthermore, the outcome of that person wouldn't be perfect. Chu Zhongtian didn't know when the Azura secret realm would open, and he couldn't leave the flying treasure to enter the Demon Heart Sect, so he could only choose to sit on the stone chair and rest with his eyes closed. At the same time, he recalled the methods he had mastered to increase his strength. Half an hour later, Zhao Enjuan, who was enjoying the fragrant tea, suddenly put down the teacup in his hand. He said with a solemn expression, "Chu, I'm ready. I'll send you directly into the Azura secret realm with my strength in a moment." Seeing Zhao Enjuan's serious expression, Chu Zhongtian knew that it wouldn't be easy for Zhao Enjuan to send him to the 2nd level of the Azura secret realm safely. Therefore, he was not willing to reject Zhao Enjuan's arrangement. He listened to Zhao Enjuan's orders. He had to make preparations as soon as possible. "Open." After waiting for nearly 3 minutes, Zhao Enjuan, who had been staring at the void in front of him, said. He suddenly reached out his hands, put his hands on the back of his hands, and then forcefully pulled something apart, tearing the space in front of him apart. "Chu, get ready. Next, I will use the vital spirit and divine senses power to send you to the 2nd level of Azura's secret realm." After the void in front of him was torn apart, Zhao Enjuan quickly ordered, "Master, I am ready." Chu Zhongtian drew out the natal spirit blade that had reached its limit, ready to fight at any time. Seeing that Chu Zhongtian was ready, Zhao Enjuan quickly cast a spell with both hands, and a strange symbol appeared in front of Chu Zhongtian. Go! This symbol was imprinted on Chu Zhongtian's forehead. After that, Chu Zhongtian found that the symbol had brought him into the void that Zhao Enjuan had torn apart earlier. After the Azura secret realm has gone into seclusion, the power of the secret realm will send you back. So, you don't have to worry about the other organizations attacking you after you kill a lot of people. Just as Chu Zhongtian was about to disappear into the void, Zhao Enjuan suddenly said something that confused Chu Zhongtian, who had just entered the void. Chu Zhongtian, who was being carried by the symbols, felt as if he had just blinked his eyes. The originally dark environment was instantly replaced by a thick red color. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew about the Azura secret realm, he might have thought that he had come to the Blood Demon secret realm. The blood-red land, the bright red sky, and the dense smell of blood filled the air. The environment in front of him was too similar to the Blood Demon secret realm. After the strange symbols disappeared, Chu Zhongtian could control his body. He first observed his surroundings and found that there was no one around. His nervous expression eased up a little. Unlike the level 9 Blood Devil that could be found everywhere on the second floor of the Blood Demon secret realm, there were no other living beings in the Azura secret realm besides those warriors who could enter the secret realm and participate in the battles. Therefore, as long as there were no human warriors around him, he was basically safe. Chu Zhongtian gently inhaled a mouthful of red gas from the Azura secret realm. When the red gas entered his body, he found that the red gas that entered his body followed the meridian into his mind. After that, a desire to vent made his consciousness go wild. A trace of violent killing intent appeared in his clear eyes. At this moment, if there was a human warrior in front of Chu Zhongtian, even if it was a top essence gathering stage warrior, he would not hesitate to attack that person when the red gas aroused his violent desire. Just as the violent impulse in Chu Zhongtian's body was stimulated by the red gas, the purple blood in his blood vessels suddenly had a suction force. It sucked the red gas into his blood vessels in less than half a second. He felt a trace of extremely pure energy flowing out of his blood vessels. After this trace of pure energy circulated through his body once, it entered the dantian. The originally saturated dantian now had a small gap that could continue to hold the spiritual power. Chu Zhongtian sensed the changes in the dantian and was pleasantly surprised to find that the fully saturated spiritual power had been purified by the energy that had entered the dantian. Although the total amount of energy that was purified was very small, and it wasn't obvious how much it could increase his strength, the red gas that he had just absorbed was also very rare. The boundless secret realm in front of him was filled with this gas. It was not difficult for him to purify the spiritual power in the dantian once again. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was the amount of gas he absorbed and his endurance when absorbing the red gas. He could not absorb too much of the red gas because he coveted the purification of the spiritual power. This would cause his consciousness to be controlled by the red gas, turning him into a wild beast that only knew how to kill to vent. Chu Zhongtian observed his surroundings and chose a relatively hidden red rock. He simply processed the items around him so that he could hide inside. He sat cross-legged, using the purple blood in his body to continue refining the red gas that could purify the spiritual power. At the same time, he paid attention to his surroundings, in case he was disturbed by the experts who had entered the secret realm. 10 minutes later, the spiritual power in his dantian had been purified by 1%, and his strength had increased by nearly 2%. 20 minutes later, the spiritual power in his dantian had been purified by 2%, and his strength had increased by nearly 1%. At this moment, the silhouettes of martial practitioners began to appear around him. Chu Zhongtian used his super-strong sensing ability and the fact that he was hiding in the red rock. He continued to absorb the red gas to purify the spiritual power, while observing the strength of the martial artists around him. Through careful observation, he was surprised to find that the strength of the warriors on the second floor of Azura secret realm varied. It was not what he had imagined. According to Zhao Enjuan's description, in Chu Zhongtian's imagination, the warriors who could enter the second level of the Azura secret realm were at least 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period warriors. Most of them were half-step Qi transforming period warriors. Otherwise, they would basically all die in the Azura secret realm, which was called the Slaughterhouse. After all, there were no rules in the Azura secret realm. When people fought, they would not consider each other's background, nor would they show mercy. However, through careful observation just now, Chu Zhongtian discovered that among the martial artists that were constantly moving around, there were not only mid-level 5 or 6 body refining martial artists. There were even first-grade body refining stage and second-grade body refining stage martial artists. How could this not surprise him? He could not think of the answer to this question. This made him unable to continue absorbing the red gas in Secret Realm to purify the spiritual power. He seized the opportunity and knocked out an early second layer of the body refining period warrior, then dragged him behind the red rock. Chu Zhongtian used the acupuncture point stimulation technique to wake up the fainted warrior. He placed the natal spirit blade emitting cold air on the warrior's neck and threatened with a cold tone. "If you don't want to die, just lie down. Don't make any sound." The warrior who woke up wanted to shout out loud, but after feeling the cold aura emitted from the spirit blade's blade, he immediately shivered and his expression was abnormally fearful. After a minute, his frightened mood finally stabilized. He carefully begged for mercy. "Senior brother, please spare me. Don't worry, I have no enmity with you. I won't easily kill you. As long as you can honestly answer my question, I promise I won't kill you." In order to make this warrior tell the truth, Chu Zhongtian promised to give this warrior a chance to live. However, in order to ensure that this martial artist's words were true and reliable, he gently pressed the natal spirit blade in his hand. His expression was slightly sinister as he threatened. "If you are scheming something and lying to me, I don't mind killing you. Senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely answer all the questions truthfully and guarantee that all the questions are the real ones." Hearing that there was a chance to live, the martial artist lying on the ground hurriedly nodded and agreed. Chu Zhongtian asked, "What's your name?" The warrior answered, "My name is Lin Guoyang." Chu Zhongtian asked, "How old are you this year?" Lin Guoyang answered, "I am 20 years old. In another 4 months, I will be 21 years old." Chu Zhongtian frowned slightly and thought. Lin Guoyang was nearly 21 years old. His cultivation base had barely broken through to the early second layer of the body refining period. It seemed like his talent was extremely ordinary. A warrior like him would never become a disciple of the Demon Heart sect. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian needs to know his true origin. Chu Zhongtian asked, "Where are you from?" Lin Guoyang answered, "I am from the Lin family of the Level 9 family in Wu Empire." Wu Empire. Chu Zhongtian searched through his memories and found that he had never heard of the Wu Empire. It seemed like it was also a remote kingdom like the Qi country. The background of a Level 9 family just so happened to explain why he barely reached the second layer of the body refining period when he was almost 21 years old. Chu Zhongtian asked, "Why did you enter the Azura secret realm, which is known as the Slaughterhouse?" Lin Guoyang, who had a smooth answer, hesitated. His face revealed anger and unwillingness. The anger and unwillingness on Lin Guoyang's face made Chu Zhongtian realize that the Azura secret realm wasn't as simple as Zhao Enjuan had said. There must be a secret that he didn't know about. Lin Guoyang hesitated for a while and looked up. When he found that Chu Zhongtian was different from the group of people he had seen before, he showed a surprised expression. "May I ask, Senior, which force are you from?" He did not answer his own question, but questioned him instead. According to Chu Zhongtian's usual style, he would definitely kick him to the side. However, the anger and unwillingness on his face just now made Chu Zhongtian realize that something wasn't right, so he answered his question honestly. "I am from Floating Cloud Sect. The Floating Cloud Sect that is one of the 9 major powers of the Demon Heart sect?" Lin Guoyang couldn't believe Chu Zhongtian's true origin, and once again asked for confirmation. "That's right. I am indeed a disciple of the Floating Cloud sect. I don't need to lie to cover up my identity." Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and said confidently, "Then why are you here?" After getting Chu Zhongtian's affirmative answer, the puzzled expression on Lin Guoyang's face became even stronger. Of course I am here to participate in the Azura Secret Realms trial. His idiotic question made Chu Zhongtian very unhappy, and his tone became unfriendly. Senior brother, please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Lin Guoliang immediately explained when he saw Chu Zhongtian's gloomy face. Give me a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, I will kill you. Chu Zhongtian pressed hard on the natal spirit blade in his hand. The sharp tip of the blade cut through Lin Guoliang's skin, causing a trace of blood to flow out. He threatened in a sinister manner. Senior brother, don't be impulsive. I will give you a satisfactory answer. Senior brother, this is what happened. After that, Lin Guoliang began to explain in detail why he, who was only an early second layer of the body refining period, would appear in the Azura secret realm, which was known as the slaughterhouse. Following Lin Guoliang's explanation, Chu Zhongtian's facial expression began to turn serious, and a trace of coldness could be seen in his eyes. Lin Guoliang wasn't a disciple of the Demon Heart sect, and he wasn't willing to enter the Azura secret realm. Instead, he was forcefully driven into the Azura secret realm after being captured by the experts of the Demon Heart sect. Their goal was to help the disciples of the Demon Heart sect become stronger. Just like the Blood Demon secret realm, the Azura secret realm was filled with red gases. This made it impossible for the warriors who entered the secret realm to absorb and cultivate, and it also prevented them from recovering the spiritual power that they had consumed during the battle. Although medicinal pills and spirit stones could also recover the spiritual power that they had consumed, the recovery process was very slow. Moreover, it would take a long time for them to recover, so they didn't use it during the battle, unless it was a pill that had reached the level 7. However, a level 7 medicinal pill was a medicinal pill that only essence gathering stage top expert could consume. Using it on a body refining stage disciple was absolutely extravagant and wasteful. After thousands of years of experimenting with the Azura in the secret realm, the Demon Heart sect gradually discovered some secrets of the Azura secret realm. That was, during the opening of the Azura secret realm, they could hunt and kill other warriors. Then, they could use the special environment of the Azura secret realm to refine a special kind of pill, the Essence Blood Pill. The Essence Blood Pill belonged to a grade and origin medicinal pill. It was a type of medicinal pill developed by the Demon Heart sect's Grandmaster of the Pill Tao based on the special environment of the Azura secret realm. The effect of the Essence Blood Pill could reach the level 7 level. It could quickly replenish the spiritual power, physical strength, and energy consumed by martial artists, allowing them to return to the peak in a very short period of time without any side effects. Its only weakness was that the Essence Blood Pill refined using the corpses of warriors and the special rules of the secret realm could only be used in the Azura secret realm. Once it left the Azura secret realm, it would immediately melt into a pool of blood, completely losing its effectiveness. Every year after the Azura secret realm opened, it would attract the experts of many major powers in the southern domain to come and refine it. The strength of these experts wasn't any weaker than the Demon Heart sect. Some of them were even experts from the Hua Mountain Sword sect and the Qin Empire. Their strength was far greater than the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. They wanted to use these people's bodies to refine Essence Blood Pill. This was simply wishful thinking. Therefore, the higher-ups of the Demon Heart sect came up with a solution. They planned to capture ordinary martial artists and send them to the secret realm. Then, they would let the disciples of the Demon Heart sect use the corpses of these ordinary martial artists to refine Essence Blood Pill. The Demon Heart sect had controlled the Azura secret realm for more than several thousand years, and the opening of the Azura secret realm had also been more than 1,000 times. After thousands of times of opening, some of the experts and wise men of Demon Heart sect had gradually figured out some of the rules of Azura secret realm. They could use these rules to send the disciples of the Demon Heart sect and the captured ordinary disciples to the same area of the secret realm. At the same time, they would slightly change some of the rules of the Azura secret realm so that no one could enter the area where the disciples of the Demon Heart sect were located. This could ensure that the disciples of Demon Heart sect could slaughter those ordinary warriors to their heart's content, and use the corpses of ordinary warriors to refine large amounts of Essence Blood Pill. This kind of using a warrior's corpse to refine an Essence Blood Pill violated the rules of the Heavenly Tao. But The reason why the Demon Heart sect dared to do this was because there were 3 benefits to doing so. First of all, the strength of an ordinary martial artist was average. When the disciples of the Demon Heart sect were slaughtering these martial artists to their heart's content, they could stimulate the killing intent in their bodies, allowing them to completely enter the peak state without having to worry about suffering a backlash. Secondly, they would use the corpses of these ordinary warriors to refine a large number of essence blood pill that could quickly replenish their strength, energy, so that they could continue hunting and killing the experts that had entered the secret realm. This way, it could weaken the strength of the other powers, and also use the corpses of these experts to refine higher-grade essence blood pill to form a beneficial cycle. Thirdly, according to the rules of the Azura's secret realm, before the secret realm closed, they would be rewarded with the same amount of non-attribute essence blood based on the number of opponents they killed. These ordinary martial artists also followed the rules of the Azura's secret realm. That was why the Demon Heart sect dared to use such a heartless and cruel method. Quickly find a secluded place to hide. Whether or not you can escape the pursuit of the Demon Heart sect's experts will depend on your own luck. Chu Zhongtian took back the natal spirit blade on Lin Guoyang's neck and indicated that he could leave now. The information that Lin Guoyang revealed was too important. This allowed him to take precautions against the disciples of the Demon Heart sect during the subsequent refinements. Thank you for letting me leave. Although Lin Guoyang knew that Chu Zhongtian wasn't a disciple of the Demon Heart sect, he didn't expect to leave after answering Chu Zhongtian's question. According to the rules of the Azura's secret realm, no matter how strong or weak the opponent was, the secret realm would regard it as killing an opponent. The secret realm would reward him with a drop of non-elemental essence blood before it closed. For the experts who had entered the Azura's secret realm, besides enjoying the pleasure of tearing and killing to their heart's content, the most important goal was the non-elemental essence blood that could increase their strength and potential. Would Chu Zhongtian give up the non-elemental essence blood that was so easily obtainable? When Lin Guoyang saw Chu Zhongtian take back his natal spiritual power and let him leave, he finally confirmed that Chu Zhongtian was truly letting him go. That was why he reminded him before he left. Senior brother, although I don't know what level your true strength has reached, since you dare to enter the Azura's secret realm alone, then your strength is very strong and you aren't afraid of ordinary opponents. Chu Zhongtian saw Lin Guoyang, who was about to leave, suddenly praise him out of nowhere. He asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, if you have anything to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush." Senior brother, before I entered the Azura's secret realm, I was locked up in the headquarters of Demon Heart sect. During that period of time, I heard some news. There are 13 very powerful body refining stage disciples from the Demon Heart sect who came to the Azura's secret realm this time. They are called the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings, and 9 Marquises. According to the information I got, the cultivation base of the 9 Marquises has reached the peak of the half-step Qi transforming period. Their strength is comparable to a first-level Qi transforming period peak expert. The 3 Kings have also reached the peak of the half-step Qi transforming period, but their strength is comparable to a second layer of the Qi transforming period peak expert. And the disciple of the Demon Heart sect, who is called the Emperor, is the strongest among the 13 of them. His means are the most vicious. Although his cultivation base is only at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period, his strength has already reached the 3rd layer of the Qi transforming period. However, I don't know what level he has reached. Senior brother, if you meet any one of them in the following battles, the most correct thing to do is to escape with all your strength. Because these 13 people are not only powerful, but also vicious. They like to watch their opponents being tortured to death. After leaving a piece of information about the Demon Heart sect's experts, Lin Guoyang quickly left the Red Rock and went to find a place to hide. When Chu Zhongtian saw Lin Guoyang's back, he secretly nodded. He made a decision in his heart. If he saw Lin Guoyang in danger during the next few refinements, he would definitely save him. As for the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings, and 9 Marquises that Lin Guoyang mentioned before he left, Chu Zhongtian didn't put them in his eyes. When he was in the sex competition of the Floating Cloud sect after Chu Zhongtian used his trump card, his strength had faintly surpassed that of an early 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period peak, and he wasn't a match for an early 3rd layer of the Qi transforming period warrior for the time being. After the sex competition ended, he returned to Hidden Dragon Peak. Not only did he use the pills and spiritual power to increase his potential to the limit, his intermediate sword method martial technique had also broken through to the entry level. After a few days of secluded cultivation in the Hidden Dragon Peak, his strength had increased by at least one level. In other words, his current strength was comparable to an early third layer of the Qi transforming period. The only thing that made him apprehensive was the expert who claimed to be an emperor, because Lin Guoliang didn't know what stage that person's strength was at. Of course, Chu Zhongtian was only apprehensive, but he wasn't afraid. First of all, when he estimated his own strength just now, he didn't include his last trump card, the first style of the Blood Demon Great Method Foul Wind Bloody Rain. The environment in Azura Secret Realm was very similar to the environment in Blood Demon Secret Realm. It was very suitable for him to use the Foul Wind Bloody Rain in the Blood Demon Great Method. Moreover, in the Azura Secret Realm, using the Blood Demon Great Method would not cause any bad reaction from him, and he would not provoke any hostile forces. Secondly, the red gas in the Azura Secret Realm could purify the spiritual power in the Dantian. With every level of spiritual power he purified, his strength would increase by 1/10. When all the spiritual power in his Dantian was purified, his strength would definitely be able to reach the high third layer of the Qi transforming period. It might even be close to the third layer peak of the Qi transforming period. At that time, not only would he not be afraid of the first sovereign, he would also be looking forward to meeting him and see how strong the so-called first sovereign of the Demon Heart sect was. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to hunt down other warriors. Instead, he continued to purify the spiritual power in his Dantian to increase his strength. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not leave. Instead, he hid behind a rock and continued to absorb the blood-red energy in the secret realm and the spiritual power inside the Dantian. The longer the Azura secret realm was opened, the more warriors would enter the secret realm. Chu Zhongtian, who was able to absorb the red gas with ease, was gradually disturbed by the passing warriors. At this time, increasing his strength was important. Chu Zhongtian did not intend to pay attention to those warriors who passed by the red rocks. But if someone discovered him and dared to attack him, Chu Zhongtian would immediately kill this kind of person. However, as more and more warriors entered the secret realm, Chu Zhongtian realized that he couldn't continue purifying the spiritual power with peace of mind, especially when he encountered those experts from the Demon Heart sect who were hunting down ordinary warriors. When those people saw him, they immediately rushed forward with weapons in their hands, wanting to kill him. Fortunately, no matter if they were ordinary warriors or experts from the Demon Heart sect, the strongest amongst them was only at the half-step Qi transforming period. He didn't consume too much of his spiritual power to kill these warriors. Looking at the dozens of corpses lying in front of him and smelling the thick scent of blood in the air, Chu Zhongtian knew that this wasn't a place to stay for long. The strong scent of blood would soon attract the experts of Demon Heart sect. After all, the experts of Demon Heart sect who were proficient in alchemy would use the corpses of martial artists to refine essence blood pill, unlike Chu Zhongtian who would casually throw these corpses aside. The strength of the experts of Demon Heart sect who could easily kill half-step Qi transforming period warriors was definitely stronger than ordinary half-step Qi transforming period warriors. The ordinary warriors who were captured in the Azura secret realm were actually hiding an expert whose strength had surpassed half-step Qi transforming period. The experts of the Demon Heart sect would certainly do their best to search for him, in order to prevent an uncontrollable situation from happening. This was because using the corpses of ordinary warriors to refine essence blood pill was considered a forbidden method in both Southern Domain and Eternal Continent. If the people of the outside world knew that Demon Heart sect used the special rules of Azura secret realm to use the corpses of ordinary warriors to concoct the essence blood pill to restore the spirit, Qi and energy, they would definitely be severely condemned. After clearing away the traces left behind by him and choosing a direction, Chu Zhongtian casted the middle rank movement technique and started to head towards the depths of Secret Realm. 10 minutes after Chu Zhongtian left, a group of experts wearing the uniform of the Demon Heart sect arrived in front of the Red Rock and looked at the corpses that had been slaughtered in front of them. One of the experts, who was proficient in tracking, attached himself to these corpses and started examining them. After observing for nearly 3 minutes and a dozen similar corpses, This expert who was proficient in tracking techniques returned to the crowd and said to a young man who looked to be about 18 years old, "Jade Marquis, an expert who doesn't belong to the Demon Heart sect has appeared in our area. Judging from the wound just now, this is an expert who has reached the first level of the Qi transforming period and is good at using weapons. Can you track his location?" Jade Marquis frowned slightly when he heard his subordinate's judgment. He asked with a murderous tone, "This person is not only strong, but also very meticulous. He has already cleaned up all the clues left on the scene. It is very difficult for us to determine his exact location." The expert from the Demon Heart sect, who was good at tracking, shook his head, as if he was powerless to do anything. "Send a signal to the other marquises and tell them to search for an expert who has reached the first level of the Qi transforming period and is good at using blades." Since he could not track the expert who suddenly appeared, he could only continue to use the power of his sect. "Yes, Jade Marquis." When Chu Zhongtian left the red rock he was hiding in, he met the first wave of opponents. He only met 3 opponents. The opponents were not very strong either. The one with the highest cultivation base had just broken through to the half-step Qi transforming period, while the other 2 were at the 10th layer great perfection of the body refining period. Through their special clothing and the image of the scythe of death embroidered on it, Chu Zhongtian was able to confirm that they were experts from the Demon Heart sect. "If you surrender obediently, I will let you die a more comfortable death." The strongest amongst the 3, a half-step Qi transforming period expert, looked at Chu Zhongtian with a ferocious expression. His tone was filled with brutal killing intent. However, his left hand, which was holding the weapon, was trembling. This was enough to show that he wasn't as confident as he appeared to be. The Demon Heart sect had used the corpses of ordinary warriors to refine Essence Blood Pill. This was the method they had come up with over 10 years ago. They had never really used it on a large scale. In the past, whenever they opened the Azura Secret Realm, they would secretly capture a dozen or 20 ordinary warriors and send them to the Azura Secret Realm. Moreover, under the cover of the strongest stage warriors of the same level, they would secretly refine Essence Blood Pill to avoid being discovered by the opponents of other forces. And the reason why the sect didn't worry about other matters was that the Essence Blood Pill formula they refined had already been perfectly researched. This could allow the disciples of the sect to utilize the Essence Blood Pill to display their true strength. Secondly, a large number of disciples with extraordinary talent and potential had appeared in the new batch of body refining stage disciples of the Demon Heart sect. They were known as the Golden Generation of the Demon Heart sect. In order to allow them to grow as quickly as possible and lead the Demon Heart sect to become the strongest of the 9 major powers in the future, the Demon Heart sect had spent a lot of energy and financial resources to prepare for this trial. First of all, the ordinary warriors they captured were all warriors from remote kingdoms or families below the level 8. And in every kingdom, each level 8 family could only capture 1 or 2 warriors at most. There definitely wouldn't be more than 3. This was to avoid arousing suspicion from everyone. After all, there were many servants in the kingdom or level 8 families, so they couldn't sense the loss of 1 or 2 people. In fact, the strength of the targets they chose to capture was basically controlled to be below the body refining stage intermediate. They absolutely wouldn't allow warriors above the high rank of the body refining period to appear. After all, in remote kingdoms and families below the level 8, high rank of the body refining period warriors were basically important figures. If an important figure went missing, it would definitely attract the attention of this kingdom or family. Moreover, they would send out a large number of talents to search for him. This would easily expose the Demon Heart sect's actions. As for warriors below the body refining stage intermediate, whether it was in terms of strength or status in the kingdom and families, they were far less important than high rank of the body refining period warriors. Their disappearance would absolutely not attract too much attention. It was not worth spending a large amount of talent and money to search for them. Finally, the sect expert used many years of exploration and the special rules of cultivating the secret realm to place all the sect disciples and captured ordinary martial artists in the same area. In the next 3 days after the opening of the Azura secret realm, the only martial artists that would appear in this area would be the disciples of the Demon Heart sect and the captured ordinary martial artists. And what about this young man that suddenly appeared in front of them? Just from his appearance alone, it could be seen that he was only 16 or 17 years old. He was able to reach the 9th layer peak of the body refining period at such a young age. Even in a huge sect like the Demon Heart sect, he's also a rare genius. The experts of the sect had captured a genius like him and sent him into the Azura secret realm. Were they not afraid of being discovered by others? The half-step Qi transforming period looked at the calm Chu Zhongtian, and a bad thought flashed across his mind. That was because the sect expert had used the special rules of the Azura secret realm to deviate from the rules, which led to the experts of the other powers entering the designated area at the same time. If what he had just said was true, then the secret realm trial this time would be a disaster for the Demon Heart sect. Sun scorching. No matter what kind of attitude they showed him, as long as they were wearing the uniform of the Demon Heart sect, Chu Zhongtian would kill them all. Therefore, he didn't hide his true strength. He used the primary rank blade method that could allow the stage to break through to the peak stage. The power of a peak stage beginner saber technique was equal to an advanced saber technique. With the enhancement of the attribute, Chu Zhongtian's strength had directly reached the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period. If Chu Zhongtian were to fight an ordinary half-step Qi transforming period opponent with the strength of a 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period, the result could be imagined. The screams of a half-step Qi transforming period warrior could only be heard halfway before his head was cut off by Chu Zhongtian's blade. Single spark starts prairie fire. Chu Zhongtian used an area of effect saber technique on the other 2/10th layer great perfection of the body refining period warriors, killing them both with a single strike. Chu Zhongtian bent over and picked up the storage bag tied around their waists. Without even looking at it, he threw them into the storage ring's finger. Then, he continued moving in the direction he had chosen. In the following period of time, he encountered 5 waves of warriors in a row. 3 waves of disciples were from different forces, and most of them were at the primary rank of the body refining period or intermediate. When these warriors saw Chu Zhongtian, their first reaction was to turn around and run away. However, when they noticed that he wasn't wearing the uniform of the Demon Heart sect, they invited him to join their group. Chu Zhongtian ignored them. He chose to use the movement technique to avoid these warriors who had completely lost their will to fight. Currently, in this entire region, the only one who posed a real threat to him was the Emperor of the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises. As for the remaining disciples, no matter who they met, he could kill them with a single strike. Even if he met an opponent that was slightly stronger, he was confident that he could win. Apart from the 3 waves of ordinary warriors Chu Zhongtian encountered, the remaining 2 waves of disciples were all experts from the Demon Heart sect. Especially the 5th wave of opponents, one of them had a half-step Qi transforming period peak cultivation base. His true strength had reached the early stage of the 1st level of the Qi transforming period, which made him slightly more serious. After Chu Zhongtian kept the storage bag from his killed opponent, he continued to venture deeper into the secret realm. 10 minutes after he left the scene, a young man in a dark red robe with a feminine appearance appeared at the place where he had just fought. He looked at the scattered corpses in front of him, and an extremely sinister look flashed across his face. At the same time, he muttered to himself in a low voice. It seems that the sect made a mistake during the hunt this time. They actually put in a relatively strong prey. However, as long as you meet me, you can only be a corpse under my sword. Zhang Yang carefully identified the remaining aura on the scene. The corner of his mouth slightly raised as he chased in the direction of Chu Zhongtian. The environment of Azura secret realm was the same as the Blood Demon secret realm. There was no distinction between day and night here. Chu Zhongtian could not use the surrounding environment to determine the time. However, by using his speed and the time taken to enter secret realm, Chu Zhongtian estimated that he had been in Azura secret realm for nearly a day and night. In other words, there were still 9 days and 9 nights left before the closing of Azura secret realm. After eliminating countless groups of Demon Heart sect disciples, Chu Zhongtian found a relatively hidden underground cave. He used some natural items and special terrain around the cave to disguise the surroundings before entering the cave. After a day and night of non-stop killing, Chu Zhongtian felt a little tired. Although the opponents Chu Zhongtian met weren't very strong and he had used up a lot of spiritual power to kill them, It had consumed a lot of his stamina and energy. Chu Zhongtian suspected that only the disciples of Demon Heart Sect and the ordinary warriors they captured were in this area. In order to avoid encountering the first emperor of one emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises, Chu Zhongtian needed to use this cave to rest for a period of time, so that he could restore his strength and energy to the peak state. At the same time, he planned to use this period of time to sort out the gains he had gained during this day and night. The spiritual qi within the spirit stones would have subtle fluctuations from the spiritual qi. In order to prevent others from finding out that he was hiding in the cave, Chu Zhongtian could only use the power of the medicinal pill to recover the spiritual power that he hadn't consumed much. At the same time, he began to recall the process of fighting different opponents today. The strength of the opponents Chu Zhongtian encountered during this day and night was very ordinary. He didn't spend too much effort in killing them, so after only 10 minutes he stopped thinking. After Chu Zhongtian waited for the spiritual power in the Dantian to completely recover, he leaned against the wall of the cave to recover his strength and energy, and used his consciousness to connect with the storage ring finger to check the gains in the ring. As one of the 9 major powers, the Demon Heart Sect was equally famous as the Floating Cloud Sect. The body refining stage disciples of the Demon Heart Sect basically each had a storage bag. Apart from the time Chu Zhongtian used to absorb the red gas to purify the spiritual power when he first entered the Azura secret realm, he had encountered 16 waves of disciples in a day and night. Among the 16 waves of disciples, there were 3 people in the group with fewer people, and 7 people in the group with more people. After careful calculation, the number of disciples he had encountered had exceeded 100. And this group of over 100 experts had all died under his natal spirit blade, causing his storage ring to have over 100 storage bag in his finger. If he were to send these 100+ storage bag back to the Chu family, and give a storage bag to every core member of the Chu family, perhaps the Chu family would become the richest family in the Qi country or even the surrounding kingdoms. Of course, external objects could only play a supporting role. The true rise of the family depended on the true strength of the warriors. If he wanted to check the collection of the storage bag one by one, these 100+ storage bag would probably take him more than half a day. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not want to look at them one by one. He used his consciousness to connect with all the storage bag and poured out everything inside. When he poured out all of these things, he immediately regretted it. Although these 100+ palm-sized storage bag didn't take up a lot of space, the amount of items stored inside the storage bag was enormous. 0. At this time, the cave he was hiding in wasn't considered small. The items that were poured out from the storage bag quickly filled up the entire cave, and even buried him. Fortunately, Chu Zhongtian had the storage ring finger, which had a larger space, which allowed him to quickly store all of these things into the storage ring finger. Otherwise, the treasures that contained the spiritual power within the tens of thousands of items would definitely attract the martial artists that could pass through the cave at any time. After using his consciousness to connect with the storage ring finger, Chu Zhongtian began to organize the items that were stored within the storage ring finger. First, he gathered all of the spirit stones together. Chu Zhongtian roughly estimated that his harvest this time far exceeded his imagination. As a disciple of the Demon Heart Sect and an elite disciple at the high rank of the body refining period and above, the spirit stones that he usually used to cultivate were mostly 8th grade lower grade spirit stones, and at the same time he also had a 7th grade middle rank spirit stone. This resulted in a huge amount of 8th grade low rank spirit stone heads and 7th grade middle rank spirit stone heads in his harvest this time. Among them, the number of 8th grade low rank spirit stone alone had reached 1.7 million. And the number of 7th grade middle rank spirit stone had even reached 2 million. This caused Chu Zhongtian's originally dried up wealth to once again be filled up. In his harvest, other than the 8th grade low rank spirit stone and 7th grade middle rank spirit stone, Chu Zhongtian had found nearly 50,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone warriors. 6th grade middle rank spirit stone was the one that Chu Zhongtian was most satisfied with. Although the reward of the sex competition champion was 60,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone in his storage ring finger, he needed a lot of spirit stones to copy and paste the reward. According to the different grades, Chu Zhongtian sorted them out in satisfaction. Then, he placed them in a conspicuous place in the middle of the storage ring finger so that he could take them out in time when he needed them. In the storage ring finger, other than the largest number of spirit stones, There were also many pills used to increase a martial artist's cultivation and potential. Chu Zhongtian saw more than 600 pill bottle piled up together. The first name of the pill that flashed through his mind was that he had just found out about a type of pill, Essence Blood Pill. Essence Blood Pill was a medicinal pill that was refined using a martial artist's corpse and the special rules of the Azura secret realm. He urgently needed to know what kind of shocking effects it had. If the Essence Blood Pill was really like what Lin Guoliang had said, it could replenish the consumed spiritual power, physical strength, and energy in an extremely short period of time without any side effects, then he had to snatch a large amount of Essence Blood Pill to help him obtain greater benefits in the Azura secret realm. Although Chu Zhongtian had never seen an Essence Blood Pill before, through Lin Guoliang's introduction and his own understanding of medicinal pills, he could roughly guess which kind of medicinal pill was an Essence Blood Pill. It was not easy to find out which bottle was an Essence Blood Pill from over 600 bottles, but he had enough patience to find it. Bone Cleansing Pill. Its grade has reached the upper rank 8th grade, and it can increase my potential. I want to put it into my storage bag. Qi Increasing Pill. This grade is only at the lower level 8, and it has no effect on me. I will temporarily place it in my storage ring. Qi Replenishing Pill. Its grade is at the upper rank 8th grade, which is perfect for me to restore the spiritual power. I want to place it in my storage bag. Dantian Cultivating Pill. Its grade has reached the upper rank 8th grade, and it has no effect on me anymore. I will put it in my storage ring for now. Qi Condensation Pill. Its grade has reached the intermediate level 8, and it doesn't have any effect on me. I will temporarily place it in the storage ring. One bottle after another of pills were taken out by Chu Zhongtian. After confirming the grade and type of the pills, as well as whether they were useful to him or not, Chu Zhongtian took them out one by one. He left the useful pills in the storage bag for his daily cultivation needs. The useless pills were placed in the storage ring finger in an orderly manner. When he returned to the Chu family in the future, he would use them to increase the strength of the disciples of the Chu family. After checking most of the pills, Chu Zhongtian found a pill that was similar to the Essence Blood Pill. He took out a pill that was similar to an Essence Blood Pill from the pill bottle and placed it in his palm. Chu Zhongtian looked at the pill that was as red as a ripe cherry. He carefully placed it in his nose and sniffed it. He found that this pill did not have the slightest pill fragrance. It only had the smell of blood that made people vomit. However, the smell of blood that made people vomit made his energy, which had yet to fully recover, feel as if he had taken a tonic. His spirit instantly became excited. Although Chu Zhongtian was not sure if the pill in his hand was an Essence Blood Pill or not, he had a way to test whether the pill in his hand was an Essence Blood Pill or not. Chu Zhongtian placed the pill back into the pill bottle, then put the pill back into the storage bag, and continued checking the remaining few pill bottle. The remaining pill bottle contained either pills that could replenish the spiritual power or pills that could increase one's cultivation base. To Chu Zhongtian, they weren't very useful. Therefore, he placed them in a corner of the storage ring's finger. When Chu Zhongtian broke through to the Qi transforming period and became a disciple of the inner sect, according to the rules of the Floating Cloud sect, he would have a month's vacation. At that time, he would give all these pills that he didn't need to give to the people of the Chu family. This way, he could improve the overall strength of the Chu family. If the Chu family could break through to the 6th grade family, it would be of great help to him. After sorting out the spirit stones and pills, Chu Zhongtian didn't have much left. The only things that could arouse his interest and make him take the initiative to observe were the unique cultivation techniques and secret technique of the Demon Heart sect. However, among the hundreds of books left behind, there was not a single record of the Demon Heart sect's cultivation techniques and secret technique. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to flip through hundreds of books one by one, he might not even be able to finish reading them in 3 to 5 days. At this moment, the environment here did not allow him to waste so much time, so he categorized the books and placed them in a storage bag that had a space of 30 cubic meters. Aside from spirit stones, medicinal pills, and books, the number of weapons in the remaining items was the highest. However, since Chu Zhongtian already had the natal spirit blade and the defensive spirit tool that could level up on his own, he was not very enthusiastic about these weapons. What Chu Zhongtian wanted was at least a spirit weapon grade weapon. However, the hundreds of weapons in the storage ring finger were mostly 100 tempering top-quality weapon or semi-spirit tool-grade weapons. Among them, there wasn't a single weapon that emitted the pressure of the spirit weapon. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian placed these weapons separately behind a storage bag and planned to give them to the disciples of Chu family to use in the future. Some of the remaining items were used for flirting between men and women, and some were used to torture people. There were also some items that Chu Zhongtian had never seen or heard of before. Therefore, he threw all of these items out of the storage ring finger and let them be thrown into the cave. After 2 hours of rest, Chu Zhongtian's physical strength and energy had completely recovered, so he planned to leave the cave. Firstly, Chu Zhongtian wanted to go out and look for the disciples of the Demon Heart sect, and use them to test whether the pills he had just obtained were essence blood pill or not. If this was an essence blood pill, then he would specially hunt down the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. This would not only increase the rewards given to him by the Azura's secret realm, but also allow him to obtain more essence blood pill that could replenish his spirit, chi, and energy. Secondly, Chu Zhongtian wanted to continue searching for a suitable hiding place so that he could absorb the red energy and purify the spiritual power within the Dantian. He wanted to increase his strength by a whole new level in the shortest time possible, so that he could deal with the strongest opponent in this region. After only 5 minutes after Chu Zhongtian left the cave, he had no choice but to stop in his tracks, because in front of him stood a young man in a red robe. He looked feminine. This young man with a feminine appearance was staring at him with a proud expression. "You are an expert who accidentally broke into the Azura's secret realm and killed more than 100 disciples of the Demon Heart sect, right?" The feminine-looking young man looked at Chu Zhongtian, who had stopped walking, and asked with a smile on his face. "I am not." Chu Zhongtian shook his head. He denied that he was an ordinary martial artist who had been captured by the Demon Heart sect. "You are not." Chu Zhongtian's denial made the feminine youth frown. Then, he thought of the half-step chi transforming period warrior who had been killed by Chu Zhongtian. The feminine young man's facial expression changed. However, after he found out that Chu Zhongtian was only a 9th layer peak of the body refining period warrior, his tightly knitted brows slowly relaxed, and the smile on his face became even brighter. "It doesn't matter. I don't care if you entered the secret realm by mistake, or if you have some special means. I am Wind Marquis. It is your bad luck to meet me, because you are going to die under my hands soon." Wind Marquis. When Chu Zhongtian heard his title, he raised his eyebrows. There was a hint of interest on his face, and his tone was filled with excitement. "Could it be that you are one of the 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 marquises? So you have also heard of my reputation?" Chu Zhongtian called out the name of the 1 emperor, 3 kings, and 9 marquises, causing Wind Marquis, who was planning to kill Chu Zhongtian, to lose all thoughts of killing him. After that, he looked at Chu Zhongtian with anticipation, as if he wanted to hear his own reputation from his mouth. "There was once a disciple of Demon Heart sect who died under my blade who mentioned your name, but I don't know if you are worthy of this name." Chu Zhongtian looked at Wind Marquis with a mocking look. He didn't try to hide the contempt in his tone. "Kid, you are courting death." Chu Zhongtian's contemptuous attitude made Wind Marquis, who was full of expectation, suddenly become furious. He lightly stepped on the ground with his left leg and rushed towards Chu Zhongtian like a gust of wind. "Snatch millet in the fire." Chu Zhongtian looked at Wind Marquis, who was rushing towards him, but his expression remained unchanged. He unleashed the peak stage Snatch Millet in the fire, and combined it with the small completion stage advanced movement technique. He rushed towards Wind Marquis with lightning speed. As Wind Marquis's body collided with Chu Zhongtian's natal spiritual power, a deafening explosion was heard within a 100-meter radius. Along with the sound, the ground was filled with blood and painful howls. Wind Marquis specialized in speed. For Chu Zhongtian, his opponent was good at speed, strength, defense, or attack. It did not matter to him. This was because he was using the saber technique and the advanced movement technique to fight his opponent. Wind Marquis, who was bounced back by the strong rebounding force, looked at the wound on his chest that was deep enough to see his heart and internal organs. He wanted to say something to Chu Zhongtian, but the dizziness made him speechless. Finally, he felt his consciousness fall into the endless darkness, and he completely lost consciousness. Chu Zhongtian looked at Wind Marquis, who had fallen to the ground and died. He couldn't help but mock. You have the strength of a mere Qi transforming period level 1. It seems like you are really an arrogant person who doesn't know the difference between life and death. Chu Zhongtian mocked him in a soft voice, and at the same time, he bent down and put away the storage bag that Wind Marquis had hung on his waist. When he wanted to check the items inside the storage bag, he suddenly realized that he had forgotten one of the most important things, and that was to ask Wind Marquis about the essence blood pill. Forget it. There is nothing in this region that is lacking, but the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. When the time comes, I will capture another disciple and interrogate him. Chu Zhongtian looked at Wind Marquis, who had fallen to the ground and died. He could only comfort himself. However, Chu Zhongtian remembered that Wind Marquis was ranked in the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises. His status and identity must be extraordinary in the Demon Heart sect, so the number of treasures in his storage bag must be astonishing. Chu Zhongtian looked around. He casted the movement technique and found a relatively empty flat area. Here, he could pay close attention to any unexpected situations that might occur. After that, he linked his consciousness to the storage bag. When Chu Zhongtian wanted to enter the storage bag with his consciousness and see what was happening inside, his expression of anticipation immediately became joyful. As Wind Marquis from the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises, the storage bag he used had a space of more than 80 cubic meters. According to the grade of the storage bag, this 80 cubic meter storage bag should be able to reach the top grade spirit weapon. If measured by the sect contribution point, it was worth at least 90 points of sect contribution point. Although the space of the storage ring finger was large enough, his current cultivation was too low, so he could not expose his storage ring finger for a short period of time. Hence, the storage bag was still a spirit weapon that he had to use for a long period of time. After going through the slaughter in the sex competition and secret realm for a day and a night, he had gained more and more. The amount of items he needed to store was also increasing, so he urgently needed a bigger spatial storage bag. Wind Marquis' storage bag was perfect for him to use. Chu Zhongtian squeezed out a drop of essence blood and fused it into the storage bag. Then he opened the storage bag again and began to check the items inside. There were 700,000 7th grade middle rank spirit stone and 7,000 6th grade middle rank spirit stone storage bag in the storage bag. This was enough to prove Wind Marquis' identity and status in the Demon Heart sect. Chu Zhongtian did not take out the spirit stones in the storage bag. He simply categorized them and continued checking the other items. At this time, a short sword that was emitting a slight pressure, about 20 centimeters long, attracted his attention. His consciousness was connected to the short sword, and the short sword instantly appeared in his hand. He felt the pressure coming from the short sword, which proved that the grade of the short sword had reached spirit weapon. Chu Zhongtian also judged from the spirit weapon he had felt before that the grade of the short sword was not as simple as a low-grade spirit artifact. If Chu Zhongtian wanted to know if its grade exceeded that of a low-grade spirit weapon, it would be very simple. He inserted the powerful spiritual power into the short sword and used the spiritual power to stimulate the power of the spirit weapon. Originally, it was just a short sword that gave off a trace of majesty, but now it suddenly gave off an extremely powerful aura. In front of this aura, even Chu Zhongtian felt a trace of fear. He held the short sword in his hand and lightly waved it towards the ground in front of him. A visible sword aura directly slashed onto the ground. The sword aura slashed onto the ground and produced a deafening explosion. Along with the explosion was a 5-meter-long and 2-meter-deep chasm. Through the test just now, Chu Zhongtian was very certain that the grade of the short sword in his hand had surpassed low grade. It should be a mid-level spirit sword. He should have been happy to be able to unexpectedly obtain a mid-level spirit weapon, but his face revealed a trace of pity. How great would it be if it was a saber-shaped spirit weapon? Chu Zhongtian shook his head and sighed. The way he looked at the mid-level short sword was filled with pity. Although he used the spiritual power to test the grade of the short sword, he found that it was not suitable for him to use this sword. Chu Zhongtian was used to using powerful and heavy spirit blade. Using a short sword made him feel inconvenient and uncomfortable. It seemed that he could only temporarily keep the short sword in the storage ring finger, in case he gave it to someone else in the future. Then Chu Zhongtian continued to look at the storage bag's items. He did not touch the books and other miscellaneous items in the storage bag. His attention was only focused on the dozen or so pill bottle. In Azura secret realm, Chu Zhongtian used his mind to communicate with the pill bottle in the storage bag. He took out the dozen or so pill bottle from the storage bag and opened them one by one, carefully identifying them. He put those that were suitable for him back into the storage bag. If they were not suitable for him to use, then he would place them into the storage ring finger. Of the dozen or so pill bottle, only one contained a cherry red medicinal pill. There were 10 of them, most likely essence blood pill. Chu Zhongtian took out the medicinal pill he had gathered in the cave and poured out one. Then, he also poured out one of the pill bottle he had obtained from Wind Marquis storage bag. He placed the 2 completely identical medicinal pills together and carefully observed them. The 2 medicinal pills, whether it was their appearance or color, were generally the same. The only difference between them was that the pills that Wind Marquis poured out from his pill bottle were brighter in color, and the smell of blood was stronger. The pungent smell was even more stimulating to the spirit, qi, and energy. Chu Zhongtian put the pills back into the pill bottle, then put the pill bottle back into the storage bag. After that, he went deeper into the secret realm, and continued searching for the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. At this moment, he urgently needed to know if the pills he obtained were essence blood pill or not. According to his experience of one day and one night, Chu Zhongtian knew that the deeper he went into the secret realm, the easier it would be for him to meet the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. The deeper he went into secret realm, the stronger the disciples of Demon Heart sect were. And the stronger the disciples were, the more they would know about the essence blood pill. Moreover, they also had the essence blood pill. Chu Zhongtian, who had left the place, originally thought that it wouldn't take long for him to meet the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. However, he had advanced several dozen miles, not to mention the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. He didn't even see a single ordinary martial artist who was trying to escape. Chu Zhongtian halted his steps and looked at the empty secret realm in front of him. He thought to himself, could it be that an uncontrollable change happened in Azura secret realm just like in Blood Demon secret realm, causing all the disciples in secret realm to disappear for no reason? Chu Zhongtian observed his surroundings. He chose a hill that was slightly higher than the ground. After using the movement technique to climb up the hill, he observed the situation further away. Chu Zhongtian observed for nearly 5 minutes, but he did not see any warriors. This made him a little disappointed. He originally planned to look away and continue venturing deeper into the secret realm. A group of about 30 people vaguely appeared in his sight. Chu Zhongtian, who was in a hurry to find the disciples of the Demon Heart sect, vaguely saw a group of people suddenly appear. He did not observe whether they were disciples of the Demon Heart sect or ordinary warriors who were being chased. He casted the body movement technique and rushed towards the group of people he had faintly seen just now. When he was more than 1,000 meters away from the group of people, his charging speed gradually slowed down, and finally turned into a normal walking speed. Because the group of people that appeared in his line of sight earlier was a group of martial artists with ordinary cultivation bases and wearing different clothing. This made Chu Zhongtian's originally expectant mood instantly become very disappointed. Although Chu Zhongtian was very disappointed in his heart, he didn't turn around and leave. Instead, he continued to approach. He hoped to get the whereabouts of the Demon Heart sect's disciples from these people. When Chu Zhongtian was about 400 or 500 meters away from the crowd, he discovered a strange phenomenon. Although there were a lot of people in this group, the experts in the group weren't small either. However, every one of them seemed to be in a sorry state. At the same time, every single one of them would turn their heads from time to time to take a look. When Chu Zhongtian was about 100 meters away from the crowd, a 6th layer of the body refining period peak warrior in the group noticed him approaching them. His facial expression changed immediately. "There is an enemy approaching us. We should leave as soon as possible," he shouted at the top of his lungs. Then, he took the lead and fled in another direction. Wait! The other sixth layer of the body refining period warrior in the group had also started to run away. But when he saw Chu Zhongtian's clothes from the corner of his eye, a puzzled expression appeared on his face, and he stopped running. When he realized that Chu Zhongtian didn't carry any weapons with him, nor did he carry the thick killing intent of the Demon Heart sect disciples, he immediately felt that Chu Zhongtian was most likely an ordinary disciple who had been captured into the Azura secret realm. Therefore, he immediately shouted at the people who were running away with all their might. His loud shout stopped the people who were running away with all their might, and all of their eyes were fixed on Chu Zhongtian, who was getting closer and closer. Senior brother, could it be that you were also captured by the experts of the Demon Heart sect and brought here a warrior? When the warrior who led the escape just now realized that Chu Zhongtian wasn't an expert of the Demon Heart sect, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he carefully observed Chu Zhongtian. When he found out that Chu Zhongtian was still a young man with a cultivation base of 9th layer peak of the body refining period, and was no more than 16 or 17 years old, an expression of disbelief emerged on his face. No, I was sent into the secret realm by my master using a special method. Chu Zhongtian shook his head. He didn't hide his true identity. These people in front of him had been chased by the experts of Demon Heart sect until they had completely lost their fighting spirit. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian did not want to spend too much effort to fabricate a lie. Since you dare to venture into the Azura secret realm by yourself, I'm sure your strength is extraordinary. Chu Zhongtian's answer shocked him, but also revealed a trace of joy on his face. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian didn't need his explanation to know what he was thinking. Therefore, Chu Zhongtian didn't wait for him to speak, and directly stated his purpose. Junior brother, I entered the Azura secret realm to undergo cultivation, and I'm here to fight with different experts. There are some things that you don't need to say. What a pity! Chu Zhongtian rejected his suggestion, which disappointed him. Although he wanted to continue persuading Chu Zhongtian to stay with them and deal with the Demon Heart sect disciples hunt together, when he saw the look in Chu Zhongtian's eyes, he knew that Chu Zhongtian was very determined. Therefore, he turned around and planned to leave. Wait a moment! Chu Zhongtian saw him turn around and leave, so he hurriedly shouted, Senior brother, what orders do you have? Chu Zhongtian's shout made the martial artist who was about to leave turn around and ask with a puzzled expression. Junior brother, may I know where I can find the disciples of Demon Heart sect? Chu Zhongtian said straightforwardly. Senior brother, why are you looking for a disciple of the Demon Heart sect? When he heard that Chu Zhongtian was looking for a disciple of Demon Heart sect, a shocked expression emerged on his face. After all, they were all busy avoiding the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Why would he want to look for them? I don't like them. I want to fight them. The martial artist's question caused Chu Zhongtian's brows to furrow slightly, causing a trace of displeasure to arise in Chu Zhongtian's heart. However, Chu Zhongtian knew that they had become cautious because they were being hunted by the experts of Demon Heart sect. Therefore, he forcefully suppressed the unhappiness in his heart and explained one of his two objectives. Senior brother, although I admit that you are very strong, the disciples of the Demon Heart sect are even stronger. In my opinion, you should find a hidden place and hide for now. You can be sent out automatically when the secret realm is in seclusion. I hope you can hold on until that time comes. Before the warrior with the highest cultivation base could reply, a warrior with a slightly weaker cultivation base standing beside him kindly reminded him. He was the first to realize that Chu Zhongtian wasn't from the Demon Heart sect. Who are you? Chu Zhongtian asked with a smile. Although this person had lost the fighting spirit a martial artist should have because he was escaping, he could still kindly remind Chu Zhongtian at this moment. Chu Zhongtian admired his way of doing things, so he was willing to lower his status to accept him. I'm called Fu Jun. When Fu Jun heard Chu Zhongtian take the initiative to interrogate him about his life, he was pleasantly surprised and quickly said his name. Junior brother Fu, ever since I entered the Azura secret realm, more than 100 disciples of the Demon Heart sect have died because of me. There was no lack of half-step chi transforming period warriors among them. That's why you can tell me where to find the disciples of the Demon Heart sect. Really? When Fu Jun heard Chu Zhongtian mention that he had killed over 100 disciples of Demon Heart Sect, his face revealed a shocked expression. Beside him, the warrior with a higher cultivation base revealed a mocking smile. Chu Zhongtian could clearly see the different reactions of the two, but he wasn't angry because of that person's mocking smile. Chu Zhongtian looked straight at Fu Jun, hoping that he could point him in the right direction. Senior brother, if you want to find the experts of Demon Heart Sect, you have to go in this direction. Very soon, you will meet a disciple of the Demon Heart Sect. Before Fu Jun could answer Chu Zhongtian's question, the warrior next to him interrupted and said, Senior Lu, how can you do this? Fu Jun's face changed, and he scolded loudly in anger. Junior brother Fu, please pay attention to your tone and attitude. I'm just answering this senior brother's question. Is there a problem with that? Fu Jun's angry criticism made the man's face look dissatisfied, and he started to speak rudely. Fu Jun looked at Senior Lu, who was trying to argue with him. He was so angry that he couldn't say anything. After that, he took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart and then explained to Chu Zhongtian. Senior brother, don't listen to Senior Lu. Don't go in that direction. Because the Demon Heart Sect disciple in that direction is Blood Marquis, the one known as the One Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises amongst the body refining stage disciples of the Demon Heart Sect. When Fu Jun mentioned Blood Marquis, his face revealed a trace of fear. When Fu Jun mentioned Blood Marquis, the remaining 30-plus people's faces turned pale. They looked behind them in fear. Fu Jun forcefully suppressed the terror that Blood Marquis had brought him. His voice was still trembling as he introduced Blood Marquis' origin and style of action. After hearing Fu Jun's introduction of Blood Marquis, Chu Zhongtian's indifferent expression gradually became angry. A trace of killing intent unconsciously rose from his body. According to Fu Jun, Blood Marquis was definitely the most special person among the 13 body refining stage warriors in the One Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises of the Demon Heart Sect. Or rather, he was the most special person in the Demon Heart Sect. Blood Marquis' title carried the word, blood, which was enough to prove that he was a terrifying person. However, his brutality had far exceeded the limits of human imagination. Demon Heart Sect was the strongest evil organization. Although the disciples of the sect were ruthless in their actions and had no scruples in their actions were nothing compared to Blood Marquis' means. Blood Marquis was proud and aloof, and he had a bad relationship with his fellow disciples of the sect. He liked to be alone, like a lone wolf. When Blood Marquis faced his opponents, he did not like mass killings. He liked to kill them one by one, and he did not kill his opponents with a single sword strike. Instead, he chose to cut off his opponent's left arm, which was good at using weapons, to eliminate the hidden danger. He looked at his opponent's pained howl. 1 minute later, he cut off his opponent's right arm and admired his opponent's pained howl. 1 minute later, he would cut off his opponent's left leg and allow his opponent to fall to the ground and howl. 1 minute later, he would directly cut off his opponent's right leg. When his opponent lost all of his limbs and was powerless to escape, he would look at his opponent with extreme excitement. When his opponent's life was at its most critical moment, he would watch as his opponent lost all of his blood. He cut off his opponent's head with his sword, ending his opponent's life. Not to mention the fact that outsiders couldn't bear Blood Marquis' abnormal killing habits. Even the fellow disciples of the same sect couldn't bear it either. 0. However, Blood Marquis' talent was outstanding, and his comprehension ability was amazing. He had the courage to fight with his life on the line during his cultivation. At the age of 17, he was already a half-step Qi transforming period peak, and his strength was comparable to a first-grade Qi transforming period peak. His outstanding talent had made the higher-ups of the Demon Heart Sect attach great importance to him, and they had tolerated his abnormal killing habits. After Fu Jun and the others met Blood Marquis, the reason why they were still alive until now was because of his special hobby. Otherwise, facing Blood Marquis who had reached the Qi transforming period, this group of ordinary 6th layer of the body refining period peak warriors would have been killed by him a long time ago. Senior brother, if we meet any other experts from the Demon Heart Sect, we will be killed immediately. But, if we meet Blood Marquis, It will be an extravagant hope for us to die immediately. Fu Jun thought of the methods Blood Marquis had used to torture people, and he couldn't help but shiver. Blood Marquis? I just wanted to meet him and see who is stronger between him and Wind Marquis. Blood Marquis's inhumane means had caused Chu Zhongtian to have a strong killing intent towards him. At this moment, he hoped to find Blood Marquis immediately and use most of his trump cards to let Blood Marquis experience the pain of having his limbs chopped off. Wind Marquis? Could it be that he's on par with Blood Marquis and is known as the Wind Marquis of 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises? When Chu Zhongtian mentioned Wind Marquis, Senior Lu, who had the highest cultivation base, asked. Chu Zhongtian nodded his head and indicated to Fu Jun. After that, he followed the direction pointed by the warrior with the highest cultivation base and chased after Blood Marquis. Senior brother, you must not go. In Azura secret realm. Senior brother, you mustn't go. Fu Jun shouted. Fu Jun saw that not only was Chu Zhongtian not scared away by Blood Marquis's reputation, it also aroused his determination to fight the enemy. This made him reluctant to see Chu Zhongtian die for nothing. Junior brother Fu, do you want to follow the senior brother to see what's going on? Go and see how he kills Blood Marquis and tortures him. When Senior Lu saw that Fu Jun wanted to continue persuading Chu Zhongtian, he suddenly stopped him and suggested, Senior Lu, are you not afraid of Blood Marquis's cruel means? Senior Lu's suggestion surprised Fu Jun. When they first met Blood Marquis, he was the first one to lead the escape. He asked the weakest disciple to cover the retreat. This would attract Blood Marquis's attention and give the others enough time to escape. At this moment, how could he have the courage to face Blood Marquis? I'm afraid, but I believe in the means of that senior brother just now. Senior Lu answered truthfully. The reason why he dared to take the risk to watch the battle between Chu Zhongtian and Blood Marquis was mainly because when Chu Zhongtian mentioned Wind Marquis, his expression was full of disdain, and his tone was full of contempt. It was as if Wind Marquis was like an ordinary martial artist in front of him, without any threat at all. Since he didn't put Wind Marquis in his eyes, then Blood Marquis, who was on par with Wind Marquis, wouldn't be able to pose any threat to him. Therefore, Senior Lu wanted to go and see how Blood Marquis, whom he was afraid of, was defeated by Chu Zhongtian. He wanted to see how Blood Marquis was killed by Chu Zhongtian. All right, since you have the guts, I'll go with you. Senior Lu and Fu Jun looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was gradually disappearing from their sight. They quickly cast the movement technique and chased after him. Chu Zhongtian followed the direction pointed by the warrior surnamed Lu, and continued to enter deeper into secret realm with middle-rank movement technique. Chu Zhongtian advanced for less than 10 minutes, and he could hear faint screams. The screams made him realize something, so he hastened his steps and approached the screams. 3 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian used the middle-rank movement technique to slow down his speed and secretly raised his vigilance. Because right in front of him, there was a handsome young man about 16 or 17 years old. He was holding a sword with one hand and supporting his bleeding thigh with the other. Under his feet was an ordinary martial artist lying in a pool of blood. He lost his limbs and kept howling. It was impossible to tell what he looked like. Just scream with all your might. The more painful you scream, the more excited I get. The youth heard the martial artist below him howl in pain because of the loss of 4 limbs. He shouted with an excited expression. A spirit stone containing spiritual power struck the temple of the martial artist who had lost 4 limbs at lightning speed, ending his life ahead of time. Who dares to kill my prey? When a person's 4 limbs were cut off, his pain would reach its peak in 3 to 5 minutes. This was also the last procedure for this youth to torture his opponent. At the same time, this would allow his excitement to reach its peak. However, at this moment, a spirit stone containing a spiritual power ended the life of his prey. This caused the pleasure of almost reaching the peak to instantly drop to its lowest point. The handsome Blood Marquis roared with an abnormally savage expression. I have seen abnormal people, but I have never seen such a heartless person. You are simply a scum amongst scum. Chu Zhongtian looked at the warrior who had lost his life, then looked at the arms and legs that were placed beside Blood Marquis, as well as the large amount of blood that was scattered around him. Chu Zhongtian could not help but curse. Chu Zhongtian's insults made the handsome Blood Marquis turn around, and he was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But when he saw Chu Zhongtian, who was about the same age as him and had reached the 9th layer peak of the body refining period, his ferocious expression was instantly replaced by excitement. The way he looked at Chu Zhongtian was filled with fanaticism, as if he had just seen a new prey. Your human nature has been completely twisted. The fanaticism and excitement in Blood Marquis's eyes made Chu Zhongtian couldn't help but frown. Chu Zhongtian realized that he had become the next target of Blood Marquis's torture. He only had one thought about Blood Marquis's mind. "What's your name?" Blood Marquis, who was staring at Chu Zhongtian, stuck out his tongue and licked his lips as he asked excitedly. "You are a man who will die. Why do you need to ask so much?" In the face of someone like Blood Marquis whose humanity had been completely twisted, it was impossible for Chu Zhongtian to introduce himself. "I am considered a rather arrogant person in Demon Heart Sect. I didn't expect you to be even more arrogant than me." Chu Zhongtian's contemptuous attitude didn't make Blood Marquis angry. Instead, it made him even more excited. He looked at Chu Zhongtian as if he was a child looking at a new toy. "Let's have a competition," Chu Zhongtian said with a calm expression. 0. Next, he did not use the natal spirit blade, nor did he use the 100 tempering top-quality steel blade that he had used before. Instead, he took out a weapon that could be considered a sharp weapon from the storage ring's finger. After that, he didn't use any sword method martial technique, nor did he use the movement technique. He only moved his shoulders back and forth, and a force that caused the sky and earth to change color and the surrounding air to freeze rose from his body. Blood Marquis knew that Chu Zhongtian was going to attack. He thought that he was strong, so he only took out the natal spirit sword. He used the basic sword technique style to attack Chu Zhongtian's left shoulder. However, just as he was about to approach Chu Zhongtian with the body movement technique, Chu Zhongtian's aura made him feel like he had entered a swamp. At first, he could still struggle a few times, but as the restraint became stronger and stronger, he gradually became unable to move. Chu Zhongtian looked at Blood Marquis, who was trying his best to break free, and couldn't help but sneer. When he was in the sex competition, Xia Luoxing, whose true strength had reached the 2nd layer of the Qi transforming period, couldn't break free from his imprisonment. Blood Marquis was only a 1st-grade Qi transforming period peak warrior. It was a daydream for him to break free from his imprisonment. Chu Zhongtian continued to suppress Blood Marquis. Then he walked towards Blood Marquis step by step. After that, he waved the weapon in his hand and cut off Blood Marquis's left shoulder. He said in a mocking tone, "Blood Marquis, your left arm, which is best at using weapons, was cut off. How do you feel?" In order to let Blood Marquis express his feelings and thoughts, Chu Zhongtian allowed Blood Marquis, who was completely imprisoned, to speak. "Who the hell are you?" While Blood Marquis was able to speak, his facial expression returned to normal. He could feel his left shoulder, which was good at using weapons, being cut off. His expression was abnormally frightened, and even his voice began to tremble. As one of the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings, and 9 Marquises' Blood Marquis, he knew that he had offended too many people. He was strong, talented, and had received the attention of the higher-ups in the sect. If it wasn't for these matters, there would have been people who wanted to deal with him a long time ago. Now that Blood Marquis had lost his left shoulder, which was good at using weapons, his strength had dropped to at least 4th layer. Chu Zhongtian didn't need to do anything. Those fellow disciples in Azura's secret realm could easily kill him, who had lost a lot of his strength. "I've said it before. Those who die don't need to know who I am." Chu Zhongtian didn't answer Blood Marquis's question. He took out a bottle of pills from his storage bag and poured one of them into his mouth. "Blood Marquis, is this essence blood pill that the Demon Heart Sect specially concocted to restore the spirit, Qi, and energy with the help of the special rules of Azura's secret realm and the corpses of warriors?" "I don't know." When Blood Marquis saw Chu Zhongtian pour out a pill that was as beautiful as a cherry, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise, but he quickly shook his head and denied it. Chu Zhongtian was not disappointed at all. Instead, he smiled brightly. because he had already gotten the answer from Blood Marquis's expression. Because when Chu Zhongtian took out the pill bottle with the essence blood pill, he clearly saw the shock in Blood Marquis's eyes. He immediately understood that this pill was 100% essence blood pill, but in order to further verify the effect of the essence blood pill, he fed the pill in his hand into Blood Marquis's mouth. The essence blood pill entered Blood Marquis's body and began to display its medicinal effects. Chu Zhongtian could clearly see that the wound on Blood Marquis's shoulder was no longer bleeding and was quickly forming scars. Due to Blood Marquis losing his shoulder and losing a lot of blood, his face was pale. 3 seconds after the essence blood pill had taken effect, his face instantly turned red. The aura on his body almost broke through the control of his momentum. Luckily, when Chu Zhongtian tested the effect of the essence blood pill, he was already prepared for any possible accidents. Therefore, he immediately increased the power of his aura and quickly suppressed Blood Marquis, who had almost broken free from the confinement. It seems like this bottle of essence blood pill was specially concocted by your demon heart sect for the sake of this Azura secret realm. However, it has now become a pill that can increase my strength. In front of Blood Marquis, not only did Chu Zhongtian admit that the medicinal pill in his hand was an essence blood pill, he even carefully kept the pill bottle into his storage bag. Blood Marquis, according to what I learned from other martial artists, you like to cut off an opponent's limb every minute. Now that just a minute has passed, it's time for me to make my move. Chu Zhongtian said calmly, as if he did not see the pleading and hatred in Blood Marquis's eyes. Then, the weapon in his hand went up from the bottom and cut off an arm with a cold light. After Blood Marquis lost his second arm, he felt pain as if he wanted to shout to reduce the pain in his body. However, Chu Zhongtian used the power of his force to directly confine his voice. He could only open his mouth wide, but could not make any sound. Blood Marquis, I don't know what kind of painful lesson you went through when you were young that made you so abnormal. But since you have become such a person, I will let you experience the feeling of being tortured. Chu Zhongtian looked at the terrified expression on Blood Marquis's face and couldn't help but snort coldly. Facing such inhumane torture, you are afraid. Then, don't you know how afraid your opponent was when he was tortured by you? Although Chu Zhongtian used Blood Marquis's means to deal with Blood Marquis, he didn't forget the most important thing, which was to collect the spoils of war in advance. He reached out his hand and took off the storage bag hanging on Blood Marquis's waist. In front of Blood Marquis, Chu Zhongtian began to look at the collection inside the storage bag. When his consciousness connected with the storage bag, his face revealed a shocked expression. As Blood Marquis from the 1 Emperor, 3 Kings and 9 Marquises, the collection inside his storage bag was far greater than that of Wind Marquis, who was on the same level as him. The number of 7th grade middle rank Spirit Stone storage bag alone had reached a shocking 1.5 million, and the number of 6th grade middle rank Spirit Stone storage bag had reached 40,000. What shocked Chu Zhongtian the most was that there were a total of 4 bottles of essence blood pill in the storage bag. This made him suspect that Blood Marquis had not only killed ordinary warriors, but also warriors from the Demon Heart sect. Otherwise, Blood Marquis's storage bag could not possibly have 4 bottles of essence blood pill. After all, Wind Marquis, who was equally famous as him, only had 1 bottle of essence blood pill in his storage bag. After Chu Zhongtian finished inspecting the spirit stones and pills, he temporarily cut off the idea of continuing to examine them. This was because it had been a minute since Blood Marquis's right shoulder had been cut off. It was time for him to cut off Blood Marquis's lower limbs. The pain brought by the sudden cut of Blood Marquis's left leg made his painful voice temporarily break free of the confinement. He screamed, but only managed to shout out a single sound. Blood Marquis, how do you feel? Are you in pain? Do you want to die faster so that you won't continue to suffer this kind of pain? 0. Although Blood Marquis couldn't speak, his eyes could still move. After hearing Chu Zhongtian's question, both of his eyes rolled up and down. His meaning was that he hoped that Chu Zhongtian could kill him as soon as possible. I'm sorry, I can't satisfy your wish, because I want you to truly feel the feeling of being tortured to death. I want you to be a good person in your next life. Chu Zhongtian's refusal made Blood Marquis's eyes filled with despair. His white eyes had lost all their liveliness, as if he had accepted reality. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian did not have the slightest sympathy. When the time limit of 1 minute had just arrived, Chu Zhongtian waved the weapon in his hand and cut off Blood Marquis's last leg. The painful paralysis and confinement made Blood Marquis feel like he had lost all feeling. After his left leg was cut off, he did not have the slightest intention of howling. How could Chu Zhongtian be satisfied with this? Furthermore, Blood Marquis, who had lost all 4 limbs, had completely lost his threat, so he gave up on imprisoning Blood Marquis. He let Blood Marquis, who had lost all 4 limbs and couldn't stand, fall heavily to the ground. Blood Marquis's consciousness was no longer confined. This allowed him to clearly feel the pain that came from his body and mind after losing all his limbs. He couldn't help but howl. "Come out!" While Blood Marquis was screaming in pain, Chu Zhongtian, who had withdrawn his attack, suddenly turned around and shouted at a red rock about 1 meter tall and 3 meters wide 100 meters behind him. In fact, when he took Blood Marquis's storage bag, he had sensed that someone was quietly approaching him, and that person was hiding behind the red rock. This was the reason why he stopped attacking. "If you don't come out immediately, I will attack you directly," because they completely ignored Chu Zhongtian's threat and continued to hide behind the red rock, not coming out. Not only did Chu Zhongtian increase his tone, but also a wave of undisguised killing intent rose from his body. "If you really force me to attack, the Blood Marquis in front of you will be your next target. Senior brother, don't attack. It's us." Fu Jun and the martial artist surnamed Lu raised their hands and walked out from behind the red rock. Although they were more than 100 meters apart from each other, killing intent rose from Chu Zhongtian's body. Fu Jun and the warrior with the surname Lu hiding behind the red rock were frightened. Therefore, not only did they put away the weapons they carried with them, but they also raised their hands high. They acted as if they had no ill intentions. "So it's you guys." Chu Zhongtian saw that the person who walked out of the red rock was Fu Jun. He withdrew the killing intent from his body and said with a calm expression, "Senior brother, although I know that you are very strong, I never thought that your strength would be so strong. Blood Marquis from the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises couldn't even resist in front of you." When the warrior surnamed Lu saw Chu Zhongtian withdraw his killing intent, he put down his hands and slowly approached. He passionately praised Chu Zhongtian at the same time. Regarding this, Chu Zhongtian only gave him a slight glance, not paying him any attention. At the same time, Chu Zhongtian nodded at Fu Jun. After that, Chu Zhongtian turned around and said to Blood Marquis, who was lying on the ground and almost couldn't bear the pain, "Blood Marquis, according to your usual torture methods, now is the time for me to end your life. What else do you have to say before you die? So far, I have killed many martial artists. Even if I die now, I won't feel pity." Blood Marquis, who knew that he would die, not only did he not lower himself and beg for mercy, but he was actually very bold. "You still do not repent even when your death is at hand. It seems like I am enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by killing you." Chu Zhongtian's expression was indifferent towards Blood Marquis's actions, and he spoke in a calm tone. After that, Chu Zhongtian waved the weapon in his hand, and a cold light carried Blood Marquis's head. Blood Marquis, who caused everyone to tremble in fear, had completely lost his life. Chu Zhongtian threw away the weapon in his hand, and then he glanced at the warrior surnamed Lu. He then said to Fu Jun, "Junior brother Fu, Wind Marquis and Blood Marquis from the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises were killed by me. This will certainly infuriate the experts of the Demon Heart sect. They will be hunting me for a period of time. So, as long as you continue to stay far away from the depths of Secret Realm, you will have a high chance of surviving in the end." What Chu Zhongtian said to Fu Jun was a kind reminder from Chu Zhongtian. Chu Zhongtian did not care whether Fu Jun would listen to his advice or not. After Chu Zhongtian finished instructing Fu Jun, he casted the movement technique and went deeper into the secret realm. The warrior with the surname Lu looked at Chu Zhongtian, who was disappearing quickly. He looked at Blood Marquis, who had lost his head and was completely dead. He couldn't help but take out his weapon and started to chop at Blood Marquis's corpse. "Senior Lu, that's enough." Fu Jun couldn't help but frown and stop him. "Junior brother Fu, have you forgotten how he tortured junior sister Lin? Don't you want to take revenge for your junior sister?" The martial artist surnamed Lu replied to Fu Jun as he chopped off Blood Marquis's corpse. Fu Jun looked at Senior Lu, whose eyes had turned red and had fallen into madness. He wanted to get closer and stop Senior Lu, but he was scared away by Senior Lu's murderous eyes. Fu Jun looked at the corpse that had been cut into more than 10 pieces, but Senior Lu still had no intention of stopping. In the end, he helplessly sighed and turned around to leave. At this moment, 2 dead bodies with their limbs and heads cut off made the scene like hell on earth. Fu Jun did not want to stay here any longer. Furthermore, the thick scent of blood could easily attract the attention of the experts of Demon Heart sect. They could come at any time, which was why Fu Jun chose to leave. After killing Blood Marquis, Chu Zhongtian still used the middle-rank movement technique to enter deep into the secret realm. At the same time, he began to observe his surroundings. He planned to find a place where he could temporarily hide so that he could absorb the red energy. He continued to purify the spiritual power within the Dantian. What he had told Fu Jun just now wasn't wrong. After he killed Wind Marquis, Blood Marquis, and over 100 disciples of the Demon Heart sect, all the experts of the Demon Heart sect were looking for him. In the 1 emperor, 3 kings and 9 marquises, the only thing Chu Zhongtian was concerned about was the first emperor, whose strength was unknown. With his current strength, unless he used his ultimate trump card, the Blood Demon Great Method, he didn't have a high chance of winning. Furthermore, it had been 2 days since the opening of the Azura Secret Realm. According to what he had learned from Lin Guoliang and the disciples of the Demon Heart sect, this region, which was created by the experts of the Demon Heart sect using the special rules of Azura Secret Realm, could only be maintained for 3 days at most. After 3 days, the experts of the southern domain who had entered the Azura Secret Realm would gradually enter this region. Only by being strong enough would he be able to gain the upper hand in front of these experts and gain enough benefits. Chu Zhongtian advanced for more than 6 hours and went several hundred kilometers into the depths of the secret realm. During this time, he killed 3 waves of experts from the Demon Heart sect who had come after him. Finally, he found a place suitable for him to hide for the time being. 3. This was a mountain range that was completely formed by red rocks. The mountain range was not very long, but there were 6 or 7 mountains. The only flaw was that the mountain peak was bare, without any vegetation. Chu Zhongtian climbed up 3 mountains in a row. Finally, he found a very hidden natural cave halfway up the 3rd mountain. It was very suitable for him to be a place of cultivation for the time being. Chu Zhongtian took care of the surroundings of the cave briefly. He used some red rocks to disguise himself, then bent down and entered the cave. The dark environment made Chu Zhongtian, who had just entered the cave, very uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had prepared a few luminous pearls in advance in his storage bag. Chu Zhongtian took out a night luminescent pearl and used it to shine. He found that the cave he had entered was not as simple as he had thought it would be. In his initial thoughts, this natural cave might be a natural cave. The space inside was probably only enough to accommodate 1 person temporarily. However, with the help of the light from the night luminescent pearl, he discovered that there was an endless passageway that extended downwards. Chu Zhongtian observed the traces left by the walls around the passage. He determined that this place was not naturally formed. It was forcefully excavated by a force or an expert using their strength. Chu Zhongtian, who was full of adventure spirit, took out the natal spirit blade and ignited the defensive spirit tool. Then, he borrowed the light from the luminous pearl and went deeper into the cave step by step. Whether it was before or after crossing over, Chu Zhongtian's courage had always been shocking. Before crossing over, when he returned to his hometown in the countryside during vacation, he dared to go alone to the cemetery at night to catch wild rabbits and wild boars. His courage was definitely the greatest in the same village. After his transmigration, he even dared to explore the endless forest alone, unafraid of strange beasts and dangerous environments. But now, in the silent cave, other than the sound of his footsteps, there was no other noise. This reminded him of the ghost stories that his mother had told him before he transmigrated. There was actually a trace of fear in his heart. Chu Zhongtian advanced for nearly half an hour. After entering the cave for a few thousand meters, he temporarily stopped. First, he wanted to adjust his thoughts and eliminate the fear he felt from the ghost legends. Second, he also wanted to consider whether he should continue to go deeper into the cave. Because according to his estimation of the mountain range and the mountain peak before he entered the cave, he was now almost at the bottom of the mountain. However, he still could not see the end of the tunnel in front of him. He could not see where it would eventually lead to, nor could he see what the environment inside the cave was like. He had no confidence at all. After dispelling the fear that arose in his heart because of the legend of ghosts, Chu Zhongtian didn't rashly move forward. Instead, he took out another luminous pearl from within the storage bag and activated the spiritual power inside the dantian. He wrapped the luminous pearl and then fiercely threw it forward. The night pearl flew for at least a few thousand meters before finally landing on the ground. It let out a crisp sound of impact. With the help of the light from the night pearl, Chu Zhongtian found that thousands of meters away was still not the end of the cave. This made him want to retreat. The unknown was always the scariest, and at this moment, he was in a completely unfamiliar Azura secret realm. Since Chu Zhongtian wanted to retreat, he was not a hesitant person. With the help of the luminous pearl, he turned around and returned to the original path. An hour later, Chu Zhongtian had no choice but to stop, because he found that he was completely lost. No, he wasn't lost. He was trapped in a kind of maze. Judging from the time he entered the cave and the frequency of his steps, the distance he took to enter the cave was no more than 5 miles. At this moment, when he returned from the original path, his speed was faster. In an hour, he had walked at least 10 miles, but he couldn't see the exit of the cave at all. There was no exit in front of him, and there was no end behind him. Chu Zhongtian could not help but miss Elder Huang. If Elder Huang, who was proficient in the formation, was in his mind right now, he was afraid that this maze wouldn't be able to stop him. With just a few simple words from Elder Huang, he could easily leave the cave. Unfortunately, Elder Huang couldn't appear in his mind just because of his nostalgic memories. Since he could not find the exit, he could only go deeper and see what kind of secrets were hidden in the deepest part of the cave. After Chu Zhongtian made up his mind, he used the beginner-level movement technique and the light of the night pearl to continue going deeper into the cave. 10 minutes later, Chu Zhongtian, who was using the beginner-level movement technique, suddenly felt a bright spot in front of him. He raised the movement technique to the intermediate and quickly rushed in front of the light. After that, Chu Zhongtian found out that the item that was emitting the light was a night pearl. He reached out and picked up the luminous pearl on the ground. Through the remaining spiritual power on the luminous pearl, he confirmed that it was the luminous pearl that he had thrown out just now. Chu Zhongtian did not put away the luminous pearl. He used the method he had just used to wrap the luminous pearl with the spiritual power. He continued to use this method to explore the path ahead. Every time he threw out the luminous pearl, the distance would be at least several thousand meters, and he would directly use the middle rank movement technique in front of him. Chu Zhongtian did this more than 20 times. After he went at least 30 miles into the cave, after he threw the night luminescent pearl out again, he found that the night luminescent pearl was blocked by a barrier after flying for a few hundred meters. Finally, it fell to the ground. Chu Zhongtian did not know what was going on in front of him, so he did not dare to rush forward. Therefore, he stopped using the movement technique and approached the place where the night pearl was. The distance of a few hundred meters was very short. A minute later, Chu Zhongtian arrived at the place where the luminous pearl was blocked. He first picked up the night luminescent pearls that had fallen, and then used the light from the 2 night luminescent pearls to carefully examine the situation in front of him. Through careful observation, he found that he did not walk to the end of the cave, but to a 90-degree turn. Chu Zhongtian raised the night luminescent pearls, and with the help of the light from the night luminescent pearls, he discovered that there was still a seemingly endless passage behind the corner. He did not think too much and still used the same method to go deeper into the cave. Since Chu Zhongtian could not go back the way he came, he made up his mind. He wanted to know how deep the cave was and what kind of secrets were hidden at the end. Chu Zhongtian used the method he just used to throw the night pearl more than 50 times. After walking for more than 100 miles, he had to look at his feet with a serious expression. There had been nothing unusual in the empty tunnel, but the last time he threw the night pearl, he vaguely saw a white object on the ground. When he approached the white item with the movement technique, he was horrified to find that the item under his feet was actually a white skeleton. Chu Zhongtian raised the night luminescent pearl in his hand and used the light emitted by the night luminescent pearl to carefully observe the skeleton under his feet. Through observation, he found that the bones of the skeleton had calcified, which also meant that this skeleton had died for at least 50 years. Otherwise, the skeleton would not have such a serious calcification phenomenon.